하찬이 위험. 예. 하찬이 살아.
도는 거를
커트 걸렸어요. 이거 걸렸어요. 그런데 하찬이 또 죽었어요. 하찬이 또 죽었고. 전멸 없는 캔에 위험한데요. 이거 잡았는데 이거는. 이거 잡았어요. 네. 자, 광역 플라이가 그런데 고릴라 죽었고요. 그리고 여기서 추가 싸움.
네, 하지만 이게 더블킬 앞채기 공개입니다. 물건은 뻥채기.
근데 이거는
놓았어.
이거 갈게 아니었는데. 갈게 아니었어요. 이걸 한타 걸립니다.
거의 돌을 던지는 건가요?
한 방이 끝났는데요. 터졌어요. 끝났습니다.
그러면 락서 기분 좋게 승리를 거둡니다. 지지. 네, 경기 시작됐습니다. 자, CJ가 레드예요.
네.
이거 한번 플레이어를 4명이서
그래도 미드이기 때문에
네.
대회 때는 아무래도 스크림을 할 때 보고에 뻥 차고 진짜 정말 미쳤어요. 와 이거
자, 스카이 이제 한 번은 돌아도 여기서 시크릿들 정조준
뭐가 쌓여요.
네. 달려가는 거 보죠. 어디갔어요? 이게 리실
깨면 발리스타. 발리스타가 살짝
없어요. 여기
앞으로 들어갔다가
뒤에
먹었다가
문타나 체력이 좋아요. 자, 루시아
잡혔고요. 앨리스가 일단 마무리.
2대
앨리스가 저 탑라인 밀고 가는 움직임이 필요했는데.
여기 자, 소아로 전장이 다 소아로 버블링 뉴클리어 샌드위치
지금 버블링만 죽었고 루시안이 이기시 잡았어요.
프로리스도 죽어서 1대1 정글러 중간이 있더라도 정글러 들면 1점 상황이죠.
서로 이쪽만 다 보고 있었어요. 이거
용치다가
미션 싸움 봐야 돼요. 추가 싸움. 자, 르블랑 뒤에 있고요.
사령 빨간팀이 내 유형적으로 빨간팀 오고요.
스카이 위험 스카이. 더블킬. 터졌어.
자, 이제 죽여. 슬로우 걸고 이거 쫓아가야.
그렇죠. 이거는
네,
터졌어요. 이렇게 봐야죠.
네. 자, 멀리 조이는 게 알리.
아니 이게 또
알리가 옆구리. 알리 옆구리.
옆구리.
네.
쫓아가면서
CJ가 본진인데요.
시간 끌었고 잘 파고 들었어요. 결과적으로.
네.
인타라도 위험합니다.
여기서 죽으면 경기 끝날 수도 있습니다. 한번 찾았고. 체력이 빠지는데요. CJ 체력이.
크레이머 죽었고요. 깨졌어요. 넥서스.
네 번째 깨지는데 귀한
GG.
네, 경기 시작됐습니다. 자, 스베누가 레드, 이에버스 CJ가 블루입니다. 네.
선명.
경기.
큐!
네.
맞췄어요! 먹으면 킬!
킬 했어요.
킬! 다른 챔피언들이 더 돋보이는
이렇게 이기는 거죠. 네.
이런 게 필요했거든요. 합류전에서 일단 칼리스타가 아주 멀었고요.
네.
체력 상황도 먼저 점사한 쪽도 CJ였죠. 롤루가
추적의 스카이.
봐야 됩니다.
자, 반대로.
내가 나는 상태로
자,
옵니다.
내가 나는
뒤로 도망갔고
스베누 한 번에. 한 번에.
딜이
하나 더 하나 더. 크레이머까지는 안 되나요?
버블링의 설계도 굉장히 좋았는데요.
크레이머.
자, 크레이머 보여주나요? 크레이머 툭툭 크레이머.
오면식 그리드.
측면 있는.
하지만 한번 아니고
자, 양현수.
네.
쿵쾅. 이거 애매한데요. 안 되죠. 이렇게 되면 상황이 안 되죠. 이지리얼이 불피. 쓸어 담습니다. 쓸어 담아요.
자, 악기전 안 나와요. 자, 네. 여기서 버블링가 죽었고요.
여기서
하지만
내가 나오긴 한데요. 그만큼 또 조심해야
자,
돼요.
용. 와!
스테이까지 했어요.
왜? 자,
토스.
뱅킹 사실.
나는 대박. 그래도 양현수 못 써요.
예.
못 썼어요. 호이었어요.
함께 찌르는 거예요. 크레이머. 자, 도착한
해내고 있네요.
길량보.
해내고 있습니다.
이지리얼
이거
오히려
이지리얼이
뒤쪽에 수아로.
약간
네.
죽을 것 같고.
시크릿을 죽고 그러면
이지리얼 프리딜. 이지리얼이 지금 혼자 다 해요.
네.
와, 이거 양현수 써도 의미가 없거든요. 프리딜이에요. 칼리스타 딜을 못합니다.
불빛. 극악 난이도로 한 세트를 따내는 최재. 네, 경기 시작됐습니다. 자, 마지막 세트까지 왔고요.
전멸을 과연 여기서 통곡의 벽이거든요.
예, 저 망치, 몽디.
지금 잡을 수 있어요.
폭지. 네.
달리는 거리가 바로 안
네,
돼요.
이거 싸움하자, 더 싸보자.
이거 트런들이 버틸 생각이 있는 거예요.
네.
글쎄요, 트런들이 근데 처음에 탱템이 아니고
네.
양해하시죠?
자, 동료들 다음.
시크릿 왔고요.
네.
예. 제대로
대박이에요.
대박 터졌는데요, 시크릿.
네, 이제
플로리스
어디가요?
살았고요. 그리고 엄청 치고 있어요. 때리고 있고요.
짐지를 제대로 했고요. 자, 여기서 빅토르가 시한번
뉴클리어가
하나 더.
자,
하나 더.
한번 더.
지금 다이브 한 번. 그냥 또 죽어요?
예, 또
이거
전멸이 있긴 있는데 이거 그냥 곱게 죽는 선택을 하나요?
네.
아니면 곱게 죽지 않았고
네.
조금 더 버텨보지만
동료들이 2대1이면
아까 말씀드린 것처럼
네.
이거 시간 좀 오래 지연되면 안
3대1.
되거든요. 다 와요.
네.
무조건 잡겠다.
2대1 아니면 3대1도 해야죠.
드래곤 내줬고
네. 길어버리면 안 되고요.
진짜 오래 버티는데
네.
이거 뭐라도 좀 네.
자, 누가 죽기.
네, 버블링. 예.
수비자. 불었고.
자,
서로죠.
빠졌고 빅토르 합류.
지.
데미지 딜. 빅토르 순간 폭대에 잘
네.
들어가긴 했거든요. 예, 근데
치고
가야겠는데요. 끝까지 가야겠어요.
네, 수아르가
빅토르.
뒤.
보고 있었는데 급했어요.
네.
파라 위험.
이러면
파라 위험.
탱커가
아니에요. 자, 플로리스. 잡을 수 있나요? 오, 예.
좋죠.
잡았.
독수.
예.
네.
떴고요.
물고
자, 콩팡.
띄우고.
잡긴 잡았어요.
네. 지금 누가 먹나? 네, 버블리.
앨리스가 바로 먹었어요.
바로 먹고. 이거 달려버리면 안 됩니다. 스페로.
플로리스 위험.
제이스.
잡았어요.
자, 용은.
예,
바로
근데 플로리스. 지금 근데 진입이 약간 이상했던 것 같은데요.
중요한 게 아니에요.
그렇죠.
어차피 3명이에요. 들어가죠. 또 만났어요. 수아르 안 갔어요?
수아르가 위험한데요.
네.
수아르 죽어요. 죽었어요. 사실 끝나는 그림인데요. 이 아타 살아야죠. 사실 살아야 돼요. 이 아타 끝나는 그림 아닌가요?
사실
좋습니다. 버블리 스페로 터지고 있는데요.
네.
이거 위험합니다. 이거 진짜 위험해요. 위기죠.
네.
깎이면 답이 아예 안 나오죠.
네.
기세입니다. 기세예요.
열었어요.
죽었어요. 리스탄드라 바로 죽었어요. 아, 이거 그림 안 나오는데요. 그림 안 나와요, 스베누. 자, CJ가
제이스 죽으면
네. 이거는 끝나지 않았어.
에이스.
Welcome to your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. The world.
Today's matchup. Samsung. SK Telecom T1. Africa Freaks. Jinair Green Wings. Lotte Kokalkon League of Legends Champions Korea Spring 2016 Round 1.
Hey guys, welcome to Champion Spring. I'm Doe. With me is Papa Smithy. Monte Crispo's been deported. No, I'm just kidding. He's just in Japan for the weekend. But we have a great set of matches today, man. It's going to be Samsung. Wait, let me just set the...
Slow it down.
We actually have the undefeated Samsung. Let that sink in for a second after last year. Versus SK Telecom, the reigning world champions, who are not undefeated this season. They lost to Jinair. So this matchup, which is not one we would have really saw ourselves getting excited about going into the season, is actually going to be kind of interesting today.
I mean, Doe, it feels like a flashback to 2014 when we're talking about undefeated Samsung teams and an SKT team that's made a misstep. Now, of course, it was only one series, one small misstep with their main roster, only lost a single game. But it's really thrown the whole ranking system in Korea into flux because now no one knows who the favorite is in any given best of three.
Well, I mean, and also Samsung performing better than what people would have maybe expected. Their big win against Longzhou is kind of a shock, but cool to see. Their opponents in week 1 were pretty easy, honestly. But, you know, this is going to be their greatest test yet, and it's going to be really interesting to see if they can actually pull it off. I still think it's going to be a 2-0 for SKT, but I don't know. You and I were talking about this before, where the even years apparently are not as good for SK Telecom.
I mean, of course, it's a very small sample size, but 2014 was the very small misstep in what has been a history of excellence for SKT
I mean,
T1.
if you look at SKT's Law team, 2013 they won Worlds. 2014 they didn't win Worlds. 2015 they won Worlds. So I think we can pretty definitively say that even-numbered years are not good for SKT.
The trend isn't looking good, Doa.
Yep, that's right. It's a worrying trend. That's exactly what I was thinking too, yeah. But we will see if they can pull it off. I think they probably can. Let's look at our rankings overall. You can see Samsung with those 3 wins. That's +5 for them. SK Telecom way down at 6. They've only played 2 matches. They are tied 1-1 with Longzhou, of course, as well. Big chance to move up in the rankings today. And you got to wonder what's going to happen with the Afrika Freaks over the course of the season. They are not playing as well as we may have expected. I think there was a certain amount of hope coming into the season about these guys.
I mean, there was a certain level of hope for Afrika, but it was Spenu as well, both of them at the bottom. This is the big top-of-the-table clash. Crazily undefeated Samsung versus an SK Telecom team that want to reignite their season. Started off strong, but man, what a misstep against Jin Air.
Yeah, I think so too. We'll see if they can pull it back around together today. I think they can. And then our second best of 3 is going to be the Afrika Freaks versus Jin Air Green Wings, and now you would again peg that to be a pretty easy win for Jin Air, and I think it probably will be, but at the same time everyone's just waiting for the Afrika Freaks to just show some kind of life, right?
Absolutely, Afrika and Spenu right down the bottom, but let's talk about that one later. So much excitement about our first series.
Oh, I suppose. Well, let's introduce Samsung. There they are again. Really exciting roster changes over the offseason, adding in Core JJ, adding in Ambition. And Ambition has been interesting because really going from this guy that you heard was difficult to play with on a team, you heard about some attitude issues in the team house, but on Samsung, when you talk to these players, they're like, Ambition is the leader. He is the guy, he's our rock, he is our stability, and he's kind of bringing this team forward. So quite a change for Samsung results-wise, but also a change for Ambition, you know, as a player and his impact on a team, it seems like.
I think it's almost undeniable that Ambition has been a steadying influence on this lineup, specifically in the late game. Samsung, their young group of players last year, they rebuilt roster after losing their whole squad to China. Made good early game moves, but then in the late game, they often looked confused. They often didn't know what their win conditions were. Steadying influence of Ambition with all his experience has been valuable. Also, this man on your screen, Cuvee, has really stepped it up. He was good. He's always been good in solo queue. He's translating that to competitive play. One thing to note, Stitch, who of course has played so impressively as the first Champions pentakill of the season, out. Core JJ is back in.
I mean, Core JJ looked good in his match earlier, played a splendid Lucian game, so I think there's some kind of testing the roster, but it'll be a big test against this squad right here, your Season 5 World Champions, SK Telecom T1. Some small changes in the offseason for these guys, obviously losing Marin to China and then replacing him with Duke, and so you would argue that maybe they lost a bit of their shot calling. Their coaches said no, everybody kind of shares those duties, but there's some conflicting reports about that. Either way, Duke's at least a mechanically strong addition to the team.
And you mentioned roster tinkering. They led with Blank and Scout, and that was their loss against the Jin Air. Of course, they rotated back in this A lineup that they're running today, but no such tinkering today. Starting off with, at least on paper, their strongest 5.
And I mean, showing that against a team like Samsung, even though, you know, Samsung's 3-0, they're still, I don't think, the strongest roster. I think they had some very easy matches so far. I think we're going to see those guys move down a little bit.
And when it comes
SKT
to
not pulling any punches.
And when it comes to SKT, even if they were facing EM5 today, I think it was about setting the tone. It's bringing back the big names, and it's about getting a 2-0 victory.
Definitely. I mean, what would be better than winning back-to-back Worlds, right? You can't do that unless you do well regionally.
Ambition hasn't done well regionally or, of course, on the world stage in a very long time, but his team is on the up.
That's very true.
Talk about trends between these two teams. Samsung trending up, SKT one small misstep. What a story it would be for our season if Samsung was to win this best of 3, because honestly, then anybody's game for Champions Spring.
Oh, you're absolutely right, man. I mean, a win for Samsung here would blow this entire region wide open as far as who's going to be the top team to watch, who's going to go to those international events. It's going to be interesting. But here's the other thing to kind of consider here is Ambition has had a very, very long career. So how amazing is it that this guy, having been in Champions for so long, is now finding this sort of resurgence on Samsung?
I mean, a change of scenery, the psychological impact that this man has been with his CJ organization, and of course, the previous organizations like the Azubu Blaze before that, for a very long time. So the new situation seems to have only been helpful, at least at this very early stage.
Yeah, she's been around for a long time. Well, it is time, guys, to move into picks and bans for game number 1 between Samsung and SK Telecom. I really did not think this was going to be a matchup to look forward to this season, but here we are. It's exciting, man. I haven't been this excited about that since 2014. There's a Z ban against Faker.
It's definitely a game you looked past back at the group draw a couple of weeks ago, but 2 weeks later, everything we thought we knew about Korean League has kind of been thrown on its head. So Samsung come in this with a really big head of steam.
Yeah, I think the Poppy ban is good for SKT. That pick has started to really pick up some steam this week in Korea. We didn't see it a lot last week in week 1, but I think Korea's kind of discovered the strength of Poppy at this point.
I mean, QV in particular, 2-0 on this champion, was playing it earlier this week, as you mentioned. There's a lot of undefeated champions on Samsung. That's, of course, when you're 6-1, it makes sense. Big picks have been for Crown, the Victor in particular, 4-0, 18.5 KDA. Ambition has been on Rek'Sai duty, 12.3 KDA, 4-0 as well. So those are 2 big picks that have been staples of the Samsung draft.
Yep, the Rise ban has been a common one this season as well. Got to see it picked once yesterday, but aside from that, I believe it's just been banned the entire season.
100% picked and banned, 1-1 overall, but very rarely sin on the Rift is the Rise.
Yeah, another ban targeted at Faker there with that LeBlanc, but again, it is still arguably his best champion despite that famous loss at MSI early last year.
It feels like Samsung's really steadying for the Victor mid lane pick. You're dealing with some of the matchups that can be troubling for Victor. Blind pick Victor has been the story of so many successful teams. KT Rolster doing a lot at the start of the season. Doesn't necessarily have to be the first pick of the draft, but Rek'Sai and Victor, I think, will both be heavily contested for Samsung.
Yeah, probably. It's interesting to see just how far Misfortune's completely fallen off now that we're in patch 6.1. Just nobody's picking her or banning her. It was just immediate.
I mean, the moment you see literally 90 damage removed from ability, you know that is some heavy-handed tuning. Corki has been the flex pick du jour of 6.1. It is locked in as our first pick here, so flex pick between Crown and Core JJ.
Corki and his package have been pretty terrifying, man. And that Tahm Kench, dude, my favorite moment of the season last night, easily the Smeb versus Arrow duel from yesterday, dude. Tahm Kench versus Lucen, that was one of the funniest things I think I've ever seen in League.
Both Monty and I basically dropped the mic. Such was that auto attack damage when the face check came through from Arrow.
I was like having dinner and watching it at home, and I'm like, ah! Like food goes everywhere, but it was great.
So you were Lissandra. You're role-playing Lissandra.
I do that a lot, You should know this by now.
Gosh, I didn't want to talk about it on air, but now it's out there.
The secret's out,
And the secret of the Gangplank, remember, Faker's only game against Jinna was on Gangplank, got bossed around the mid. We've already seen a Corki versus Gangplank matchup go horribly wrong for the Gangplank, as Coco was just free hitting on the Gangplank in that Longzhi versus Jin Air series earlier this week. So wonder where that Gangplank's going. Could still be a flex pick. We've only really seen Tahm Kench top, so it's looking less like a flex pick from SKT.
I think you're right. I think they just picked both of their solo lanes, and we'll see where it ends up. You can always flex both of those.
Sure.
So you do leave Samsung guessing a little bit, but I think it's probably going to be GP mid, Tahm Kench top, just from what we've seen so far this season. The Trundle probably support pick for Samsung. I love this pick right now, but we haven't seen it as much as I've expected we would.
When we've seen actually very low tanky lineups, we've seen 4 or 5 carry lineups, and of course then suddenly the Trundle ult isn't as desirable for the stat stealing. So I think it's still fabulously strong. Specifically the Pillar is terrain ability that's been slept on for the whole existence, I think, of competitive League of Legends. So
you could theoretically play a 580 carry team if you went with Kennen support.
Don't give people ideas, though. We've already seen 580 carries in a game. That, I think, is the upper maximum before things just get silly.
Everyone was complaining about 80 carries last year, man. They just don't have a place anymore. Well, now their place is literally everywhere.
Well, they don't really have a specific home anymore. Their home is everywhere on the map, apparently. They're probably very confused the moment they get on the Rift.
I like it, man. I really enjoy that we're at a point in the game now where we do see those picks moving around between lanes.
And look, we've always seen a little bit of, say, Vayne and Corky top, but now that AD carries can even jungle, it's crazy that AD carries are flex picks.
It's awesome. I like it a lot. There's a Victor pick that we were expecting, and Fiora wouldn't be bad. Wouldn't be bad. Might struggle a bit against that Tom Kench, but I don't know. It can certainly mess up the other members of SKT later on. What do you think?
I think the SKT draft in particular has been pretty reckless. If you think about this,
Yeah.
they picked both their solo lanes. That's basically confirmed at this point. Very small chance they're going to flex pick top. But they've gone for a fairly reckless draft, and we talked about those undefeated champions, 15+ KDAs for the likes of Rek'Sai and Victor, and they've just given basically Samsung everything they could have won.
Yeah, I mean, either this is a bit of sloppiness from SKT or it's a statement, you know?
If they
Because-
win this game, giving them over Rek'Sai and Victor, their comfort picks, that'll say a lot about this. I think, in general, this will set the tone for the night and potentially the season for SKT.
Could be. I mean, that is a ridiculously strong team that Samsung has. Fiora on top, Corky, Trundle, bot lane. Like, it's going to be interesting. What does SKT have to do to win this one, man?
I mean, SKT have excellent scaling. We're talking about a tanky frontliner. Even though there is going to be stealing of stats, Tom Kench will have so much health, so much gray health, they'll still be very tanky. The scaling of Gangplank can't be denied. He is still very close to 100% contested, picked or banned. The big question to me comes, can they actually create enough pressure for Faker to get a more passive laning phase, get to that late game phase, or will they be super pressured by the Samsung lineup? And what does a late game duel between Fiora and Tom Kench look like? Fiora outscales a lot of tanks. Does she outscale the Tom Kench?
I don't know. Tom Kench can deliver some serious damage too, as we've seen. So that's going to be interesting if we get to the late game. One thing I'm going to be looking forward to is a much better performance out of Bengi than we saw last time in that match against Jin Air. He really struggled against Wing.
And we talked about the 2014 overtones. 2014 Bengi wasn't the best jungler in the world. I would say that he claimed that title last year. Gonna need to see some more of that form today.
I think so. Well, he's got a good pick to make that happen. And it is time, guys. Samsung versus SK Telecom, game 1. Let's do this.
Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you.
Oh, they cut it off again.
We're never gonna know what they want to roll,
It's gonna
Doa.
drive me insane this season. Welcome to Summoner's Rift, guys. Samsung versus SKT. A matchup a lot of people would have said, easy 2-0 for SK Telecom, but right now, I'm only 95% sure that's how it's going to happen.
A year ago, Samsung had completed their rebuild. They had no real star names. They were right down the bottom of the table. SKT, they were trending upwards. They were right up there with the, I guess then, GE Tigers.
Yep.
A lot changes in a year, apparently, as
It's true.
Samsung looking good with their current roster.
Yeah, they are. And you know, when they swapped out Bliss for Crown in the mid lane, I think that was a big part of it too, where we started to see some real improvement. Fury was good, but obviously they ended up losing him over to Longju. But Core JJ and Stitch have seemed like worthy replacements. So overall, you know, we've seen a lot of upgrades for Samsung, not only just in individual improvement, but roster changes as well.
Core JJ, of course, 2 matches out of the limelight. Stitch had played the last 2 best-of-3s for Samsung. Core JJ, very hard done by, as because he a face check.
Wow, Wolf gets caught with that face check, takes a decent amount of damage there. Gotta be careful.
The jungle follow was potentially going to come up, but no lane swaps. We saw so much lane swap play yesterday, but this time they're going to juke it out 2v2.
You know, I feel like this is kind of fitting with SKT's plan in that they just want to show that they're just straight up better. It really feels like SKT just wants to be like, all right, we're going to play these guys straight up in lane. We're going to crush them, and you're going to see that this is still the world champion SKT team.
On some level, they're stacking the deck, right? They're saying, you can have your champions. We want standard lanes. Let's just go at it. There's going to be no asterisk next to this matchup. Who's the better team? We should find out.
This feels like a very Coma kind of draft, doesn't it? Yeah.
I don't know. I think Koma's been so smart with his drafting. His quick level 2 is matched by SKT. But
Yeah, but he hates it when people think SKT is doing something bad, man. He takes that really personally, and having him draft a comp like this, basically saying, all right, we're just going to show you that we're the best, you know?
But at the end of the day, let's say they win. Let's say SKT power through, win this game. It's still a poor draft to choose both your solo lanes on the red side in the first round of the draft.
So
there's only the minimum of flex pick nature about Tahm Kench. We've literally seen maybe one, probably no Tahm Kench supports this season. So picking both champions, that's just poor drafting in my opinion.
Well, it's got to be intentional, right? I mean, it's got to be SKT trying to get in the head of Samsung, isn't it?
Well, it
I mean,
has to be champions they're comfortable with, or what they've been winning with in scrims, or it could be a mind game. But a mind game against the top place Samsung, I don't know.
Top place Samsung, but the win against Longzhu is good, but the other wins were against Afrika and Yemfire, I believe.
Absolutely. This was
Arguably
definitely the week where
yeah.
Samsung was going to be exposed, right? You saw, okay, Longzhu and SKT, Samsung, good start, but sorry guys, you're done.
Yeah.
They beat Longzhu, and they looked comfortable doing so. Now, a lot of that was about Longzhu.
Did they, though? Because that was a pretty close best of 3.
It was close, but at no point was Samsung exposed. I thought they were competitive throughout, I guess, again, a fairly new lineup in Longzhu. I'm not trying to get ahead of myself, but this is a team that deserves not to be trifled with, and a draft like this is perhaps overconfidence from SKT.
Oh, we'll find out pretty quick, I think. Bengi trying to come in for a lane gank. There's no vision for Samsung, so they don't see him enter that brush. Wolf walking in. There's a flash flay onto Core JJ. Tries to anticipate where the Valkyrie goes, but can't quite connect with that death sentence.
JJ must have been super comfortable with sidestepping. Of course, there is a cast animation time with the Valkyrie. Didn't decide to flash. Went for the Valk. If he was caught, he probably would have died, but he gets out of the game.
Yep, made it work out. That's a flash down for Wolf, so that may draw some attention from Ambition a little bit later. See if he decides to do any sort of ganking. Faker doing just fine in lane against his Victor, despite being pokeable, I would say.
Very pokeable. This draft from Samsung's very echoes a lot of what KT Rolls have been doing, and Samsung themselves. It's all about having strong lanes, the likes of Victor just wave clear in mid. Core JJ and Wraith will go 2v2 just fine against Bang and Wolf. And then the Fiora outscale, but with the asterisk of it being Tahm Kench. We haven't seen Fiora versus Tahm Kench. Yeah. And in general, Fiora's outscaling the tanks has been what has allowed these big teams to take the late game as Faker. Whew. Takes a lot of damage.
Gets really low, and actually Wraith came up to try to help with this. Faker's chosen a very dangerous place to recall, but it looks like he'll be okay.
Ambition smelling around mid.
Yep. And so Wolf is going to intercept Wraith coming back into lane, but you can't really do a whole lot against that Trundle. Just making sure that he's coming back, I suppose.
Interesting notes about Samsung is that statistically, despite the fact that they are objectively top of the ladder, statistically, they've not actually had the cleanest games. Their average goal difference at 15 minutes actually puts them 6th in the league. That means that 5 other teams in this small sample size have had stronger early game performances. They have the lowest first blood percentage of any team in the league, again, despite being first. The only thing that they really lead the league at is highest wards per minute, and a lot of that has been Wraith. Specifically as Alistair early this weekend was very impressive, and in general, he has been the reliable support, and it's no more Luna. He's the starting support, he's the only one on the roster. He's really stepped up, but the early game has not been the purview of Samsung, so theoretically, Faker should be able to farm pretty happily into that scary late game gangplank phase.
Yep. Yeah, it seems like Ambition's been good for kind of keeping the newer players of Samsung under control in the late game, but against a team like SK Telecom that really has no fear at all about taking it to that stage, I think they might struggle a little bit.
Opting into late with Fiora theoretically outscaling Tahm Kench and Gangplank getting to that scaling level. Both teams have that scaling, so going to be a battle of scaling later on.
Bengi hasn't been spotted yet, it looks like. Oh, he made it into the brush. Okay, wow. Attempt number 2 coming in. Looks like Wraith is going to just try to walk through try. No, I thought he was going to go all the way around. But nope, just throwing the ward, watching for Ambition. Bengi's right there. Nice cocoon. They catch Wraith. Wraith, of course, with no flash. And he's down. He had a flash, actually, but just couldn't escape from that one. And First Blood does end up going over to SKT. Second time's a charm, I guess.
It was just really clean gank. I don't think Wraith and Core JJ respected that there was ever a vision toggle that Bengi could walk through.
Guess so.
Surprise out of nowhere. Clean kill for SKT.
Yeah. And you got to wonder how it would have went if that death sentence would have connected on the first gank. You know, getting a flash out of Core JJ for sure then. So, you know, even that first gank, even though it quote-unquote failed, still kind of gave SKT a lot of info about Samsung and that they're not really respecting that lane gank as much as they should be, and they got punished for it.
Absolutely. Ambition really deep
Hello.
in enemy territory.
Yep.
Actually stole away the red already, despite there being no lane swap. Managed to path over and steal the red as a response to the successful gank. So
Well,
nice map movement.
Yeah, I mean, he knew he could get there faster, so might as well get something done with it.
This is what we've been talking about at Wraith. And look at Samsung's vision in general. They have good vision on both the top and enemy bot side jungles. That's, again, something that they weren't known for last season, but they're really opening up their vision game in 2016.
Yeah, well, those wards in the jungle of SKT right now on the blue side are going to, hopefully for Samsung, keep Core JJ and Wraith a bit safer from now on. Some pretty deep wards for so early in the game, though.
Absolutely. Well, that's the result of getting that counter jungling on by Ambition, and Wraith just walking out of lane, putting down the vision that we've become accustomed to expect from Wraith.
Yeah.
Didn't mention it during the pregame, but Wraith, of course, is Casper, formerly of SK Telecom many a year ago.
Yep, he filled in when Mandu was taking a break back in, I believe that was 2014 actually, wasn't it?
Yeah, spent a lot of time swapping out with Luna last season, but he is the starting support for Samsung, and so far has really lived up to that title.
I mean, he's been a good support for a long time, and he's never really found a way to shine in the league just yet, aside from that short time on SKT where he played pretty well.
Look like a big source of their problems, but losing Mandu and some of the shot calling he brought seemed to unsettle the lineup regardless.
Yeah, for sure. Well, if you talk to those guys too, they'll all tell you that they just weren't taking things as seriously as they should have been.
Ah, the pro gamer excuse.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was pretty clear from the play, wasn't it?
To some degree, 2014, not kind to SKT fans.
No, it was not kind to me. I didn't like it.
The premier SKT fan.
I was upset. I was a long-time SKT fan. No
Just
bias.
the whole year, 2014, so right off the door.
It was an upsetting year. So upsetting.
Ironically, I guess
Ooh.
I'd probably identify as a Samsung fan, so
Wow. Oh, Wolf slowed down by that pillar a little bit. But Bang able to zone out Wraith and Core JJ with the culling. He's got the lantern. A little bit of shielding there, and Core JJ takes the worst end of that AD carry trade. Faker's starting to get pushed back in lane pretty hard now, though. And we kind of assumed this is how this lane would go. But a pretty big CS lead for Crown and Faker. Struggling a bit. But again, SKT should expect this, shouldn't they?
absolutely. You're not playing around any sort of pressure in mid lane for Gangplank. He hasn't been ganked. The fact that he's farming and just, look, he's 20 CS behind, which is a bit larger than he'd want to be, but they're not looking for lane pressure from Faker. So they're just looking to play around other sides of the map. And so far, Bengi's been successful in that. They got the gank off in bot, and if Faker just keeps competitive in mid, Victor doesn't have that much kill pressure, so should be fairly safe farm time for Faker.
Yep. You know, interestingly enough, Victor does have that exhaust this time, so without going for the teleport, he has a little bit more kill pressure than we're used to from some of those mid laners.
Gonna have to be really specific with his lack of cleanse in the late game, though. Doesn't have
Yeah.
that summon a spell.
And SKT going for this dragon. Kube takes some damage from Duke, though. Gonna get pushed out of lane. Doesn't get eaten. He'll be fine.
Stun, though.
Oh. And Bengi trying to zone out Ambition. They've got a ward. They know about it, but they can't stop it. So SKT gets the first dragon. It's a nice little stats boost. Not too bad.
Hard to say how critical that will be. It's a little bit of a later first dragon. We've seen fifth dragon acquired and threatened a lot, but that's usually when we're seeing a 6 to 8 minute dragon. 11 minutes on the later end of first dragon timings.
Yeah. Seems like SKT is just kind of playing this pretty methodically. So if you're a Samsung right now, what's your plan? Do you just want to wait for the late game? Do you just want to sit there and play safe and try to scale? Or
I don't think so. I mean, you have a big power window when Trinity Force is finished for Core JJ on this Corki, so rotating around the Corki and pushing in. Gangplank needs time to set up his wave clear. The wave clear from SKT is decent, but pales in comparison to Samsung. So I think that timing is kind of the go button of get out all those outer turrets, specifically the mid. Crown's already chipping away at it. Trinity Force Corki should be the death knell. This mid turret is Faker.
Whoa. Faker in a lot of trouble, flashes at the last minute to avoid some of the damage from that death ray, I think.
He was calculating. I don't think there was any real threat of death, but
It was close.
he had the oranges, he had his flash. I think he was fine, but again, playing with his destiny pretty aggressively there is up top. Bengi's here.
Speaking of Trouble Kube trying to back away. The tongue misses. Oh, he actually connected with the cocoon. I don't think he was expecting that to hit.
Surprise Bengi as well.
Yeah. Well, Ambition gets a chance to take out the pink ward, which is good for Samsung.
Ambition just wants to play the pressure game around top. He's down bottom. Not much happening. Just trying to zone Wolf away from the lane.
Yeah, and he's doing a pretty good job too. Awkward situation for the bot lane at the moment. And Duke looks like he'll just TP back up. I mean, with the Dragon out of the way, you don't really need to save the teleport for anything at the moment, do you?
He has a semi-global with the ultimate as well, so fairly maneuverable at all times, Tom Ken.
Oh, Core JJ really low, and the culling can't quite do it. Wraith with some nice body blocking in the summoner heal, just enough to keep Core JJ alive.
And this is all a snowball of that earlier successful game. 20 CS, and now it's going to be a lot of turret damage. No way for Core JJ to stay in this lane.
Yep.
Main pressure, lane dominance for SKT bottom.
Yeah, they really have been. Nice 25 CS lead for Bang, and slowly but surely it seems like SK Telecom is starting to get a little bit more and more of an edge every minute or so.
Worth noting that, of course, that 25 CS advantage is cancelled out by Crown's effective 25 CS advantage in mid, so just swapping lane advantages between the two. Big story is going to be, again, Fiora in the late game. She is picked to outscale tanks and just be the crazy split pushing threat, and of course a great team fighter in her own way. Will that actually happen against the top finish?
Well, I'm sure we'll find out. Is he going to take a bite out of Fiora? He is. And that's a good amount of damage. Kube's got that flash, activates the grand challenge. Duke has to pop his shield. Looks like it's just going to be yet another top lane duel where nobody dies.
The one thing that he has in the advantage there is Ambition just stunned up, is that the grand challenge, you're doing percentage health true damage, but of course you can just pop the grey health afterwards, theoretically, and get out. So he does have that relative ability to stop what can be the devastating grand challenge.
Wow, Samsung kind of milling around by the mid lane. I wonder if they wanted to try to dive or something?
Package play.
I guess. He's got the package.
People just don't know how to use the package, though.
Yeah, I think that's pretty common these days.
You need to be strong and assertive with your package use.
Right. Can't be shy.
No.
They want to make a play on Kube here.
Trying to draw out.
Riposte. Kube goes in with the dash. Can he catch him, actually? No, playing it so safe. Kube still, again, has that flash, so it's really hard to lock him down.
Top lane playing around the post cooldown. If he had used it earlier, we would have seen an attempt by Bengi, but no such luck from SKT.
Pretty much.
And they keep chipping away at this tower. It's falling very low.
Yeah.
We've seen mid tower step 30, 35 minutes. Such is the importance of keeping up for vision purposes, but only so much Gangplank can do unless he gets heavy jungle assistance from Bengi.
Yeah. And even so, he's not like drastically far behind. He's down by, well, he's down by about 30. That is pretty big, but could be worse. Oh, Crowd's dodge. Nice dodge on the death right by Faker. He's going to drop the ultimate too. It's pushing Samsung away from lane. I feel like if Ambition wasn't there, Faker may have actually gone for that one.
It looked like he was looking to try a 1v2, but it was actually with Tahm Kench in range of the ult if there had been an extended fight. So Faker trying to bait in an overcommitment from Samsung.
His scurvy is cured. Congratulations, Faker. No more scurvy for you.
No scurvy. Vitamin C achieved.
He gets out on the Lantern. Only a minute until Dragon, so it's all about that setup now.
Let's talk about timings though, Doa. Trinity Force completed on Corki. Items are starting to come through for Crown and grabbing his Hydra for Cuve. It feels like Samsung have hit their early power spikes and they are just more superior. You look down the items here, Lucian has the Essence Reaver, but it's more of a building block item when he gets his second item. Faker again.
Faker has to burn that flash again, and he gets taken down. Crown with the 1v1 kill on Faker. Solo
killed by Crown. You talked about what a difference this guy in the roster has made. Faker looks bemused.
He's like, he got me. I haven't seen that face since he was 1v1ing Pawn. Whoa, Bengi nearly becomes a second victim. The Crown in this mid lane gets the turret, gets the kill on Faker.
Samsung
That's a good start.
Going crazy, and what a bad time to give up the kill. Doesn't have teleport, Faker, of course, and 5 seconds till Dragon. And answering Dragon would be really important for Samsung.
Wow, SKT's just going to need to give this one up, and they are. The vision's too good. Faker, is just coming up now. Yeah. It's only one Dragon.
Only one, but the first one is the important one, Doa. Firstly, of course, it delays the potential 5th stack to much later in the game, and those 6% stats are always relevant. Honestly, when it comes to Dragons 3 and 4, if one team's monopolized, it's almost as much about denying the first Dragon stack to the enemy than it is about building up a 5 stack, especially in Season 2016.
Yep. Wow, nice ward defense by Wolf. The Ambition from delivering that final blow. You know, you don't see Faker die 1v1 very often, do you?
You don't, no.
That's a very exclusive club. Usually it takes like a whole team to gank that guy. Or it takes Faker really overextending. We see both.
We've seen 2 Faker gangbangs in Champions ever, and honestly, I haven't been that convinced about the champion. It's Wraith.
Oh, well, Wraith gets a bit caught. Has to burn that flash to get out. Faker drops his ultimate to try to slow him down. Wolf and Bang chasing, but just without any vision. Oh, Bengi in a lot of trouble. Looks like he'll make it out. Faker defending. There's the exhaust on the crown. He wants a 1v1. Bengi coming back in again. Needs to watch out for those death rays, though. Ambition on the job. There's the exhaust on Faker now. Bengi throws in his spider, and here comes Wolf and Bang to support their mid laner. I think Faker really wanted that 1v1.
Wants to get it back for confidence, if nothing else.
Yep.
SKT much faster to rotate.
Look onto Ambition. Can they blow him up? Not quite.
Easier said than done. Tahm Kench was
so.
the one top lane tank that I was fairly confident, in theory, could deal with Fiora in the late game. It's starting to look like that, but again, we haven't hit the tipping point of 2-item Fiora. It's the second item where Fiora really hits high gear.
Well, Tahm Kench has already done about half damage to this turret, so it's a good start for Duke already. But if you watched him play on Najin last year, you know this guy is a monster in the 1v1.
MVP of Spring just 1 year ago.
Yep.
Regular season, that is, of course. Najin not really achieving much in the postseason.
No, not a lot. Not really anything. But, I mean, whenever Najin won, it was generally because of Duke.
Samsung, they haven't been able to use this Corki power spike. This has been the story of Corki for many years now. Sorcerer's Shoes into the Trinity Force and go around and delete turrets. But because he's lost lane so heavily, we haven't seen Corki be able to rotate to mid. He's still just been pushing up his lane. They have not been able to use Corki as ideally as you'd want to when you pick him early in the draft.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Baron is up now. Not going to have to worry about that for a little while, though.
No pesky Rift Herald. We've actually seen some surprising Rift Herald priority in the early game. We've seen 2-3 Rift Heralds taken pre-20 minutes, but not in this series.
We've seen a weird amount of Rift Herald buffs go to the jungler, too.
Yeah,
That's
get some
strange.
move speed, but no, of course, minion stats.
I guess.
The Rift Herald, again, perplexing. I'm waiting for that tweak to push it over the edge, to make it a must-contest objective, because I feel like every series, there is a varying level of priority on Rift Herald, because no one's really figured out if it's worth the time investment.
Yeah, no one's really figured out a solid strat to use it with, I feel like.
I think it says a lot about the buff's lack of effects on the minions, like the fact that it doesn't mirror Baron so closely that junglers are picking it up instead.
Well, Samsung, long way from the next dragon, but already gaining more vision. And I gotta say, it's been a very solid early game for Samsung, hasn't it? Looks like we might have a dive in top lane, though. Bengi coming in. Duke takes a bite out of Kuve. Kuve trying to get away. Faker drops his ult to help out. Bengi goes in for the execute, and that's a successful gank for SK Telecom. They're going to need to run, though.
All committed.
That's right. Ambition coming in. Wraith Core JJ there, and Tahm Kench just going to deliver him to safety. That is some sick strats from SKT.
And look how much SKT are getting at the same time. So many members tried to go cut them off on top. They're going to get an answering mid turret as well.
Yeah, Duke low health, but doesn't matter. Got turret. Ambition dueling with Bang and Faker. It's a 2v3, but with that culling, they should be able to push him away a bit. Bang low health. He's got to be careful.
Wolf's back there as well. That was a really, really smart move from SKT. Also heads up play from Duke, knowing just how long that channel was on the Abyssal Voyage, getting away scot-free and getting that extra objective. That's the SKT trading up that we know and love.
Yeah. That's the kind of move they really needed to swing the pendulum back in their favor a little bit. It was even, but now SKT with a slight edge. Oh, Faker may claim the big raptor.
About 1,000 gold away, just the recipe short of Black Cleaver and Ravenous Hydra from Cuvée. If still he cannot duel...
Oh, Ambition got it with the smite.
Well, very nice. If he still cannot duel Tahm Kench with these 2 items, I worry for Samsung's late game split push plan that they've clearly picked around.
Yeah, it's interesting to see this Tahm Kench do so well against the Fiora. It's cool.
On paper, Tahm Kench and Kennen were the 2 picks I liked into Fiora. Remember, the Fiora was picked into Tahm Kench in this draft.
Yeah, I mean, Tahm Kench has the tankiness, Kennen has the CC, so they're both not bad, it seems like. Duke nearly has that top tier down. Looks like Wolf and Bengi are coming into the jungle to try to finish it off. Nope, just kidding, they're not. Just poking in there for the ward. That's it.
In that deep vision, they're going to keep playing around this top side. They don't need vision on the red side jungle of Samsung because they're playing and rotating around Cuvée, delaying him as long as possible.
Yeah, they've sent Bang up there to finish it off, but looks like they may trade bot. No, not enough minions.
And no minion wave for quite a while as well, so you can see Core JJ trying to face tank and do a bit more damage, cut off the minion wave as it comes. Random stat, but Core JJ, 11-0-11, hasn't died in Champions yet.
Wow. I suppose it's only been like 1 or 2 games.
It's only been 2 games
Yeah.
for him, but first death
Still
not
impressive.
incurred yet.
Still very impressive.
Again, he was very hard done by. He played very well in their first series. Bengi's caught in rotation.
Yeah, that would be fun. Taking the Lantern Express. Wow.
Every
Taking
time
a lot
Victor's
of
on the
damage.
same mini-map, I'm not sure if people are going to be fine.
He's always on the same mini-map, though.
It's true.
Everyone's on the mini-map.
In the macro map, then.
The macro map?
That's what I'm calling it.
All right.
Wave clear wars.
Oh, and Samsung going for the second dragon. Pretty unopposed. What's SKT going to try to get out of this?
Milling around Baron. They're not
Not a
going to
lot.
actually try it. Have the damage for that yet. Again, it's a second dragon, so
All right.
no need to rip your hair out. They've got that all-important first stack, so no surprise to see the second one. They just weren't in position. Wolf was on the top side of the map. No reason to overforce for a second dragon. Other teams, please take note. Second dragon buff, not a big deal.
So, you know, as we move into the late game, it's kind of like Ambition versus SKT, isn't it? Ambition trying to hold together this somewhat rookie lineup.
As long as Samsung can establish a win condition, they can be fine. Just think back to Longju versus Samsung Game 2, where Longju were way
true.
ahead, and the only thing Samsung had going for them was the fact that they had stronger team fight, and they managed to monopolize the Dragon to some extent. Honestly, it was crazy how little map pressure they had, but they still kept the Dragons up, and if they can do that here, 5th Dragon win condition, look, it doesn't sound like a 2016 thing, but Samsung have shown different, and there have been multiple teams this season already that have been taking games late and winning despite all the changes in 2016.
Pretty much.
Opting into a late game against Gangplank though, already 2 items, scary proposition.
It is, and SKT has been solid in the late game for very long time. Whoa, Faker though. Faker just cannot 1v1 Crown right now.
Nope. He doesn't have a Hex Drinker. He's certainly not building for the lane matchup. If he wanted insurance, a Hex Drinker early would have been the purchase. Core JJ.
Yeah, Bang finds Core JJ and finds an easy 1v1 in that top lane too.
With that second item, remember, we haven't seen the Trinity Force rotations we were expecting from the Corki. Once he gets S3 and of course the extra cooldown reduction granted by the secondary attack speed crit item, Bang's looking pretty damn good in the 1v1.
Samsung really didn't need Core JJ to die there, did they?
Nope.
Oh, Core JJ, his first death of the season.
Doesn't give them any Baron or objective pressure. Now, everyone that tries to clear waves against Crown is getting super punished.
Yeah.
But these are the 2 items. Cuvée, Swiftness Boots into Black Cleaver and Ravenous Hydra. Can he now duel against Duke? That's the question I pose to this Fiora versus Tahm Kench matchup.
Well, Duke's got a lot of armor. He also does have a bit of damage with that Sunfire Cape, just for anyone who stands near him. Oh, speaking of duels, here we go. Duke, Grand Challenge activated on him. The Grand Challenge wins. Cuvée actually winning that duel handily, and he may get a kill here. Oh, health regenning. Cuvée takes a lot of damage. Duke still hasn't popped his gray health, though.
Duke is so steadfast at holding
know.
onto that cooldown. He knows exactly how much health is out. I mean, look at those bars. He's certainly very tanky. He still had 600 in reserve, despite being very low on the health total. The answer is, you cannot push out of the lane at Tahm Kench, even if you pop ultimate on Fiora.
So do we call that a one duel for Cuvée?
It definitely bodes well for SKT, though. The fact that he can't be pushed out of lane.
Well, let's get to some pressure in the mid lane right now. And now it feels like Samsung has kind of moved on to the defensive.
They're very comfortable on the defensive again. 6 in the league for CS difference at 10. They play from behind very frequently. They just look for something to keep them in it. And that in this game is strong wave clear a decent, if not dominant, 1v1 matchup in the side lanes late, and dragon control. They need to keep monopolizing the dragon, because the map pressure has been almost one-sided to the advantage of SKT from about the last 10 minutes.
Oh, Faker on the run. There's a lantern, but
Whoa.
there's no chance of him getting to it. And what a gank from Samsung. Wow, it's the get Faker game. Wow, Ambition gets caught with that death sentence, makes it out. Wraith taking a turret shot, but gets a nice traffic pylon down. Oh, Wraith grabbed again. Trundle low, has to burn that flash to get out of the box. Bang gets a lot of damage in on Ambition. Meanwhile, Kube takes that top turret though.
Really
Samsung
good.
still looking good.
Really good pressure play from Samsung, and again, I remain to be convinced by the gangplank from Faker. 2 games in a row, lost the first one, and in general, this guy is so great when he has lane dominance. In fact, sometimes in counter matchups, he finds lane dominance. Not the story with his gangplank, though.
Oh, Bengi thought they had an option with Crown caught under turret, but Bengi the one ending up nearly dying there instead. Dragging up in a minute 30, and SKT in another position where they just really can't lose anybody right now.
Just, again, picking lane dominance for Faker yields so many results. This guy is so known for winning lane and then using champions like Victor to get around and impact other lanes. And okay, on a simple fact, you can ult other lanes with the gangplank, but the lane dominance is not there. And he has looked weak in laning phase both times on this gangplank.
Yeah, I don't really know if this is going to be the best pick for him. Doesn't seem like it. Constable Trundle is the only Trundle skin in my opinion.
I agree.
It is. The long arms of the law, because he's a troll, so he's got like extra long arms. So get it?
A troll policeman in general is already tremendous, though.
I suppose. Well, we're at a bit of a standstill until the dragon comes up. But SKT, the one facing the most pressure at the moment.
Samsung can set up pink wards around objectives, specifically the dragons, since that's what they seem to be focusing on. Look at the build, specifically from Core JJ. Second item, Infinity Edge, means he's all about chancing for the Trinity Force proc into an IE crit, i.e. burst damage.
Yep.
We've already seen how much Victor can burst. You face check a bush if you're Gangplank, if you're Bang, if you're Wolf, anyone other than basically Duke, you will die instantly and it'll be a free objective. So pink wards, and in general ward supremacy, is what Samsung need to keep capitalizing on this objective snowball they've tried to establish in the first 30 minutes.
Pretty much. It's dragon time.
Dragon time.
Faker's there. SKT has position on it. Have they caught Ambition? They need to be kind of careful. Thunderlord's proc takes a chunk out of Faker. TP coming in for Samsung. Looks like it was actually canceled.
Both teams canceling.
Kuve, yeah, Duke opting not to come down, but he's got null, so he can at least get partially there. No, but it's a duel up in top lane. Duke may be doing a little bit better on this one, but the ult still has yet to be activated by Kuve. There it is now. Grand challenge, and Duke waiting. There's the challenge activated. Big heal for Kuve. Duke turns it around. Where's that gray health? Still hasn't activated it. Might need to do it now. He's waiting so long. Kuve gets him. Duke, no chance.
That was an amazing
Wow.
duel. He actually reposted the W, stunned him up, and killed him during the duration, even though Bang clears it up. What a duel by Kuve.
Yeah, Duke held onto that E a little bit too long, and that's going to cost SK Telecom a dragon when it's all said and done.
Something
Duke
that
getting
we've
a little bit too cocky in the top lane.
It's something that we've seen growing this week, though, is that CC is being held for Tom Kench when he falls low, popped, and then killing him during the CC duration before he can pop. The implied tankiness of the Grey Health. Held onto the riposte. What a riposte from Kuve. This guy, obviously mechanically talented, so frequently in the top 10 of solo queue, starting to translate that into competitive play.
Yeah, and if there's one thing that solo queue is going to help you do really well, it's duels. So he knew exactly what he needed to do to take out Duke.
Just hyped to see that. Hyped to see players like Kuve, young players, take the next step.
Yeah.
Duke's going to have to reassess and be a little bit less cocky with his use on the Grey Health later.
Yeah. Yeah, he held that for so long. I know you want to get the most out of it, Duke, but you also want to live.
Obviously, the thing about Grey Health is that if you can back away and having not popped it, you're going to get your maximum health back. You're going to get effective healing from the Grey Health if you don't pop the shield, which dissipates that heal. So I can understand his theory, but in these all-in duels, when flash is up from Kuve, etc., I think you have to be slightly more defensive.
Well, especially after Grand Challenge goes off and Fiora gets that heal too. I feel like you need to do something. He was down to like a 10 health and he still hadn't used it. Then after that W got riposted, like you said, it was just too late. So now what does SKT do? They're down in Dragons 3-1. Even on turrets, though. They've still got even gold, at least, with Samsung.
Look at this. The healing is actually going to be exemplified. It's the Spirit Visage. Ambition takes a lot of damage.
Oh, yeah, they grab the death sentence, too. Man, the pillar from Trundle is just so useful as a disengage tool. It's just one of the greatest abilities in the game, not only for disengage, but funneling a team through a smaller choke, for pushing people away, for trapping someone. There's so much you can do with it.
Again, it echoes. Oh,
Brown takes some damage. Wow, Faker gets him with the ultimate. They're going in. SKT, this is a team fight they were looking for. They managed to take out Core JJ as well, and now Duke has Wraith right where he wants him, and you cannot, for a second, let your guard down against SK Telecom. We've seen them do it for years, and we're seeing it again today. They will take everything from you.
And out of nowhere, Faker turns it on. Crown far too aggressive with his positioning. He was so used to bossing around Faker in the laning phase that he disregarded the grouping phase, got burst down, and look what the price is for Crown's overextension.
How many times have we seen this from SK Telecom?
This game could end here.
I think it could, actually. They're going for it. They've got the tankiness with Tom Kench. They may actually try to do it. Only Kuve and Ambition yet to do it. And is it actually going to end here? Grand Challenge activated. It's a long time. Wraith is coming back up now. Ambition so low he can't help out. SKT, have they overextended? Bang really low. And SKT going to need to back off of this one. They had an opportunity to end it, but Kuve denying that one. Wraith coming up as well just in time.
Not done.
Uh-oh, Kuve coming from the side. Ambition as well trying to flank. Faker doing some damage. That was a close call for Samsung. And again, like I was saying before, how many times have we seen SKT being kind of quiet in the early game, letting it be an even game, and then bam, they find one team fight, and that is it, man.
And it was so necessary, Doa, because the 4th Dragon was coming around. If they gave that one up away, they were going to have to deal with 5th Dragon multiple times.
I don't know if Samsung can do the Baron here. This seems very risky.
Trying to force it out of SKT. They get the Gangplank hold.
Faker drops his ult right away, that's right. Crown gets caught up by the Cocoon. Kuve on the side, looks like maybe some miscommunication. SKT not together. Wolf very low, gets saved by Tom Kench. That's a kill for SKT right off the bat. Wolf still alive for the moment. Tom Kench did get taken down. A kill for Core JJ comes in. SK Telecom on the run now. Bang gonna turn it around, but he can't push people away fast enough without calling. Kuve going off now. Can he get Bang? Not quite! Bang able to use the turret to get a kill in return. And Samsung, without a minion wave in mid, won't be able to take any turrets off of this.
It was a good catch, but if Kuve had backed off, they could have turned on to Baron. I guess the call was, go for it, we lost our Dragon, we don't want to risk the Baron, try and get more kills. They couldn't mop up as much as they wanted. They're not even going to get that inner turret, let alone the inhibitor turret in mid. So many fights, we're only going to get a replay of this most recent one. The Grand Challenge goes down early. It looks like it won't be popped at all. The first kill isn't, of course, the Tom Kench, but when he goes down, they keep going. At this point, because their jungler is dead, they don't feel like they can peel off to Baron, but they don't even get this inner turret. So strategic-wise, or in terms of getting those objectives, advantage SKT by far, popping that inhibitor from their first positive play of the game.
I think SKT got into Samsung's head a little bit there because we saw things get scary for Samsung. They defended well, but then the first thing they do is overcommit in 2 ways. They try to take a risky Baron, and then they go way too far with the chase. And that is exactly what SKT wants to do to you, man. They want to make you feel uncomfortable, make you overcommit, make mistakes that they can capitalize on.
I'm not actually going to hold the Baron attempt against Samsung, specifically because SKT didn't have time to go spend all the gold they picked up, picking up those turrets, taking that inhibitor. They wanted to force a fight against SKT before they went back and shopped and got their items. They felt they could take it. They won the fight from it. It was just the fact that they had to feel like they had to overextend for those last few fights and not pick up any of the easier objectives. That means that SKT really won that objective trade, hands down.
30 seconds until Baron comes out. SK Telecom really wants to deny that from Samsung because they don't want them to be on the verge of getting that 5th Dragon.
4th Dragon as well.
That's right. Well, I mean, if they get the 4th, then that will put them in a position to get the 5th.
Absolutely.
That would be scary. You don't want that.
When you get forced to fight every 6 minutes.
Yeah.
Hold out from Lucian.
Like Korea doesn't do that already.
That's fair.
It's Korea, man. Dragon time is fighting time.
For better or for worse?
More often.
For better or for worse, for sure.
Always for better in my book. My book is called Always Fighting, the better way to play League of Legends.
I'll write a forward for that one, Doa.
All right.
Don't get Monty too, he doesn't like fighting.
Yeah, I know. I don't. I think he'd just be too critical.
I still have my LPL blood in me, so fighting is still good in my book.
That's what I like about you, Papa Smithy.
Bit more bloodthirst than the average color caster.
That's right. It's a good thing. SKT gets the dragon. And again, you know, Duke, what are you doing, buddy?
He doing?
What are you doing back there?
This is a really big misplay. There's no way for SKT to collapse. It's going to take forever to get there. Duke will certainly die.
Why was Duke back then?
The communication between Duke and his teammates, MVP or no, was a big question. Could you just slot in Duke into this SKT lineup and have it be clean? And the answer is clearly still some communication to work on.
I do not know. I mean, was he maybe doing some warding? It's tough to say.
Well, put it this way. You can't really double misclick an R. Like, he really wanted to go on this voyage. Just like the Magical Journey, he wanted to go deep into enemy lines, but no one was backing him up at all. His teammates on the minimap were all backing away. No one had the same mindset as Duke.
Yeah. He just got really inspired by seeing what Smeb did yesterday. And he's like, I can do that too, but no, you can't, Duke. Not right now. Faker picking up the rapid fire cannon, it looks like. I believe.
That's the Asterix
Oh,
gauge.
no, you're right. My bad.
Bit more inherent tankiness means his Trinity Force proc is going to hit that much harder.
I was actually looking at one of Gangplank's abilities that the Observer was pointing out.
Oh,
Look,
okay.
It looks like the rapid fire cannon. Look at that. And then look at rapid fire cannon.
I cannot deny, Doa.
It's very similar. Observer trolled me.
Thanks, Observer. Was it Makuza?
Probably.
What a troll.
Yeah. Our main observer is the former Najin player / coach Makuza.
His mechanics looking pretty good on that Kindred vs. Bots 1v5 pregame.
Yeah, man. Those bot game mechanics.
That's what Korean pros do when they retire. They observe games and they play against bots.
That's right.
1v5 though, no backup for Makuza.
It sounds relaxing. SKT going for a Baron now, or at least trying to set up something. They find Samsung, push them away with the culling for the moment. There are still some wards to worry about. They don't really have a way to clear those at the moment.
This was the time of the game where Longzhu kind of fell apart, you'll remember. Just a couple of days ago, Samsung's late game shot calling has been very solid, and this game is very close. The kill score slightly in the advantage of SKT, but 2,000 goals at 40 minutes. Again, almost a wash between these two teams.
Well, yeah, it's just one of those games where it's going to come down to whoever has a big team fight win will win the game, you know?
I mean, it could just be whoever missed positions. Crown almost lost this game single-handedly overextending for poke damage on Faker, which of course had been so successful for him previous to that phase of the game. We've seen other games where Crown gets a pick on Victor and wins the game because around 40 minutes, death time is 50+ seconds. One mistake and this game is over.
Yeah, it really could be for either of these teams. Interesting to see SKT in this position to begin with.
Samsung have improved, whatever the case, whatever the result right here.
You know, we see Ambition get hooked there, and one of the problems CJ had throughout was Ambition getting caught in really important late game situations. So even though we're not looking at CJ here, we're still looking at Ambition needing to be a little bit careful about being caught out.
Package is available for Corki, but of course can't let off the pressure mid and back away. No Dragon available for a while. Cuve's pushing up, but whether he can actually take out this turret in front of Tom Catch, that's the part where he's finding it a little bit tricky.
Doesn't look like he can. Might take a little while.
All the blue trinkets on cooldown. Ambition.
Oh, Ambition really putting a lot of priority on getting rid of that ward, which is understandable, but you got to be careful. He would have gotten hit by a cocoon there.
CJ Ambition would have been caught right there.
Yeah, maybe. Well, the thing is he's been dying a lot more on his warding missions because he doesn't have Mad Life to bail him out anymore, you know?
It's true. Thresh is taken away and Mad Life's not in his pocket. Does die a lot with warding. That's the Ambition way.
Yeah.
He's backing away now.
And SKT is going to actually go right for Baron.
But look at Crown's damage. He has so much damage. I don't think Crown was in vision, so he should be okay here. They won't be able to finish the Baron.
I was wondering. They started it, but they turned off so fast. I think you're right.
Good defensive pink wards from Samsung. Their pink warding in general has been really on point. And actually, there's no pink wards on the map at all from SKT.
Not at the moment, I guess.
Maybe one, but being obscured by a champion. No, that's shocking to see. Pink wards are so powerful. Pink wards are OP, Doa. It made them cheaper. They're still as powerful as before. There's less green wards. You control vision. You monopolize it with pink wards. It's surprising to see their lack. I guess just back time is immense. And the fact that we're getting towards 6 items, not the space for pink wards.
Yep. Seems that way. Wolf the only one on SK Telecom that has it at the moment.
So tense.
This is a very long, extended Baron dance, but yeah, whoever ends up losing this next fight will lose the game. SKT, they think they've got an opportunity. Teleport coming in, they turn off of that Baron immediately. Samsung keeping a close eye with that ward on what SKT's up to. SK Telecom looking for a chance. So hard to engage when there's a Trundle on the other team, though. Getting funneled into that choke, but no real advantage that Samsung can do. They're going to go for this mid-tier 2, it looks like, but SK Telecom's already there.
Trundle can tank
they
it
get
out.
it? He certainly can. I think they're just going to get it.
A lot of damage. Corki Corki was actually with the minion wave, so didn't get any Trinity Force blocks. They back away. Worth noting that, of course, in that Baron Force, both top laners use teleport, so not even a summoner advantage for SKT.
Right. Oh man, this game is
It's so tense.
It's on a razor's edge right now, man. I mean, the next tiny mistake that either one of these teams make is probably going to be the end of it.
Worth noting that for SKT to get the most out of their comp, they want to be able to set up those barrels and then have the fight come to them. That's where they're strongest. If Faker's trying to snipe people with barrels, it can be very difficult to proactively place barrels, but reactively, it's almost clockwork taking people out. Faker has a lot of gold. He's ahead of his opponent purely because of all the extra gold from Parlay.
Fiora's down trying to do Dragon by herself, so if they've got Kuve away from the rest of Samsung,
Poor JJ is
Wolf
split.
coming in, he's a little bit far ahead. Ambition gets grabbed. Bengi in the back, they're going to jump on Crown. Faker drops his ultimate. Crown gets away, but he's forced out of the fight. SKT all over him right now. Bengi will go down, but they'll take Crown with him. Crown manages to get that kill right at the end. Wolf has Grand Challenge activated on him. That's not going to be helpful. They're not going to be able to pop that one. SKT has Samsung on the run. They managed to fraction the team up. That's not a real term, but you get what I mean. They split these guys up. Duke comes in. Can he grab Wraith? Wraith flashing away. Duke wants to get close enough to eat him, but it doesn't look like that's going to work out. SKT can back off and take this dragon now.
It's insane that Samsung got an even fight out of that. Core JJ spent about 40% of the fight just not even auto-attacking. He was going in and around terrain. SKT could be assertive. Samsung was on the back foot, and to trade evenly is more than Samsung could ever have hoped for.
Well, they ended up getting a turret out of that too, and I don't know if SKT can get this dragon now. Yeah, they delayed a little bit in the enemy jungle. They had to wait for Bang to go back.
Crown and Bang get
Bengi's
dead.
still dead, of course, yeah.
Damage advantage to SKT, but no smite means that Dragon is very risky.
Yeah, Ambition's just going to get right up on the Dragon right now. It would be Dragon 4. SKT's going to fight it. Culling used. Ambition pulled in with the death sentence. Faker is here at a half health. Zoning with that ultimate. They burst down the Dragon and take it in the meantime. Dragons are even now. They pull in Wraith. Wolf a bit low. Bang still has a good position on this fight.
They're going to give up Wraith here.
I think they are, yeah. They may give up a lot more than that. Now that SK Telecom has that man advantage, they can just go for this Baron. Wolf, the only one really in a dangerous health level.
Still very risky to attempt Baron with the magic resist debuff against a 6-item Victor.
I suppose.
Victor is massive. Looks like SKT aren't going to risk it or chance it just yet. Still 35 seconds on Wraith's respawn.
Yeah.
Man, the tense.
Wow.
Nothing's dropping off. We're seeing even fights. How Samsung got an even fight where literally Core JJ could do minimal to no damage says a lot about the power of the rest of their 4 members.
Oh, SKT going for the Baron right now. They just decide to try to rush it. Risky move. Crown coming in. He's got all that damage like you talked about. He's in there. Bengi gets him with the cocoon. SKT finds their chance. They take out Crown, and now they're going to turn on to Ambition. That is exactly what Samsung could not afford to have happen. Core JJ the next to fall. And Papa Smithy, I gotta say, I think this one is over.
Death timers are so long. A minute on Crown's respawn right here. 2 overextensions from Crown, 1 SKT this game. Samsung, very sound in terms of strategic League of Legends, but a couple mistakes. Communication, I think, at a premium that last fight means that SKT are gonna win game 1.
Yeah, nice hook on Kuve. Wow. Wolf just really putting the exclamation point on the end of this GG. There goes the Nexus turret. Wraith the only one left. They're going to take him down 2 for the ace. And that is it. That is it. SK Telecom takes game 1.
It's the end of game 1, but you can certainly tell from how close game 1 was. We've got quite a great series on our hands right here. A couple of positioning mistakes, chiefly from Crown. Adjust that, be a bit more defensive, and perhaps the game could have gone to Samsung.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope Samsung doesn't collapse after a loss like that. It was a very close game, but in the end, the World Championship team, SK Telecom, showing us, why they are the world champions. They were a little bit behind now and then. It was a very close game either way. At the end of the day, they found their opportunities, and like we said in the middle of that game, you cannot give SKT an inch. You cannot make mistakes around these guys, because I think more than anything, SKT is so good at capitalizing on those mistakes.
These 5 men in particular made some missteps. Duke, the new player, with his random abyssal voyage to death, 1v5. Faker, I don't know if Gangplank's the champion for you. I understand denying it in terms of not giving away multiple power picks, but SKT still have to go back to that drawing board to really iron up some of their not trademark mistakes.
I mean, to be fair to Faker, he did have a lot of very good zoning ultimates. I know zoning ult is a joke, but in this case, it really helped. It helped them secure some dragons, helped them splinter the team for a good team fight. So while it wasn't impressive in lane, while we didn't get to see the big flashing plays, I think he made it work from a utility perspective.
Keep it in the back pocket. I don't know about forcing it out there every series.
I agree. I'd like to see him do something different. We'll see if he does. We'll be back in just a few minutes for Samsung versus SKT Game 2 here on OGN Champions Spring. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
into your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you, holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world.
Welcome back to Champion Spring, and bang, it will be the MVP. For SK Telecom, 905 had a great performance. Really, his positioning in those team fights was a lot of what helped them win.
And honestly, both teams had an early snowball. One of the teams in the bottom lane, that was SKT, Bang getting the advantage. Crown was in the advantage in the mid lane. Crown overextended, gave away 2 important deaths. Bang, though, was completely on top of his game the whole way through.
Yeah, getting a little bit of help from Faker there, and the Gangplank ultimate.
This was the big pick onto Crown. Both Faker and Bang were well on form there. Of course, that meant that Bang could run riot throughout the remainder of this fight. This was what really led to the ascendancy of SKT in the late game. But man, it was close for the majority of the 45 minutes.
Well, yeah, I think you're right about Crown there. That last fight, just we're looking at this other one here, is Crown had a habit of just trying to poke a little bit too hard, trying to go a little bit too far forward to get that damage in. And SKT just kind of called him on it right here at the end. Bengi was completely ready with that cocoon, and you know, what do you do?
So many fights in a row. Bang was able to free hit or put out massive damage, and Crown and Core JJ was zoned out of the fight. I don't think it was necessarily a fault of Core JJ, but playing around terrain often happens when you're fighting around Dragon and Baron. SKT, on top of that game, Samsung, their communication let them down between members, like Crown overextending, and around terrain in a couple of instances to swing what was otherwise a very even game.
Yeah, and I feel like we've seen this kind of game from SK Telecom for years, you know, where they don't necessarily have the strongest early game. They might fall behind a little bit. They might go even in lane. And then in the end, there's going to be some little instance where they capitalize on a mistake, take an inhibitor, take a huge amount off of that, and then suddenly the ball is rolling, and it's really hard to stop these guys. This is just how SKT has played League for a long time.
I would say that when they were at their absolute best, you know, towards the end of 2015, their game plan was a bit more predictable. There were less unpredictable mistakes, like Duke, for example, launching himself randomly into the enemy jungle, Faker getting solo killed in mid. Those were the atypical paths, and that's what tells me they're still getting used to this 5-man lineup.
Yeah, well, Faker doesn't die in a lot of 1v1s.
No.
He does always overextend. He's good enough that usually it's okay, but apparently on Gangplank he can't quite be quite as cavalier. So it's time for game number 2, SKT versus Samsung. And we'll see what the bans are going to be like.
I like it.
Yeah, I think the Victor ban's a good plan.
I mean, this actually does echo what you were maybe predicting in game 1 of the just tilt them strategy from SKT, where SKT drafted strong picks, didn't respect the undefeated at the time Rek'Sai, and Victor then beat them. That was the story of SKT years ago. They would often approach best of 5 series usually in this situation. Of course, that was back when it was best of 2 into best of 5, but in a best of 5 series, they would be happy to give over strong picks and try and beat their strongest lineup. It's no surprise here that the Victor is banned away against Crown. It's been by far his most effective champion.
Yeah, it's an interesting way to approach things, where it's like, well, we can either ban what they're good at, or we can just let them play it and then beat it, and then just make them bad. It was a GP ban, so not wanting to first pick that, give it over, and the Rise ban not unexpected at all. So what's the first pick for SKT going to be?
Lulu being left open against SKT is certainly not a common thing. Faker is so good at this champion.
Yep.
Locked in first pick, no surprise.
And of course a flex pick that they can always move around if they want to, but you'd think it's probably going to go to Faker.
You might think, okay, last time SKT played Lulu, they lost, but of course that was Scout on Lulu. Much different proposition where it will be Faker, and I guess, as you mentioned, small chance that Duke could pick it up for the top lane. Doesn't strike me as a top lane pick for Duke, but possibility nonetheless.
He's played enough Lulu in the past, but we'll see. Corki Alistar, so just the bot lane being grabbed by Samsung.
Like a week ago, the priority might have been Corki over Lulu. Faker's mid Corki was just unbelievable against CJ in the first game of the week, of the first game of the season even, but Corki is taken away. Again, a flex pick. Flex picks mostly the story of the day, but Bengi does get the Rek'Sai, gets back onto a control jungle that's been taken away and banned from him multiple series in a row.
Well, I mean, 2015 was the year of Bengi being amazing on Rek'Sai, so definitely a power pick for this dude. Bang, of course, still very good on Lucian. We saw it last game, so no surprise to see them take that again in game 2. Elise Lissandra chosen by Samsung.
Lissandra's been one of the most important champions for Samsung. They've played at both top and mid. Crown struggled with it mechanically in lane, but made some really good team fighting decisions on Lissandra, and Cuve was a beast teleporting in with flanks on the Lissandra, so that's a crazy pick to get in the 4th round of the draft as well.
You know, we saw the Zed, now we're seeing the Lux. I wonder.
It's a blind pick.
The Fiora would make more sense, but I'd love to see Faker play Zed again, or even Lux would be pretty entertaining.
Maybe on the red side, Doa, but given that they have the Lulu locked in and they're blind picking against the mid lane, too risky to go to the Zed. It's coming. Don't worry, it's coming.
Maybe someday. Fiora Braum seems reasonable. Braum a little bit surprising where they still have the option to grab that Thresh. I guess Trundle is a good choice too.
They do settle on the Fiora. We've seen many times this season, specifically from Someday and KT, Lissandra being outscaled by Fiora in a side lane. Now there is still the potential to flex here, so it's not clear what's going top, but hovering on the Varus and locked in.
Cool. So we saw some Varus yesterday, but this is going to be a top Varus apparently. No, it's a mid Varus. I was going to be like, what the? All right. I mean, we saw support Lissandra yesterday, man, so you never know. You never know what you're going to see in champions this season.
Kuro was rocking the mid lane Varus. I also spoke about, of course, back at IEM Cologne. It was Athena playing mid lane Varus forever, of course, now with EDG. Varus has good itemization against AP champs. More of Malmortius has definitely been buffed from a Varus perspective in terms of the stats it provides. Very big poke comp coming through, or poke duo between Varus and Corki on the side of Samsung.
SKT looking calm and collected. Samsung perhaps a bit more nervous. Ambition especially looks a little bit shaken up on that screen right there. It was a close game that they lost in game number 1, and it is tough to come back in a series against SK Telecom. I think a lot of teams around the world can tell you that.
This is definitely a draft that is on a timer from Samsung. They have excellent poke, but if this goes late enough, no way for Lissandra to enter lane against Fiora's split push. Look for Samsung to try and motor down turrets, because if they don't, if there's enough time bought for SKT, late game, scary place to play for Samsung.
Absolutely. And the game is loading. And we will see if Samsung can somehow find a way to win game 2, force a game 3. That would make this a pretty amazing series. But right now, SK Telecom with the momentum. Can Samsung tie it up? Let's get in the game and find out.
Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you.
What do they want to rule?
I don't know!
What is it? Rule the Rift? I guess that's what we'll settle for this time.
The way it's said, it sounds like they want to rule the woe, which is depressing, actually, so...
Rule the woe?
Tales
the
of woe.
Feeling of sadness?
Yeah, that's
All
not
right.
really a thing you want to rule. I
Maybe
mean,
they're like, whoa, like a cool roller coaster, or when you see a dinosaur.
gnarly, dude.
Yeah, well, Samsung versus SKT, game number 2. And we don't see too many series where SK Telecom is up a game and then loses.
I was talking about the IAM Cologne Varus. This was actually the matchup that Athena prioritized Varus into, the Lulu. Now, Lulu, very famous lane bully. It's been a mid lane, I guess flex pick to top lane for a very long time at this point. Faker is an excellent Lulu, but just the line wave clear you get from Varus, specifically with blue buff from range level 7 and 9, means that you can stay back and clear so safely. Camera actually showing Core JJ, moving with the minion wave, not looking for a lane swap, clearly as you can see, Corki on the bottom side of the map. Lane swaps have been interesting on both sides as SKT's going for a vision.
Yeah, Wraith saw Wolf though. This is kind of bizarre. It looks like maybe they wanted to do the Gromp, but Bang and Wolf were there, so they couldn't. I don't know.
So basically, the reason why things like that are happening is that deep wards are no longer a thing to check for the lane swap, so you kind of have to check late. If you spot it, then try and group your top laner and go for a delayed lane swap. So it's, again, lane swap information, but there's so much more incomplete information with all the changes to the early game, specifically the spawn timers and everything else on the 2016 patch.
Well, Kube may have a bit of an edge against Duke in lane early on. Wow, Bengi getting a little bit low against that blue buff.
Unideal pathing from Bengi. We see a lot of Rek'Sai players playing around the blue buff and then handing off the first blue to their mid laner early in the game, but just given the potential for a lane swap, couldn't do the double bluff and had to just take that as his first buff. And yeah, Varus will wave clear just fine. If he can hold on to blue, he can match Lulu in the wave clear from from excellent safety. He'll be able to itemize into more Malmortius, although not that much AP damage, so perhaps we'll just go for the Ghost Blade after building into the tier. Varus also, an interesting change for him, his ambitions around top lane.
Yeah, they may try to make a play on Duke. He's recalling right now. We'll see. Bengi coming up too. He's going to spot...
No, he's not.
Oh, actually doesn't see Ambition. Ambition going in. Bengi immediately turning. And Ambition's just going to need to run back to turret, yeah.
Bengi just went for the check. He was like, okay, he might be in the brush and not moving. I don't know for sure. Spotted him out in the end. Ambition actually hot in pursuit of Bengi.
Wants to make sure he doesn't go for a gank here, and Bengi is doing exactly that. Going on the crown, there's a knock up, a little bit of damage. We'll see how much they can force out of him. Don't get any summoner spells. They do take a big chunk of health. That's going to make Faker's time a little bit easier in lane for maybe a moment or two.
When SKT pushed up, they were actually able to get deep vision onto the blue buff. It still hasn't been cleared by Ambition, so interesting to see if we do see a contest around the blue buff.
Yep.
The early levels, Lulu should have a relative ability to push waves. She has much lower cooldown on her line wave clear, the Glitter Lance versus the Piercing Arrow from Varus.
Yep. Always do need to watch your mana a little bit. Wow. But early on, Faker's going to be trading pretty favorably with Crown, as we can see here. Although, well, Crown getting a little bit better with that one, but not much mana.
Another small reason that Varus has become an interesting pick, specifically on patch 6.1, is that Storm Raider's Surge is now a mastery other than Thunderlords is actually worth taking. The big thing about this mastery is if you do 30% of the enemy's health, you get 75% slow resistance. You might think, okay, how is that related to Varus? Varus, of course, has a self-slow as he channels his Q, which will be reduced by 75%. You can get so much more range and mobility charging that up. It's not really relevant till the cooldown gets lower around level 9, but it actually is really interesting.
Whoa.
As we see some heavy trading between Faker and Crown.
Yeah, I think I just saw Faker take a Thunderlord's proc too, so it looks like Crown decided to go with that mastery anyway.
Poke damage is also an important thing, but it is at least...
Now Faker needs to be kind of careful here. Ambition tracking back to the mid lane. It's fine for now. But Crown has really done well in lane against Faker today. Very impressive stuff.
No doubt whatsoever. The first game was against Gangplank, who's kind of a punching bag in the early game. A little bit. Not too surprising.
It is true. But Crown, I mean, this guy was already looking pretty good at the end of last year. He's certainly improved a lot.
This is just a really fun game strategy. This is the sort of game that Monty would love because both teams have very clear win conditions. Samsung mentioned it during the picks and bans. Excellent poke duo between Varus and Corki. And you have the Lissandra versus Fiora, where in the early game you have CC, you can dive that Fiora, you can take advantage of her. However, in the late game, team fights, we're talking about Faker on Lulu and Bang on Lucian. Just remember, CJ Entus versus SKT back in the spring season, how Bang ran wild with that duo. This is going to empower Bang to be even more impressive than his MVP performance in the previous game, and you're going to have Duke outscale in terms of the 1v1 between Fiora and Lissandra. So early game is in the advantage of Samsung. They need to try and help Lissandra out, and that's what you see. Ambition pathing around top.
Duke may need some help here as he went in on the Kube. Oh, Cocoon misses for Ambition, though. Duke trying to make it out. Looks like he'll be okay. TP coming in from Faker. Doesn't cancel it either. Wow, all right. They're just going to do some damage here. Wow, some serious damage onto Ambition with that E. That was EQ combo.
That was a really poor gank from Ambition. He just kind of threw out a max range cocoon hoping for the best, missed, and then really couldn't provide much. He just needed to path over. I guess he was scared of the kill potential, but I think more could happen there. If you play around the Lissandra, you can hold down the Fiora and ensure that that outscales at 25 to 35 minutes and not much earlier in the game.
You know, Faker, I suppose, is in a position where he can totally do that. He can whimsy his way back down the mid and get there quickly, and with Crown taking heal instead of teleport, you're not really at a TP disadvantage by using it. Well, Bengi going in onto Crown. Crown still has his summoners available. He may need to use one now. Getting very, very low. There's a wild growth. Faker trying to get enough CC to complete that kill, but Crown is able to use the summoner heal and flash to make it out.
Trying to be very steadfast in his summoners. Seeing multiple lanes, actually, aggression coming in, but I think everyone backs away. In the end, he probably could have held on to his heal. There was no ignite on the side of Faker, so he wouldn't have died, but
I suppose.
Safety first.
I think when he got hit with that wild growth, he just got a little bit spooked and decided
We've all been there. Press both those summoners.
Yeah, you just like smash your hand down the keyboard like, escape!
I guess I'm safe. Shame about the heal.
It happens.
Definitely does.
Yep. Still in the end, Faker going pretty even in lane CS-wise against Crown at the moment.
Even isn't really what Samsung's looking for. The key timing here, the one we'll know about the game is Faker.
Oh, that was really close to being cocooned.
Was just spotted out. It looked like mostly Ambition was holding safe. I think just spotted out by the Tremor Sense. But the key thing here, Doa, here's what we're looking for. When we look down the bottom and see Trinity Force completed, Varus at least level 9, which obviously is coming very soon, that's the go button. If they do not take multiple objectives, start the snowball then, we're going to have to really worry for Samsung keeping this draft together because, again, they haven't played around the Lissandra. That's what we saw Jin Air do in this Lissandra vs. Fiora matchup, was deny So1 extensively as Crown. It was for a very aggressive back. Just hold down that Fiora. Fiora's not held down. Once those items come through, you either take advantage of that timing or you get outscaled by SKT.
Yeah, pretty much. We already see Court JJ struggling a little bit in lane. He's not down in CS by too much, but whizzed out a little bit. The longer you delay that Corki from getting the Trinity Force, the better shape you're in against a poke comp like this.
Or even the other way, the longer you keep Corki in lane with the Trinity Force and not able to rotate around the map, just clearing waves, that is not why you pick the Corki. So that's either or will win. Of course, they got the ganks last game, so the Corki was way behind, and I just pick up CS after losing turret. That hasn't happened this game, so let's see if Samsung can aggressively rotate around their massive poke duo in about 5 minutes' time.
All right. I'm going to go grab some coffee. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
No worries, I got this, Doa.
All right, you got this? All right.
It's actually pretty hard to get coffee at this time in 5 minutes, but if you run.
That's true. That's true. I don't think I can do it. All right, I'll stay. You convince me.
It's nice to have company. Monty left me behind.
Hey, I've had to solo cast champions, man.
I know, I haven't had that yet. I'm waiting for my solo cast opportunity.
Well,
the solo color cast, we haven't had it yet. We've had double color, which I think's gone pretty well, but solo color, oh boy.
Well, hopefully you never have to do it.
Chobra, double duty on the solo cast. What a legend.
Yeah. What a guy.
Whatever happened to Chobra?
I don't know. I heard he opened up like a surfboard shop on the beach in California. He just lives life easy and Crown with no summoners. Nothing easy for him. That's an easy first blood for Faker, though.
Really nice path.
Oh,
and look what's happening across the map already.
Yeah.
Cuvée getting bossed around by Duke. Worrying times for Samsung.
I'd say so. Yeah, Faker gets first blood. But it was such an obvious gank. I mean, Crown really needed to play that a little bit safer. And, you know, we're already seeing a little bit of the overextension in lane that we saw in team fights. Yes, last game with Crown.
I think you're being harsh. I mean, he did come over the Raptor buff to get that. Of course, it's a Rek'Sai path, but I would say it's more Ambition lacking some defensive warding for his mid laner than really Crown making too much of a misplay.
Maybe.
Give Crown a chance.
You're the analyst, so I'll just believe what you say.
Works out best that way.
But if I was Crown, I'd just be sitting under that turret.
Well, don't worry. He's back to sit under his turret.
All right. Wow. Action going on in the bot lane for JJ, a bit low. Bang, low himself though, tries to pop that culling, but Wraith should be able to body block this one enough.
It's on the Alistar. Looked wonderful on this pick 2 days ago. The move from Stitch to core JJ, again, it was smart pathing from Bengi last game that really took advantage. Could do.
Get messy.
Oh.
Wow, Wraith tried to go for the pulverized flash, ends up pushing Bang away afterwards just to get him out of the fight. Ambition coming in. Bengi lurking right there, comes in. There's a knock-up. No, not knock-up. Onto Ambition. I thought maybe he'd pop that, but Faker coming down with the teleport to help out as well.
Wraith really trusting his mechanics with the pole flash, as you mentioned. Didn't pull it off. Duke already had a nice duel against Cuvée. He's going to start again.
Yeah, no flash this time, but Cuvée gets away with the E.
Glacial path.
Yep.
Glacially gets away.
Glacially.
Slowly.
Yeah. Seemed pretty quick though.
Yeah. I can only tell you what the name is, Doa. Glacial path.
Wow, Trundle, you okay?
Trundle and Lissandra in the same game.
He did not sound happy about that pillar. He's like, that was my trophy.
Maybe he's just a harsh critic of his own pillar placement. It's like, didn't nail that one.
I think it was pretty good though. It's okay.
7 out of 10 for some people is not enough, Doa.
I suppose. Well, it's enough for me.
That's not what I've heard about you. You have high expectations.
Well, not when it comes to my own League of Legends
Oh,
play,
your
but
own
I
Trundle
really,
play. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'd be happy with a pillar like that. I'm perfectly content with a 7 out of 10.
NA pillow.
Oh, Faker ults himself just to keep Ambition away. Dodges a cocoon. Nicely done. Wraith coming in. Bengi trying to make a play. Bengi popped out. Duke TP's down. They do catch Ambition. Oh, but not quite enough damage as Bengi takes some poke. But we'll see if they can do some damage to the mid lane. Doesn't look like it.
Duke was half a second late on the riposte. If he was able to riposte and stun Crown, doesn't matter how stunners are, you would have been dead. So just a slight misplay. It's so hard to predict. Someday makes players look like that look easy, but Duke not quite pulling it off right there.
Yeah.
We talked about those timing windows, Doa. Not quite observed yet, not quite the must-go time, i.e. specifically the Trinity Force from Core JJ, but the fact that Duke is already comfortably winning trades certainly hasn't been snowballed against. Well, down the bottom lane, SKT have had lane control again. I worry about Samsung hitting their timings this game.
Well, the fact that SK Telecom is already like 2,000 gold ahead against a comp that needs to take the advantage now and needs to put on the pressure through the poke, I don't have high hopes for Samsung winning this one.
Well, no one really expected much from this Samsung lineup. You looked at someone like Ambition. Honestly, at the end of last season, I thought Ambition was done as a pro player. It wasn't working on CJ. I thought, okay, CJ gonna have their rebuild time. I don't know about Ambition. He goes over to Samsung, reinvents this team, and has shown that he's still a force to be reckoned with. Is he the best jungler in Korea? No, but the shot calling, the impact that's had on this team has been really impressive. So I'm not willing to count them out yet. This team has looked good in large spades in the late game.
Did they really do like a faux Jaws theme? When
They did, yes.
Rek'Sai is...
Yep.
Wow, that's great. Oh, there's a knock-up onto Ambition. He's in a little bit of trouble. Cuvée trying to come in, but I don't think they're going to be able to save that Elise. He's trying to get under turret. Repel, maybe enough. Goes down onto Duke. Actually turns around. Faker gets ulted by Cuvée. Could go badly. Faker barely making it out. SK Telecom gets the kill they were looking for. And meanwhile in bot lane, Bang on his own in that 1v1. Needs to be a bit careful, but things going well for SKT. Definitely.
Samsung played that as well as they could and still gave up the death. That's what happens when Lulu's there. Good burst damage and of course all the utility. I mean, they go for an easy turret dive. Not quite Trinity Force for Corki. Just can't win those trades once again against Lucian.
Yep.
You're right, Thunderlords Varus. I'm very disappointed.
Well, it's a good mastery.
It's pretty damn good.
It is indeed. And Bengi has just been following Ambition around all game too. This has really been it's been a lot of counter jungling from Bengi, it seems like.
And this is the game where you shadow the enemy jungle. We talked about the impetus on Samsung to snowball top lane, to set up other win conditions. And if you're just always on top of Ambition, which has been the story for Bengi, this is definitely a return to 2015 Bengi. No surprise that it's on Rek's side, that one of the best control junglers, probably the best that you can play in the game right now. And if you keep shadowing him, if you can never snowball top, it's push, push, push with Trinity Force or basically lose the game. So job done for Bengi.
It's true.
Bengi.
Was that Jaws theme always in there for Rek'Sai?
Yes.
'Cause I don't remember hearing that until like today.
Pool party skin only.
I've seen so many games with Pool Party Rek'Sai, but this is the first I've ever noticed it. I'm not very observant, apparently. Wolf got ulted, I saw that, had to flash away. Core JJ bringing the package in, but not able to use it to any effective
Has
end.
not wielded the package impressively this series.
Yeah, not so much.
Corky's going to have to think about that. Up his game.
It's true. It happens. Well, Duke actually going after Kube here. Can still pop that. No, he can't pop the ground challenge, actually. I was wondering why he was being so aggressive, but... Oh, here we go. Fight down to the river. Bengi caught by that cocoon. Bang there to defend his jungler, though. Nice poke from Crown. They want to go after the dragon now. Maybe. No, not quite. Everyone backing off.
SKT can be so aggressive with their positioning and skirmishes, because look at this comp. Neither Core JJ nor Crown want to go in on fights. They both want to poke from range. Only Lissandra and Elite, Lissandra, Elise, and Alistair, they're the initiation trio, and if one of them is absent, you can't count on the follow-up damage coming in from Crown and Core JJ unless they're positioned very specifically. So all those skirmishes, Bengi, given that he's doing well, given that he already has some magic resistance, can be so aggressive.
Bengi accidentally took his own tunnel back to the blue buff there. Oops.
Oops, that was a mistake.
It just looked like so much fun,
Pool Party Rek'Sai is always having fun.
I suppose. He's been having fun this game. 2 assists. Kills are a bit more fun, but you think we can get.
Duke moving away from the build we usually expect. It's usually Ravenous Hydra into Titanic Hydra later, but actually just rushes the Titanic Hydra.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose that does help with the dueling, doesn't it?
I would take Ravenous Hydra early for dueling purposes, but it does help you push back waves because you get more AoE per auto attack, so just able to push things in.
Battle of wards, and Wolf actually losing that one. Can't get rid of the ward.
Another game where Core JJ picks up Trinity Force and has to sit bottom lane. Doesn't even have any vision. Look, double pink wards around bot. This Corky cannot overextend for turret damage or even push down the wave.
Well.
Need to empower Corky. If he's just sitting in lane, he's any other AD carry. He doesn't have the ability to use what he's really picked for.
SKT knows, though. They know that the... Crown just completely misses his ultimate. And Mission coming in, though. Cocoon. Faker just seems to be unable to be hit by skill shots today.
And he is moving at 500 MS with Whimsy.
It's true. Spooky ghosts.
The spookiest.
Yep. So, like I was saying, SK Telecom, I think they know that the longer they make this game go, the more the frustration is going to start mounting for Samsung in that they can't really execute on what they're trying to execute on. Speaking of executed, they might end up being executed by SKT, but no. Bengi just delaying the recall, wants to give Duke a chance to take down the top turret, I guess.
Kind of the reason why I wave my finger at the gameplay picks is, look, you give Faker Lulu, a lane-dominant champion, Bengi's on Rek'Sai. Suddenly, it looks like old SKT. They've had a monopoly on control in mid. They take down the early turret. That was always an SKT cornerstone. Was Faker getting those chip auto attacks and then taking early turrets. They've rotated around the lane that could potentially snowball for SKT. For Samsung against SKT, this has basically been SKT 101, and the game looks so much simpler.
Yeah, and now we see SK Telecom about 4K gold ahead, so expanding that lead since the last time we looked. Like, they're just slowly pulling farther ahead, and I don't know. I think Samsung's window may already be kind of closed here. What do you think?
Look, it might be slightly ajar, but let's be real. It's pretty firmly closed. It's winter right here in Seoul, so you don't want to even crack open that window a little bit. You need to keep it firm shut, and that's what SKT has done.
That's the truth. Rift Herald offs himself, I guess. That's what it looked like to me.
No, he just leaves. He takes a business trip every 1955.
I know what those graphics mean. It means a kill has happened. What do you think happens? Do you think he just falls down the hole? Wolf hit with that Verisalt, flashes, gets sewed with the pillar. Teleport coming in for SKT. Looks like it was canceled by Duke, though.
Draws up the Ghost Blade, obviously not the most important of cooldowns, but SKT have so much map control. Every lane has gone their way. It is poking around Dragon. No Dragon's taken, but no Dragon's needed for SKT.
Yeah. Oh, Bengi being very aggressive on Bishop, but that was a mistake, man. Has to receive that wild growth from Faker just to stay alive. Yeah, that was... I'm not quite sure why Bengi went for that so aggressively, because they may have just given up the dragon.
Maybe a first dragon. Core JJ finally feels comfortable enough to push forward.
Oh, Faker in the duel with Crown. That's going to be a tough one. Faker having to run, and Crown once again coming up with the 1v1 win. Looks like Samsung wasn't quite ready to go for dragon yet.
Samsung have good wards in the area. Pink closest to the dragon for bottom lane, and also some good deep vision. Not exactly ideal, but enough. They could force it. Look, you can see Ambition starting off the dragon.
Yep. Oh, Bengi's back. He's got his health. And you can see Duke already heading down. And with Crown so low health, if Bengi can keep keeping him from recall, SKT might be able to grab this dragon pretty easily.
Crazy thing for SKT is that
Maybe.
denying the enemy dragon is just as powerful as taking it themselves, because dragon is always about a backup win condition, right? Theoretically, your comp should be able to win forthright, but of course, if you're having trouble getting that last objective, breaking the base, you can just back off, take the dragon, start stacking. When you can't opt into late game, when you're so obviously outclassed in your draft as Samsung is against SKT in late game team fights, denying dragon, not having that as a backup win condition for the poke comp, which theoretically at this point should have taken turrets, pushed out lanes, be able to pick up easy free dragons. Not even having a dragon on the board means that, man, it's a complete wash in the late game. Things are looking really bad for Samsung. It's going to require some monumental mistakes, and not just one, multiple from SKT.
Uh-oh, and Crown's in trouble. No flash. He's not going to make it out. Bengi grabs that kill, and I think things are starting to come off the rails a little bit for Samsung.
At the end of the day, you don't have flash on that Varus. Such an easy
nice
kill.
pillar. Forcing Core JJ to use the package to escape. Looks like they're going to get top turret, maybe.
Oh, we're dueling. Maybe not.
Meanwhile, some more action down in bot. Faker comes in, gets knocked back into the grump, and Bengi can't finish off Wraith.
Man, that 650 units really gave them a lot of safety against the Lulu.
Helped out. It was that extra, that last 50, you know?
It's always the last 50.
Yep. It's true. Somehow, that top turret survived. It's got to have like 5 health right now.
SKT, when they have this lane dominance, specifically in mid, when Faker is empowered to do what he's doing, just push all day, they make League of Legends look
2
easy.
health.
They make it look so easy, Doa.
They do, yeah.
Which is why bother with the game plan? Why go all in on these picks where you just don't have lane dominance? Faker is so good when he's moving forward.
SKT has been a team that's done a lot of experimenting in their game ones. I mean, think about spring season last year, dude. All those games of the Easy Hoon, then they would lose game 1, put Faker in, and then they would lose game 2. And, you know, so spring season in 2015 was very much a season of experimentation for SK Telecom in picks and comps and rosters, and they still ended up 3-0ing the GE Tigers in the finals of that one. So
when your fallback comfort looks like this, maybe you can experiment a little bit.
I would say so, yeah. And that's why I'm not too fazed by SKT losing to Jin Air. Sure, it's surprising, but you know, the same thing happened last year, and they won Worlds last year, so you really can't read too much into it. Turret finally goes down in favor of Samsung. That's just their first of the game.
Definitely late. 24-minute first turret. Finally, Core JJ and Crown are grouped, but that's at the price of their own turret. Don't even have bot lane turret. They're going to try and finally siege this mid turret. This should be with the 6,000 gold advantage, not 6,000 gold behind.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's still a strong siege right now. SKT's going to need to come together and try to do it, but it looks like they're going to try to flank instead. Coming from the side, Wolf is right there. Teleport coming in, Duke joining the party. Bengi in the back, taking a lot of damage, but Bang coming in now, and with Faker, they should be able to do a lot of damage. Wolf has to flash away. Faker used his ult to keep him alive. A little bit of a disjointed fight, and SK Telecom, honestly, with not the greatest result, and that's going to cost him a mid lane turret.
Looks like it's going to take a lot of damage at minimum. Caught.
Oh, good poke from Faker. They actually do manage to force Samsung away. A little bit surprised, actually, that they were able to do it.
Five-man siege is so strong. Faker's not done.
Yeah, Spooky Ghost, but he's going to take a lot of damage. That Lulu is not tanky. Not at all.
Samsung to back away, but not the safest way possible.
Faker, so aggro. Taking a big arrow from Varus, but they're going to push Samsung back, and all of this leads into a very easy tier 2 turret, or at least a lot of damage on it. In fact, not going to quite get it, but really well played by SKT to just push Samsung away and then use that leverage to get that damage done.
Remember, Bengi falling first led to just a slight amount of chip damage on the outer mid turret, and they still, with Bengi dead, were able to push down and get almost the full health of the inner turret, just because of Faker consistently stopping the safe retreat into the inner turret and forcing them to take the longest route possible back to their inner turret.
I mean, it's just more of the same, right? I mean, yeah, they gave up Bengi, but then Samsung maybe overcommitting a little bit to try to get that mid turret, takes too much poke damage, and in the end, ends up worse off.
Absolutely. This is SKT playing League of Legends the way it's supposed to be played. Fast-paced, taking those outer mid-lane turrets. Faker having so much wave control.
Fast-paced.
Fast-paced? That's what 2016 is all about.
This is fast-paced to you?
This is pretty fast-paced to me. Have you seen some of the games this week?
Now this is fast-paced. Faker all over Kuve. Kuve ults him though, but Wolf right there with the pillar gets the slow, and are we going to see a bloodthirsty kill? Not quite. The W locks up Wolf. Faker coming around with that Whimsy. Wraith a little bit late to the party. Slowed again, and one more should do it. Faker with the kill onto Kuve. That's maybe not the most fast-paced kill, but the beginning was fast-paced at least.
That's right. We're lulled into a state of obscurity, but it's going to be fairly workmanlike from here. The fast-paced was the fact that they could overcome what was an early game advantage for Samsung. Now it's just really dotting the I's and crossing the T's for SKT.
That's right. Oh, bang, ulted has to actually use that QSS to get out.
Double QSS already for any other damage items for Duke.
Yep. Makes sense. I mean, with Lissandra and Navarus on the other side, you're going to need to have that QSS early on. SK Telecom wants to finish off this tier 2 turret.
Little things like taking away and denying the blue buff. You actually work through a lot of mana from Crown if you're trying to poke and wave clear on the Varus. So blue is certainly not optional. It's been denied consistently by SKT.
Yep. Very true. Faker split pushing in bot lane even a little bit now.
Only as a 5-man group in front of an objective does Samsung have decent team fight. Even then, they're outclassed by SKT. Yeah. And that's why split them around the map, keep pushing in. The 2v2 with this big goal difference only ever going to go to SKT.
Yeah, look at this. Able to put pressure across all 3 lanes at the same time. It's working out very well for SK Telecom.
Exactly the pressure game that Samsung picked for.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, well, I mean, Samsung wanted to get it done through poke. SK Telecom just getting it done through some split pushing and some very superior lane play in the early game.
Definitely, and again, more of the same. Faker's going to keep poking at this turret, has Whimsy, has a shield. It'll be so annoying, and Samsung, there's just nothing they have access to. They're not getting their own buffs, they're certainly not getting anywhere near Dragons and Baron.
Yeah, this is nearly a perfect game for SK Telecom so far. Only 1 death and 1 turret away from it. This is about as methodical and solid league as I think you can see play. Core JJ dueling with Faker. Faker going for the kill, nearly gets it. Core JJ using both of his summoners at the end to stay alive, and it still was very close.
If you notice, the actual last Glitter Lance went off and chipped him down to perhaps 30 health. Really smart from Faker to hold on to the Glitter Lance. You have that extra time once you approach 40% CDR.
Well, without the Alistar heal, that probably would have been a kill.
Exactly. You would think the 30 heal wouldn't have been much, but man, it was the difference.
Yep. Wraith able to save his AD carry there.
Safe to say that Duke.
Oh, gotta be careful now though. Faker trying to evade. Flash ult onto Faker. He's in trouble now. Oh, Faker with the Whimsy. And here comes Duke. They get Faker, but will Duke get a bit of revenge here? Kuve's so low already. There's the ult. He gets it. And Ambition in trouble, so they lose Faker. But they'll give a double kill over to Duke in the end.
I was about to mention, safe to say that with those items, Duke could outscale Lissandra and maybe add a couple of friends next to Lissandra. Nothing will stop Duke.
You cannot do anything to SKT without them taking more in response, apparently.
Nope. You are completely on the ball. You can be the analyst this game, Doa. You've got it down pat. There's just nothing. There's no positive trade for Samsung right now. At this point, they will be trading even or just losing out to SKT at the best of times.
Definitely doesn't take an analyst to see how SK Telecom can take advantage of every little mistake that Samsung's been making this series.
Calling card of SKT.
Yeah. And even more than that, it's their ability to take their own mistakes and then turn them into advantages.
Haven't made too many mistakes this game, so haven't had to do that. They've been well on top throughout. Samsung missed their window and then some. and now it's just methodical closing.
Yeah.
SKT could go for a crazy move, but probably best to just play as if you're even and then take advantage of the opportunities when the enemies make the mistake.
I mean, it really does seem like we're just in cleanup mode for SK Telecom at this point. This is definitely not the close game we saw in game number 1. A solid 10,000 gold lead for SKT at 31 minutes. And now we'll just see how they close.
Just waiting for the inevitable big team fight, happen around Baron.
Duke recalling, so they're going to have to do without him for any fights here, but Kuve still has teleport, so Kuve can join if he wants to.
What does an engage from Samsung look like if Cuve's not already grouped? That's the question. They don't have any flank wards. Actually, they do have one on the Wraiths, but
Yeah, they do.
are they really in position to force a fight? They're 10,000 gold behind.
Well, you can see they're swapping Faker and Duke right now. Faker's got that teleport, so he can show up if they need him to. Or is Duke going to stick a little bit closer to the team, which is probably a pretty good idea?
Bang is so massive.
Oh, are we going to see the fight?
Nope.
Kuve just recalling, yeah. Doesn't want to tangle with Faker at this point, I suppose. Bengi trying to go in. Here's the teleport from Faker coming in. Duke from the side with that ultimate. all over ground. Huge knockup with that wild growth. Bengi getting in there with some CC as well, and Duke going crazy now. It's going to be a double kill for him already, and it is all cleanup for SKT. Bang grabbing a double kill for himself too, and Wraith, the only one surviving from that team fight on the Samsung side, and that could be an inhibitor, if not the game right there.
And that is just the result of the team fight comp they picked up. But with the snowball, no way for Samsung to do anything. Doesn't matter what summoners they had. There was always going to be a tipping point. But honestly, it was about 20 minutes into this game. Just easy running over of Samsung for SKT.
That is it. And a very, very quick, very thorough stomping from SK Telecom in game number 2 at only about 33 minutes. SKT is going to close this one out. GG, 2-0 for SK Telecom.
Rumors of SK Telecom's demise might have been a little bit exaggerated, Doa.
Yeah.
Your boys just really powered through Samsung. Game 1 was very close. That was the best of this new Samsung lineup. They picked a tricky, hard-to-execute comp in Game 2. They missed their window, and SKT rolled over them.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, SK Telecom struggled a bit in game number 1 with Samsung. Samsung played great. SKT won it in the end, but game 2 was all SK Telecom from start to finish.
Just a really nice control game, very reminiscent of the Rocks Tigers earlier this week, able to pull off a very strong third game yesterday.
We're watching that team fight again on the other monitor. It's really incredible. They just funneled Samsung into a little clump. Wild growth for the knockup. Bengi comes in for his own knockup, and that is a lot of damage.
The moment you see Fiora and Lulu in the late game with Lissandra that you're going to be able to outpush, and then in the late game, QSS, Wild Growth, no one is killing that Fiora, and she is killing everyone.
I would say so. Well, like you said, I think if anyone was worried about SK Telecom after that loss to Jin Air, I think you can kind of put those worries aside now. Pretty strong performance against Samsung, but I can't wait until later in the season. I want to see the games against the Rocks Tigers. I want to see the games against KT. SK Telecom, yeah, they look good in game 2, but to me, they've still got a little bit more to prove this season.
The excitement about SKT is that their roster still has a lot more to improve. Duke specifically is fitting in fine, but he's not quite hit that level that Marin was at just as he left the team. So there's still improving to be done, and that's a team that just won Worlds, and we still have excitement about their untapped potential.
Oh yeah. I think this season in general is going to be really fun to watch in Korea.
Ambition,
not so much fun for him today, I suppose. But when we come back, guys, we'll have Africa Freaks versus Jin Air. Don't go anywhere. Champion Spring will be right back after this short break.
Coming up next, Africa Freaks, Jinair Green Wings, Lotte Kokalkon League of Legends Champions Korea Spring 2016, Round 1.
안녕하십니까. 위클리 LCK 온중이 당군입니다. 제 생각에 분명히 지난주가 이제 마지막 방송이 되지 않을까 그런 생각을 했었는데 놀랍게도 저희가 살아남아서 여러분들 다시 한번 만나게 됐습니다. 지난주만 하더라도 연락이 없었어요, PD님이. 그래서 이대로 끝나는 것이 아닌가라고 저희도 마음을 놓고 있었는데 다행히 이렇게 녹화를 하게 돼서 여러분을 계속해서 만날 수 있게 됐습니다. 롤챔스가 발전하기 위해서는 이런 비판하는 프로그램도 필요합니다. 그리고 경쟁사도 좀 필요하고요. 이제 경쟁사로 들어오게 된 스포 네. 더 이상 언급하지 않겠습니다만은 앞으로도 현희준이 그리고 우리 용준 친구만 기다리지 마시고 위클리 LCK도 많은 성원 부탁드리겠습니다. 시장 경쟁 체제 승리, 경쟁 사회의 선두주자까지는 아닌 것 같은데 아무튼 우리 롤챔스가 달라졌다고 합니다. 많은 분들이 느껴하셨을 텐데 게임 시작부터 4D 영화를 보는 듯한 입체감. 저도 깜짝 놀랐어요. 야, 이런 게 되는구나. 좀 되면 진작에 좀 하지. 예, 이제서야. 그리고 여기저기 CG도 그렇고 뭐 화면 구성도 그렇고 막 선수 캠 화면도 계속 잡아주고 표정도 계속 잡아주고 저도 정말 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 이게 할 수 있었던 거죠. 그동안 안 했던 이유도 굉장히 궁금하고 하지만 이게 늦게서라도 하게 됐다. 얼마나 중요합니까 이게. 심지어 여러분들 경기 중간 한타 장면보다도 솔킬보다도 더 소중했던 여성 팬 잡기. 이거 고질적인 문제 아니었습니까? 드디어 이번 시즌 모두 사라졌습니다. 현장에 여성 팬분들 분명히 있었어요. 근데 잡지 않고 있습니다. 근데 과도하게 안 잡아요. 너무 안 잡습니다 여러분들. 아 너무 슬퍼요. 미인분들이 계셨거든요. 예, 좀 잡아줬으면 좋겠습니다. 예, 많은 남성 팬들이 공감하실 거예요. 한타 장면 아니라 그 막 지루한 장면들에 좀 잡아주면 좋을 텐데, 예, 여러분들 여성 팬분들 이제 앞으로 놀러 오실 때는 나 카메라 잡겠지 하고 너무 긴장하지 마시고 관람만 편안하게 하시면 돼요. 어디에서? 플라스틱 의자에서 이런 식으로 계속 갑니다. 그렇다면 지난주 롤챔스에 무슨 일들이 있었을까요? 개막과 함께 샤이 선수가 미드로 포지션 변경을 했다는 놀라운 제보가 들어왔습니다. 사실일까요? 보십시오. 분명히 보이는 이름 이 샤이. 자세히 보니까 가운데 글자가 H가 아니라 K였습니다. 아 이거 낚일만 하네요. 자 그리고 창단과 함께 기회를 한껏 모은 아프리카 프리스가 전 코치 하찬이에게 참교육을 당했습니다. 그동안 연습하면서 코치님께 본인의 챔프보 나 이거 못해요 이거 잘해요 저의 약점은 뭐예요 다 알려주었던 선수들이 결국에는 이렇게 통수를 받게 됐습니다. 댓글에 막 이런 게 있었어요. 아프리카 프리스가 아니라 이거는 아프리카 프리시에스가 아니냐. 아 굉장히 안타깝습니다 여러분들. 개인적으로 굉장히 안타깝고 꼭 좋은 경기 부탁드리겠습니다. 진에어가 SKT를 2대0으로 승리한 경기는 지난주 최고의 이슈였습니다. 28살 1989년생 노장 인간 그레이브즈 몸매가 굉장히 비슷합니다. 엄격, 근엄, 진지 그 자체 참동단 우리 트레이스가 진정한 형님 파워를 보여주며 2대0으로 견인차 역할을 수행하게 됐습니다. 개막주부터 흥미진진한 이슈가 참 많았던 롤챔스 스프링이라고 하기에는 굉장히 지금 날씨가 추워요. 저도 얼어 죽을 뻔했는데 여러분들도 건강 조심하시고요. 아무튼 위클리 LCK 다음 주에는 더 과감하고 소신 있는 발언으로 다시 찾아오겠습니다. 댓글도 좀 많이 달아주시고 댓글이 뭐 10개밖에 안 된다고 하는데 현희준이 용준 친구만 찾지 마시고요. 여러분들 위클리 LCK도 많은 댓글 악플도 좋습니다. 욕도 괜찮아요. 욕하지 마세요. 고소할 거니까 욕은 하지 마시고 예, 무플보다 그래도 악플이 나으니까 많은 비판 부탁드리겠습니다. 다음 주에 더욱더 잘근잘근 LCK 씹어먹도록 하고요. 저희는 다음 주에 꼭 만나도록 하겠습니다. 다음 주에 다시 만나요.
Welcome to your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the the world.
And welcome back to Champion Spring. Duke grabs the MVP for their second game in a 2-0 win for SK Telecom. And it was a pretty one-sided win as well.
Exactly. Everyone did their part on the side of SKT. Multiple members. I probably would have given Faker a slight nod just because he had pressure on multiple lanes and obviously took down that turret so early in mid. But everyone played their part and it was just controlled, exemplary League of Legends from SK Telecom.
Played well, yep. And here's Duke saving the day once again. Well, not saving Faker, but at least saving SK Telecom the shame of losing their star player in the bot lane as he grabs himself a double kill and then more.
This is what outscaling looks like.
That's right. This is what a cool camera angle looks like.
Yeah.
There is no escape. That really, okay, there we go. Now there's no escape.
Just the last fight, of course, getting into the backline the moment the wild growth came on. Heal came through.
Oh, wow.
Goodbye, Samsung.
Yeah, I mean, he popped the ult on Crown. He was all over that Victor from the beginning, and there's just not a lot you could do. Or Varus, rather, not Victor. They both begin with V, you know what I mean.
I do.
It was Victor in game one. Well, that brings us to our MVP interview with Bang and Duke, and Robin will be translating for us as usual. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Welcome to LoL Champion Spring. So our first match today was against Samsung, who had been on a 3-win streak, and SKT, who had a pretty disappointing loss last week. And let's meet our MVPs of the day, Bang and Duke. Congratulations. Now, Bang. Last week, you guys had a pretty disappointing loss, as we said. How do you feel about today's victory? I'm satisfied because we have the results that we practiced for. I think it would have been important to not go on tilt after that loss. How did you guys prepare for this? We didn't really go on tilt, even after the loss. You played Lucian in the first game. People call you Bang the Poet, Bang the God, Lucian himself. There are a lot of nicknames for you. Which one do you like the best? I don't really think there's one that I like the best. Do you not want a nickname? Some of them I kind of do like, but some of them are pretty bad. So I just like Bang. Just Bang. Now, you went 9-05 in the first game today. What is Lucian to you, Bang? Normally, I don't really think Lucian is that good, but whenever I play Lucian, my score is very good. So yeah, I'm not really sure what it is. So the character isn't very good, so. I don't really think I'm that good in Lucian, or neither do I think that Lucian is a very specially good pick, but the results have been great on Lucian. So it feels really odd. You had a solo kill on Core JJ today, and that's kind of a respect fight. How'd you feel when you won that fight? Well, GP did ult for me, so yeah, even if there is only one assist from other pros, then I don't really think it's a solo duo battle. Now, Victor in that game got huge in the late game. Was it not a nuisance for you guys? Yeah, Victor did take a lot of lane dominance, and he did indeed get big. But I don't think it was that much of a problem. Yeah, and Faker was able to hold his ground a little bit. It seems that SKT has really strong mentality when it comes to the game. Now, Bengi's last cocoon was able to secure the victory when it landed on Victor. Was he wanting the MVP? Well, Bengi doesn't really care about that kind of stuff, so Yeah, he doesn't really care too much. Yeah, the team was like, oh, good job, but yeah, that was about it.
뱅기 선수는 모든 것에 초월한 것 같습니다.
Yeah, Bengi seems to have overcome and surpassed everything, reached that Buddhic state.
정말 많이 빠졌어요.
Bang, you've lost a lot of weight.
성공한 건가요?
And did you succeed in your diet, or? Yeah, my health has deteriorated a little bit, so I've been constantly exercising. Yeah, I'm looking to get my health back. How much weight did you lose? I lost about 10 kilograms, which is, for our American viewers, about 15 pounds. Do you have like a secret, trademark secret? No, I just don't eat and exercise. We don't have a lot of time to exercise since due to practice. Yeah, and as a result of that, I think I'm getting healthier.
뱅 선수를 또 팬들도 많이 좋아하실 것 같아요.
Your fans
팬들에게 인사 한마디.
must like you now that you look better and play well. Do you have any last words for the fans? Well, it's the even year SKT, but we are definitely trying as hard as we did last year, so keep on cheering for us.
자, 듀크 선수 만나보겠습니다.
Now let's go meet Duke.
네. 듀크 선수 정말 오랜만에 인터뷰하게 됐잖아요.
It's been a while since we have an interview with you. How does it feel to be back here? It feels great. Yeah, I feel renewed now that I'm on a new team.
오늘 상대가 3연승 중인
Now, your opponent today, Samsung, was on a 3-victory streak. Were you nervous about this match? Yeah, I think we did feel a lot of pressure because they were on a roll. Yeah, however, we had a good result today with the 2-0 victory, so I feel great about that.
팀원들과는 잘 지내고 있나요?
Now, how are you meshing in with your teammates in SKT? Yeah, the teammates have been really nice to me. They've been talking to me a lot, so we're really close to each other now.
프로게이머 시절에 SKT
So now, funnily, you used to be a StarCraft 2 pro gamer, and back then you were in the SKT house. So how does it feel to be back? Back then, I was the youngest, but now I'm almost the oldest. Yeah, it does feel new, and I'm experiencing the effects of old age here in Korea, like culturally speaking. Yeah, it's kind of new that I'm almost the oldest member. But is it a good feeling? Well, not necessarily. I would like to be a little younger.
Aren't we all, Noah? No, man. I'm going to be an awesome old dude.
Now, you have been pressured since Marlon was such a vital player to SKT. Was there a lot of weight on your shoulders when you came here? So yeah, I did feel a lot of pressure since Marlon was such a great player. But I think I'm okay because we have been doing well. Yeah, I heard that you came to SKT in order to win champions. Yeah, I think as long as I do well, that we can take the victory. So do you have any last words in preparation for the rest of the spring season? Of course, our goal is to win the season, and I'll try my best to show you our best. Back to you guys.
All right. Well, thank you for the translating, Robin. And I was looking that up, and apparently Duke was a Protoss player named Klaus on SK Telecom, but never saw any real action matches or anything like that. Probably one of the practice partners, although I didn't know that before. Now, actually, it's interesting.
Obviously spending a lot of his youth in gaming houses then, between SKT, then Najin, now back to
I guess so.
SKT.
Yeah, it's true. Very few have made the transition, but he made it early, which is probably pretty smart. But it's time to move on, Papa Smithy.
True.
We have the Afrika Freaks going up against Jin Air, and you'd expect this one again to be a pretty easy 2-0 for Jin Air, but Jin Air's had kind of a weird time so far, right? I mean, they lost to Longju, then they beat SK Telecom, and they also have beaten EM Fire, which, is not too difficult to do these days with that kind of new squad. But how do you think they're going to do against Afrika Freaks? I feel like people expected Afrika to be a little bit better than they are right now.
I think, honestly, it's almost a microcosm of the previous game in that Jin Air are overperforming. You looked at this lineup, a lot of new players, a lot of rejigging. They lost GBM, they lost Chaser, lost their two best players. You might think, okay, relegation fodder, but they've certainly overperformed Wonderful win over SK Telecom. The Afrika Freaks, okay, they weren't supposed to be a top team, but they were trending upwards. Everyone was pretty confident. They looked good in the Casper Cup. We thought, okay, this team going to be assaulting the top 4, assaulting those playoff spots.
Could be.
But they haven't picked up a single game, let alone match win this season, and have looked kind of all at sea.
Yeah, things have been very disjointed on the Afrika Freaks side of things, and we'll get to know the team a little bit better right now. They were, of course, Anarchy before, got picked up by Africa, which is a really big streaming service here in Korea.
And their off-season obviously was disrupted. They were looking for a sponsor for the majority of it. Afrika came in very late in the picture. It's the same lineup, but they lost their coach. Achani went over to KT, now, of course, playing again. In a lot of ways, this team seems to have actually regressed in terms of macro strategy, because that was actually one of their hallmarks. As a new team, they seemed to play the map really well last season.
Yeah, honestly, I felt like this team, like we were saying, was a team with an upward trend, but they've really hit rock bottom so far this season. But it's a long year. They've got plenty of time to improve, and a couple matches down, things aren't looking good, but they've got time to pull it back together again.
Absolutely, only a few matches into the season. They do not want to be sharing a spot on the ladder with EM Fire. That would certainly be a very poor season for Afrika Freaks.
I would say so. Well, on the other side of the arena is a team very much in flux as well. It's the Jin Air Green Wings, of course, losing some high-profile members. Chaser out, GBM moving over to NA. But still, I would say a team that's got a pretty good lineup. I mean, Winged has been performing. Kuzan, I think, fills the mid-role quite nicely. You've still got a strong bot lane in Pilot and Che, and Trace, of course, with that great Graves play, just great play in general. This is still a team, I think, that could be a playoff team.
Honestly, you might as well say they got a new top laner, because Trace in 2016 barely resembles the Trace we saw in summer season.
Yeah.
Very aggressive, playing lane-dominant champions, hard carrying the game over SK Telecom, specifically Game 2, where he was exploding Bengi and everyone else left, right, and center on the top lane Graves. He actually said in an interview that his first pick was actually top lane Misfortune.
Yeah.
So that old aggro strat, remember, this guy came in playing full AD Rengar top. He's come back to the old aggressive Trace, and that's exciting to see for what is one of the veterans of this scene.
It's great to see it, and you have to wonder a bit about their jungler Winged as well, too, who really owned Benki pretty hard in their match against SK Telecom. I mean, you would argue that he's got a much weaker opponent in Lyra on the Afrika Freaks, and so will he be able to even do half as well as he did against SK Telecom? I feel like that should be enough.
And that's the big question, obviously. I think Lyra has a lot of potential, has underperformed. He does have experience. There's definitely a world where Lyra gets ahead of Winged, but you know, it's fairly even. And across the board, it's pretty much a wash, except all the momentum on the side of Jin Air.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. If we get the individual talent that we saw from Anarchy last year, this could be a close match. If we get the Afrika Freaks that are playing so far in Champions Spring, I think it's going to be a pretty easy win for Jin Air.
Again, expectations lowered for Afrika, higher for Jin Air. Will they meet in the middle? Will Jin Air just propel themselves to actually top 5 contendership? Or will Afrika finally start their season a couple of best of 3s too late?
Well, we won't have to wait long to find out. Papa Smithy picks and bans for game number 1 between Afrika and Jin Air. Afrika.
Where does Graves fall in this draft? I just can't see Trace, or what is now very clearly a flex pick Graves, get through too many times. And Quinn also, notably Jin Air last time out, top lane Quinn with Ignite in their last game on the Rift. Love to see that. You know, the first time we dropped that summoner, somewhere Flame was sitting in the back going, yes, yes, Ignite on the top lane.
That's true. I mean, it was fun to watch, and it looks like Afrika Freaks were watching too, because they're banding out Trace's powerful picks from the last series.
What a world it is, 2016. Top lane is powerful picks, Quinn and Graves.
I know, right? It's interesting. It's cool stuff.
It's great to see. The Mickey bands, this is the story. Every time we see the Afrika Freaks play, these are the bands. You don't even need to look at them. They were always Zed, Twisted Fate, Thresh.
Pretty much.
That's all their bands.
I mean, Mickey's been the star of this team since day one, and although Song Yoon has looked okay, you know, Iksu has been okay. Lyra, probably the second best player on the team, but you really do need to worry about Mickey more than anything. And there's a Gangplank band who's not wanting to deal with that.
On Casper Cup, the player stepping up the most was Song Yoon, actually. On Callista specifically, was really impressive in that tournament. The biggest question mark to me is, and to some degree always has been, Iksu. Doesn't feel like this guy has made the transformation that Trace has. Often plays tanks in the top. He was known for his Hecarim, obviously way out of the meta at this point, was just playing Maokai most of the time. when we saw him last week. I feel like his champion pool is one of the biggest issues for Africa Freaks in the bigs and bans. And look, maybe Sungyun will actually get the Thresh. Sorry, Snowflower might actually get the Thresh because
Maybe.
no Thresh plan this time.
It's true. So I wonder what they're going to first pick. Do you think something like a Lissandra might be good for Ixu, just to get him on that power pick? Looks like maybe that is the case. Wow.
Does add a flex nature to the draft. There's a pseudo assassin, so Mickey could theoretically take it in the mid, but I find that very surprising.
Lissandra seems like the natural first pick. It does leave a lot of junglers open. Alistar, Rek'Sai seem like pretty logical picks for Janair at this point.
Liked the Elise, of course. Wings Elise was what really put Bengi in the trash can when he was playing Evelyn.
True. Yeah, they do leave that open. But, you know, it's all about, I guess, what they think Lyra is going to be better on, you know?
And in general, it's all about shutting down Mickey. 3 mid lane bans, they have the last pick. Of course, they'll wait and see what is being drafted and establish that's going to be a top lane Lissandra, so they have the counter pick for Mickey. They needed to be able to diversify their strategy around win conditions that aren't get Mickey ahead, and unfortunately, Africa Freaks haven't shown that just yet.
Yeah. Oh, Kindred would be cool.
Kindred certainly has been. I mean, there's been fits of effectiveness. Specifically, Score looked excellent playing that for KT Rolster, but the mid lane Quinn yesterday, so the mid lane Kindred yesterday especially, left a lot to be desired. I'd love to see the Kindred locked in. I thought Sungyun looked really good, on the Kalista. Now I'm getting confused. Kalista locked in, because I really think Sungyun looked great on that pick, and good to see it locked in. And Lyra on an old favorite, the return of the Lee Sin from Lyra.
Yep. Lee Sin will never leave Korean Professional League of Legends. It doesn't matter how hard he gets nerfed, somebody will always play him here.
Sungyun on Kalista, so expectations now I can raise them a bit. Was really impressed with his Kalista in the Kesper Cup. Victor makes it this deep into the draft. I think it's just wave clear time and they're waiting to see. They're willing to blind pick Victor, which is a bit of a risk, of course, with the assassin playstyle of Mickey, but what's really left on the board? They're inviting the LeBlanc pick. That has been the fallback for Mickey when these other assassins have been banned.
Yeah, you're probably right. Took a long time to lock those in.
Could just mix it up, but seems likely. Let's go for the safe Victor. It's KT Rolster special. Fly's been doing this all season. Blind pick that Victor. Not too much you're worried about, but...
Well, it'd be pretty cool to see Blitzcrank, but I'd be very surprised if that actually does get locked in. I mean, these guys, Sungyun and Snowflower, are a famous streaming duo. You can bet there's a lot of Blitzcrank and solo queue, but I don't know about pro play. Morgana would still be a little bit surprising, but not as surprising.
Range support goes really well with Kalista. Of course, can proc the W from range and get more trade damage in. I'm more interested about the mid lane. Where's Mickey gonna go? He was mousing over the Yasuo. Still haven't seen the Yasuo this season, sadly. Always a fun, flashy champion, but...
No, maybe this Ezreal. And Lux. Okay, so it could be a support Lissandra, too.
Support Lissandra. Not the flex pick you would expect.
Yeah, they've got to be changing something.
Oh, they
here.
certainly will be.
Yeah, okay, there we go. I mean, we've seen support Lissandra already, so I'm not completely insane when I say that.
We are seeing mid lane Ezreal, okay. So, big factor here is going to be the Iceborne Gauntlet timing.
Yeah.
Very easy for Kuzan to clear waves when he gets the death range, and just 1,000 gold, upgrade that Hex, so he's going to have wave control. One of the reasons why Ezreal hasn't been a staple mid lane pick is easy to push him in, but Iceborne Gauntlet is definitely the cornerstone of Ezreal's build right now. Pick that up, clear the waves, match the wave clear, and then Ezreal, late game Ezreal, we know how strong blue Ezreal is right now.
Yeah, it's hugely strong. I actually kind of like the Malphite. I like the big diving front line that Janair was putting together and leaving Lucian and Victor to kind of clean up, but it will be the Maokai for Trace instead. So 2015, Trace is back apparently.
Yeah, it is the return of 2015 Trace. We were hoping for some lane dominance with the last pick, but just goes for the safer choice.
Yep.
Pretty balanced draft on both sides.
Yeah, well, I mean, it seems like Janair's just not taking any chances with this one. They've got still a very strong front line, a lot of damage later on with Lucian and Victor.
Poke's good for Afrika with the Ezreal. Turret taking is double AD, but Kalista obviously not ideal in the double AD sense. It's going to be all about whether Mickey can get uninterrupted farm, get that Iceborne Gauntlet, and match the wave clear from Victor. But otherwise, just really balanced draft. Honestly, whichever team gets ahead should snowball pretty hard this game.
Yeah, we'll see. And if there's one thing that the Africa Freaks have always been able to do, it's make flashy plays in the early game. So this may be kind of their plan, I guess, but we'll see.
Bit
I
predictable.
don't know. They've been looking so off this season already. They really are going to have to play well to convince me anyway that they've got a chance of going anywhere this season.
And uniquely, the playmaking can't really be around Mickey's lane. You don't really want to gank 3-6 Ezreal, so expect more attention around Ixu and maybe the bottom lane. Remember, Snowflower on Thresh does unlock the upper potential of Snowflower.
Probably. Well, Jinair looking to add another win to their already pretty successful season. We'll see if they can do it. Time to get in the game and find out.
Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while the
All right. Well, welcome to Summoner's Rift. Large plateau, apparently. Africa Freaks versus Jinair. Game number 1.
Not a meeting of multiple strategies. Often we've seen, say, poke versus engage or siege versus team fighting. Both these team comps do similar things. Only obvious advantage is in the mid lane wave clear. Early is definitely going to be in the purview of Victor, but expect to see Snowflower do his usual thing on Thresh as we get a pause to start things off.
Apparently so. All right. Issue on the Jinair side of things. Hopefully it doesn't take us too long to resolve.
No real super late game scaling. I guess Blue Ezreal is probably the closest to a true late game hyper threat. We've already seen from Crown that you can do a lot of damage on the Victor though, so Kuzan has that.
Yep.
Otherwise, the balanced draft is just different. It's been atypical. We've seen a lot of different win conditions coming against this season as Mickey.
Mickey's impatient. He wants to get bloodthirsty. Even though he's a mid laner, you can do it too in the mid lane, I suppose.
Not sure how much bloodthirstiness Flash Exhaust Ezreal will pull off.
Not a lot. Well, not a lot early on. Looks like we're going back in the game now, so small issue dealt with. No bug splats this time.
Hey, it's early days yet.
That's true. We got plenty of time for bug splat.
My kingdom for a bug splat.
Really?
They're
You'd
fun.
give your whole kingdom away for a bug splat?
It's not that impressive, to be
I
honest.
would not give my kingdom away for that.
Well, you have a kingdom built on many years of top-level Korean casting. My kingdom,
I suppose.
just kind of rickety, putting it together still.
You knew better than bug splat, though. Maybe like a vintage Game Boy.
Ooh.
That'd be pretty cool.
Pocket or regular?
Oh, regular, absolutely. The brick, man.
That is a offensive weapon at this stage.
It's true. It's a danger to AA batteries everywhere.
Absolutely. 6, was it?
Yeah, 4. 4. The Game Gear was 6. And the Game Gear actually destroyed AA's way faster.
Rest in peace, Game Gear.
Yeah. It's right there with Sega Nomad.
What a console.
Yeah.
I've been trying to track one down for a long time.
eBay.
Well, lane swap is started up by the Freaks. You just see Sungyun and Snowflower on the top side of the map. Not going to be called, so successful lane swap from Africa.
I guess so. But what are they going to be able to turn it into? Do you think we're just going to see the turrets traded and then traded again and the mid lane waiting game begins?
That is the story that's been the way, but if that was the plan, then you'd expect Lysandra to be grouped with Lyra early to start powering through these camps. You expect them to clear everything. They're on the weak side right now. You can see Che's going to go check, so let's see how the timings are.
And he's certainly going to hear Lysandra long before he sees her, you'd think. But nope, that's not how League of Legends works, guys.
That has been the story.
We'll see him anyway.
Starting on your weak side, pushing through those camps, and then just as the minions break on the turret, starting the fast push.
Well, small sample size, but Winged having a pretty successful season on this Rek'Sai so far. 100% win rate, 9 KDA, which is not bad at all.
In a world where Vision's gone down, Tremor Sense just gets that much more important. And although Rek'Sai late game team fights, not really much chop, just a true tank. Less of a frontliner than, say, Maokai, who we see on your screen. Right. Still, the early game Vision play is what can really separate the Rek'Sais and why she's such a valued pick.
True. And blue buff will be taken. Looks like they're going to send Che up to help. Trace, which is about what you'd expect. That, you know, no wonder that's like a charred Maokai skin. He's carrying around like an open thing of flaming charcoal behind his head. It's made of wood.
They pull this off. Remember, Lucian's solo farming alone, so he's actually farming 3 lanes over 2, but this many members rotating around top should be a hard defense for Jinair.
It's going to get interesting here. Ixu trying to come from the side. And a big 4-man dive. Winged ready to help out. It's going to be a 4v3. And Che and Trace are right there. Africa looks unsure. They're going to just use the W to keep Trace in place. Yeah, deciding to cancel that one. Probably a good idea.
Good pathing from Wing, though. He waited in the wings, wanted to see if the dive would come through. Was there to dissuade it, as we mentioned. Pilot's the big benefactor. Solo farm, frozen lane, down bottom.
Yeah, not bad at all. And already, I mean, we see the Africa Freaks trying to bring that early aggression that we kind of suspected we were going to see, but Jin Air, very, very ready for that.
Slow on the ready. This is one of the reasons why lane swaps weren't as prevalent a strategy in Korea as they were in the EU and NALCS. Obviously, by Worlds time, everyone was going for the fast push, but it was all about the defense in Korea, and that's why we saw less of those turrets coming down.
Oh,
wow.
Hook nearly connected. That was really close. That was
Like
like
so perfect.
in the model almost, yeah.
Big model coming through from the Maokai, of course.
Guess so.
Sandra finally goes bot, trying to stop the freeze. Not really having too much fun, is Ixu?
I would think so. Only 5 CS so far. He's not been able to get a whole lot done.
Lucian, big benefactor, has been the experience. Been getting solo experience most of the time.
Oh, jeez. Poor Ixu. He can't even get close, man.
He's been frozen this whole time. Very well cultivated minion wave from
Which
Pilot.
you'd think would be good for Lysandra. She likes when things are frozen, but not in this case. In this case, it's really bad.
Very obvious game coming through for the Africa. Lyra standing in a ward, so...
Snowflower's just showing up. He's just like, yo, I'm here.
You're also ganking for a level 5 Ezreal, so already you probably made some mistakes.
Hey, he's got exhaust.
That's right.
Yeah.
Arcane Shift in exhaust.
That's right. No, flash exhaust, and then save the Arcane Shift in case you need to dive under turret to finish the
for that
kill.
little bit of damage.
That's right.
Or not.
Priorities, man.
Sometimes I wonder about Africa's priorities. The Katie Rolster series that they kicked off the season with, they had the early game advantage in spades and just couldn't push out in the early game. A bit similar to what Samsung did in the previous game. Knowing their win conditions and acting on them was once a staple of Africa, but so far has eluded them this season.
Yeah, pretty much.
Happy wave clear time.
Yeah, Sam should be able to stay pretty easy, even in CS.
Don't you dare miss that. And a minion. We'll never know.
I don't know. We'll just assume he got it.
Yep. Benefit of the doubt. Top
right.
pro player.
Kuzan wouldn't have missed that cannon minion.
Would GBM have missed it?
No, of course not.
There you go.
You know what GBM was always missing? One of those bow ties where you can like flick it and it just spins around.
Really?
Yeah, I mean that's like a trick bow tie. It's not, you know, really a bow tie at all because you can't tie something like that.
Not
But
very
it would have been cool.
Not very sportsmanlike.
It would have been cool.
The trick bow tie. That's like the loaded boot in a wrestling match.
What?
You know, you load your boot.
With what? What do you load it with?
It's never really clear on that, but regardless, you're making it just sturdier so that if you get hit by it, apparently you're knocked out for a long time.
Like you put like
Rocks in it, I
cement
guess.
in
That
it,
doesn't
or-
really make sense. I guess
Sounds really uncomfortable.
steel tipped, let's say that.
You'd think someone would check those things.
Well, what can I say? Wrestling refs, not always the most reliable at catching infractions.
I guess so. Whoa, Ixu getting caught there too. Pilot backing off just in time to avoid that death sentence. Wing finds Lyra. It's a fight over the pink board. Trace comes down to try to help out. Lyra doing a lot of damage to Wing there, and Songyun poking away at Trace too.
Actually, Mickey trying to help with the cross map ultimate. Didn't find it though. No kill observed, and more free time for Kuzan.
Yeah, he's going to be able to catch up in CS.
This is the part where he has the E hex score upgrade, so
Whoa, big pulverized. Che finds, help Pilot find first blood. Snowflower lucky to escape with his life. That was very clean from Che and Pilot. We only caught that right as it was beginning, but it looked to me like Ixu maybe stuck around lane a little bit too long with a little bit too low health.
as far as I can infer, Pilot hit 6, Cullen did most of the work, and then Flash
Yeah.
came in aggressively from Che. And they pick up the first blood.
Yeah, very nice. Good move for Jin Air already, and against a team that's, you know, wanting to be aggressive in the early game, if you can get those early kills instead, it's a pretty good start.
Now we see pushed in the bottom lane. We already mentioned that Victor will have an easy time pushing in mid. A lot of pushed in lanes theoretically could be big plays from Lyra, but Lyra's the only real benefactor. Otherwise, all the pressure advantage is with Jin Air.
Pretty much. Che right away buying that Sightstone, which is, I think, what you pretty much have to do all the time on support right now.
I don't know about that, actually. I might
No?
disagree. That was definitely the story last season, but with Sightstone going down to 3 wards, the wards timing out earlier.
Yeah, but your other option is to have only your Trinket.
No, let's get those boots of roaming and go gank some fools.
I suppose.
Come on, Doa, you're the bloodthirsty support.
We haven't seen a lot of that, though.
How bloodthirsty is the Sidestone exactly?
Well, wards produce more kills than any other item in the game, so it's the most bloodthirsty item to buy.
Get those Swifties, get in the other lanes. That's what I want to see.
I just see them coming, and then they have no chance. I've set the trap.
Ixu, not really enjoying the lane, not enjoying the Krugs either.
I guess not. Well, the ancient Krug will live his life alone. Or was that the smaller Krug? I couldn't tell.
That was the big Krug.
Okay, that's what I thought. The ancient Krug is what it's called.
Really?
Clearly very old.
Some play-by-play knowledge right there.
That's right. And it'll be an early dragon for Jin Air. We'll see if they can pull it off.
Isn't it nice that all this play makes sense? Jin Air, pressure advantage in lanes. They pressure both mid and bottom.
Yeah.
Easiest dragon of their lives.
Yeah, no kidding.
Snowflower's gonna watch it fall down.
Steal it with the death sentence. Oh, that was closer than I thought it would be, but Smite is going to secure that one pretty easily.
Smite does a little bit more damage than Death Sentence.
Depends on the item build, but yeah, usually.
He's catching all those souls as well,
Usually.
pumping up the AP.
Yep.
He is maxing it first, so outside chance.
Interesting. Why not?
Well, will we see Big Fate's Call play?
Well, I mean, they want to get something done now that they've got this 2v2, I suppose.
They've had no lane control and then very conspicuously pushing in hard. Maybe a tip off the Jin Air.
Yeah. Maybe, just maybe, Lyra was close by.
And Ixu's not going to have a lot of fun. I was going to touch on this. 21 CS behind. Already the Spectre's Cowl for Trace.
Yeah.
Already a difficult lane. And there's going to be a tipping point, Spirit Visage, or whatever magic resist item comes in that Maokai's going to be living forever. And these trades, they're just going to go. The base damages for Maokai are good.
Yeah, I mean, Ixu's not going to be able to fight toe-to-toe with Trace right now.
Or potentially ever. It's only going to get tankier.
Yeah, all across the board, things going very well for Jin Air. Nice ward. They do spot Lyra coming through the jungle. Kuzan's starting to pull ahead a little bit in the mid lane. And Pilot staying even at least with Songyun, but after that kill, he'll be a little bit ahead too.
That's what wave control mid gives you. You saw there's already a ward onto the Raptors. The thing about Victor versus Ezreal is that Victor decides at every point pre-Iceborne Gauntlet whether to push the wave or to freeze it under his turret, depending on his priorities or the team's priorities. So Kuzan and Jin Air making all the decisions is, wow, Trace, 2 levels up, low mana on Ixu. He's even considering a dive.
Yeah, I wonder if he could do some dirty farming maybe, do you think?
Thinking about it.
Without those wards, you don't really know where Lyra is.
To be fair though, look at the defensive vision they have. A spot on the Gromp. He's got good warding. Obviously not complete, but good enough.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he can. Guess he can get aggressive against Ixu. Not quite dive worthy, I guess. But
soften him up.
Yeah, waiting for Wing to come in. Meanwhile, Lyra just punching the Rift coward to death.
That's what he deserves. He's a coward.
Yep. What?
If the League of Legends taught us anything, cowards are to be executed.
I guess so. And then they'll give you vision for a little while.
Yeah. That's how that works.
Like, show me everything. How does it do it? Does like the crab have just like a little camera and just transmit some footage over to the other team?
Maybe it's a Firefly-like thing, like dies and lights up. I don't know.
Maybe. Well, Trace not really in any danger here. Lyra having to come up to just help Ixu push this lane a little bit.
You know what's bad when Lissandra needs help pushing her lane?
That's
the one thing
pretty
Lissandra
crazy.
should always be able to do.
Yeah. Trace maintaining a really good CS lead right now.
Being annoying, trying to stop the backs, but looks like Ixu will get the back. Probably have to teleport back top though. The pressure from Trace. Honestly, the big loser early game has been Ixu. So far behind in levels and gold.
Yep. And Jin Air grouping up mid. They're going to be able to take this turret, it looks like. Maybe they don't quite have enough minions. No, they could have maybe tried it, but that would have been way too risky.
Even Gangplank has more wave clear. We've seen Victor versus Gangplank. That turret went down to, what, 18 to 20 minutes?
Something like that.
Kuzan's just had free time, 13 minutes in. Basically has Ezreal's mid turret down.
Well, Jin Air's got 1 kill and a dragon. They're already about 2,000 gold ahead.
I mean, most of that's Trace. 31 CS ahead. That's massive. Not Flame Horizon yet, but could extend there.
That and the first blood for Pilot.
And now he can start building for the team. He started off with the Spectre's Cowl, got the lane assignment he wanted, and then later on, can just build into the Righteous Glory, and then he's team fight ready as well.
Yeah. Ixu returns to the mid lane. No, he doesn't. He's returning to the jungle.
At least Ixu isn't doing the I'm way behind, so I'll build a Rod of Ages plan. That's always...
Hey, well, I mean, he bought a blasting wand, so you never know.
Surely it's going to be a Abyssal Scepter, but there is actually the outside potential of the
I think
solid
Abyssal's probably
22-minute Rod of Ages pickup.
Yeah, he's got the Null Magic Mantle, so probably going Abyssal. Other than that, not a lot going on. I mean, I think Jin Air got the early game edge that they wanted to.
Iceborne Gauntlet's picked up, so finally Ezra going to be able to push back and chip away at Kuzan. It's not going to be 1-to-1. It's still going to be the death rate instantly clearing the wave and a couple of Qs retired, but with the required, but with the cooldown reduction mechanic, going to be able to match. Not going to be the same immense pressure on the red side jungle for Jin Air than there was before.
Yeah, pretty much. Here comes Lyra. Can they make a play? Well, Trace gets locked by the W. Has to burn that flash to get out of it. Ooh. Wow, Mickey.
Turns out the armor and mana doesn't do so much against the death ray.
Apparently. Now, maybe we'll see a bit of a fight over the blue buff. Because Kuzan's certainly good, in a pretty good position to contest this.
Clearing and exiting lane. The Faker special on Victor. Every good Victor does it.
Yep. Oh, denied.
Freak opted into this. They went for this Ezreal answer to the Victor. He's keeping it competitive, but feels like his team is kind of losing around him, even as he just powers up that tier in the mid lane.
How good is it, do you think, to deny this recall for Ixu?
Look, again, you're just extending what has been a super punishing top lane matchup for Ixu. It's still 2 levels behind. How can you opt into team fights or anything when, you know, this Maokai's going to be so useful? He has the ultimate for team utility, and you're just fighting for every CS, struggling to get an Abyssal Scepter breach. When it's Mickey.
Here we go. Mickey nearly gets taken out. Very, very close call. If that safeguard hadn't come in from Lyra, I think that would have been a kill for Kuzan.
The Victors today have been running wild trying to get these solo kills in the mid lane.
Yeah, well, looks like they're going to settle for a kill on the turret this time. And Jin Air continues to pull ahead.
Jin Air have so many options. They've already had wards deep in the blue side jungle of Afrika. The majority of this game, they can start pushing them in the red side. Well, it's easiest. Second dragon going to be incoming. First one uncontested.
Yeah, right.
Second one going to be uncontested.
Well, right away when that turret went down, Snowflower went up and put a ward by Dragon, so Afrika Freaks know what's up.
Back away for now.
Yeah, they do kind of make Jin Air nervous enough not to try it, I suppose.
No big item completions just yet. No sign of the Righteous Glory. Just going for the Merc Treads at the moment is Trace.
Ouch.
But the moment they opt into a Dragon Fright, just doesn't feel like Mickey is strong enough for there to be a fight that Afrika Freaks win just yet.
Yeah, not yet. He's been stacking that tier for a while, but it's going to be a long time before he's able to turn that into a Merman or something.
Spent a lot of time talking about the previous series about power spikes, obviously, when it was the Corki Trinity Force. The big hope for Afrika, their go button this game is going to be the Hurricane for the Callisto. When they finish Hurricane, it'll be 2 items for both ADs. There is a team fight they can win.
Oh, did they catch Snowflower? Snowflower trying to recall that brush. Flash pulverized. Here comes Winged. I don't know if this Thresh is getting out. No. And Snowflower just choosing a really dangerous place to recall and gets punished, and that's going to punish them even more as Jin Air uses the opportunity to take this dragon.
That's a recall you make when you have the pressure, not when you're way behind in map pressure. So honestly, just a rookie mistake from Snowflower.
Attempted dragon steal comes in from Mickey, but Jin Air not phased by that one at all. And yeah, just a small mistake by Snowflower, just a choice of where to recall, and it really costs Afrika Freaks a lot.
You can get away with a long noose when you're way ahead, but when you're behind, when you just didn't have information about the wards, that's what happens.
I don't want to have any noose involved.
No nooses?
My League of Legends plays. No thanks.
The enemies can hang themselves. You're just trying to avoid it for yourself.
That's grim.
That's what warding gives you, Doa. People make mistakes.
Yeah, I guess. They do indeed.
So
they
Ixu
get those bloodthirsty kills.
Yeah, and Ixu's gone for the Abyssal Scepter, so maybe Mickey can do some more damage with his ult. Awkwardly, his team doesn't really have a lot of latent magic damage that he's going to help out with that aura.
Yep. Well, the days of AP Ezreal are long gone.
Rip Runeglaive.
Thankfully. Oh, Rift Herald time. You know, I feel like we've seen Jin Air taking more Rift Heralds than a lot of other teams.
Some teams, again, like series on series, picks and bans change. Again, the patch is very early, so priority is always different. And the Rift Herald has been the big differentiator. Some teams just aren't interested in that objective at all. And even the assignment of who gets it. We've seen so many junglers pick up the Rift Herald.
Oh.
Trace has already had the pressure advantage, and now it's going to have some buffed up minions as well.
See, this makes more sense. You give it to a laner, right?
To me, that makes the most sense.
Yeah.
It says a lot about the buff that the 10% movement speed is more important than the minion effect that, of course, the buff is largely expected to be.
Wow, look at this, getting aggressive onto Che, but Lyra has to get right back out again. I mean, you can tell Africa just really wants to make a play here, but Jin Air is just not giving them any opportunities.
Well, it definitely tells you how it's going. Where taking a second Q against Alistair seems like a good idea, but they just had no opportunity to make plays in the first 20 minutes. Controlled game from Jin Air. It's a return to the old Jin Air because Trace, no Quinn this time, no Ignite top, back to Maokai duty.
Yep, very measured. Jin Air going back to their kind of habit of having some of the longest games in Champions. We might be in
But the worry is, did they go back to their habit of not knowing how to finish games?
Yeah.
Because when you have 4 or 5 damage dealers, okay, you can just win a fight through sheer outplays. When you have these positioning-based, timing-based comps, that's easy to pull that up.
Very true. Man, only 1 kill every 10 minutes this game.
Monty is approving.
Oh,
sorry,
hurts
Doa.
me bad.
And you were complaining about the pace of the last game. This is the new norm, Doa.
Please no.
It's only week 2.
No.
There's going to be a few more of these games.
And then everyone gets aggressive, right?
I mean, I'm waiting on the patch notes. I'll let you know.
All right. I'll read them too. 3 turrets already for Jin Air. A huge lead. Up to 5K gold in 20 minutes. And I mean, what is there really to say? I mean, Jin Air is just doing a great job of putting all the right amounts of pressure on all the right amounts of, or all the right places on the map. Taking this blue buff away. Can Ixu take it? Looks like he got it.
Ixu got it.
Oh, Ixu got it, did he?
I believe this is the time
so.
in the broadcast where you talk about vintage video games or old shows or Street Sharks.
Yeah.
There's not really much else to say. Africa, they have playmaking champs, but they're so far behind on map play that there's not much they can do. They're trying to force some mid lane damage.
They may pay for this. So teleport coming in for Trace. Gonna get the back line. Snowflower in trouble already. Dropped the box, but that's a culling. Whoa, the damage from Kuzan and Pilot just destroys the Africa Freaks.
That damage from Kuzan was immense.
Yeah, man. I mean, and Pilot hit the culling right at the same time. It was only 1 kill, but it was more than enough. Whoa, gotta be careful there. More than enough to push the Freaks back. And that may cost them a tier 2 turret here. Wing wants to come from the side. Looks like they'll be content with the turret.
They have such a strong front line. Multiple people here can tank
Yes, they
turret
do.
shots. Easy peasy. Take down the turret. False sense of security for Africa. They thought, okay, this game's fairly even. Let's go for something. Instantly punished. Instantly lose their inner mid turret. You thought they didn't have much map control before. With both their middle lane turrets down, every single objective on this map is easy peasy to pick up for Jin Air.
And I mean, now we're looking at a 6,000 gold deficit for the Africa Freaks as we go into this replay.
And that's the thing about Maokai. It doesn't matter if you flash away, you are going to get rooted in place. And the explosion from Kuzan.
That is disgusting.
Yep, that's Victor.
That's a great slogan. That's disgusting. That's Victor.
Sounds very close to victory, and honestly, Jin Air, pretty close to victory themselves.
Wow, they're close to like a flawless victory here, man. I mean, no
Oh,
turrets,
it's true.
no kills,
Perfect
no
game,
dragons.
potentially.
They could do it. I think if they survive another, 10 minutes of this, they might be able to close it out.
Immortals in the NALCS have denied Jin Air the hope of the fastest perfect game. Of course, perfect game in 18 minutes, hard to beat.
Wow, that was
something.
Legitimately insane. And here they come. They're just gonna walk all over the map now.
Goodbye,
All over Snowflower.
Africa.
Songyun, man, the CC. What a huge culling from Pilot. Picks up a kill there. Lyra in a bit of trouble against Kuzan, who's gonna grab one, and there is just nothing that the Africa Freaks can do. 22 minutes. Yeah, why not do Baron, man? I mean, why not?
The amusing thing is they don't
Who's
even have
stopping
vision
them?
around this area, but with 3 kills down, no way for Ezreal to rotate.
Well, Ezreal just used True Shot Barrage as well, so there is nothing at all that the Freaks can do.
They can try and stop the perfect game. They have a single turret. All right, perfect game canceled.
Oh, sadness.
Sadness.
Oh, well. I suppose I'll trade that. If I were them, I would trade a perfect game for a Baron, some kills, and Mickey's going to activate Dragon, but I don't think you're going to get a chance to do that with Buddy.
I don't know about the blue Ezreal mid against Victor. Just
Yeah.
with the Z off the board, it felt like he wasn't confident to play an Ari, for example, that has
Well,
that balanced wave clear and some assassination potential. Mickey needs to take over these games, Doa.
He does. I mean, they need him to be the star, and you were talking about the fact that the LeBlanc pick was available. They didn't go for that. You know, Africa really picked themselves into this.
To be fair, though, the LeBlanc pick has been the option that he's tried twice in a row. Both games lost. Both games played fine, but not been able to get that edge. Maybe they need to start banning Victor. That's that's unfortunate. There has been some Victor bans, but
Maybe.
if enemy teams are banning 3 mid laners against your mid lane, give him a chance. Take away the safe blind pick that KT have used, that multiple teams have used. Get the Victor off the board, because it's pretty clear right now that Mickey doesn't have the pocket pick to annihilate a Victor in lane.
Yeah. Trying to support that mid lane, but meanwhile, Trace pushing down the top lane with those Baron-empowered minions. Ixu's got the wave clear, but you really can't get close enough to kill the cannon minion this time.
It doesn't have the wave clear to deal with Baron buff minions, though, of course.
Yep.
So much more difficult. So just lose slowly the health on that turret.
Yep, maybe not so slow. Yeah, that turret's not going down slow at all. Jin Air just steamrolling their way across the map right now.
This is no counterplay. 10,000 gold, 9,000, I guess.
Well, you called it. I mean, you said whichever team got ahead was going to be able to snowball this pretty easily, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
When you share win conditions, it's a bit like blind pick, where if you have the same champions, once you get an advantage, it's so hard to come back, just because there's really little options for Afrika. Lyra never got that big pick that we saw Flawless, for example, getting on the Lee Sin yesterday. He's just been watching on. He's died once, but really not been involved this game.
He was trying.
Afrika's, in general, watched Jin Air win this game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. And I mean, if game 1 goes like this, you have to wonder what the mental state of Afrika Freaks is going to be in game number 2. Mickey just trying to damage some of the minions, but they've still got the Baron buff, so even that Ezreal ult doesn't stop you too much.
Makes you wonder how important Hachani was to some of the decision-making and drafting of Afrika.
I wonder. And the thing is we've actually seen Hachani perform very well now that he's back on KT, so...
I mean, very is a strong word. He definitely had some Hachani moments yesterday.
Yeah, I suppose yesterday wasn't the best example, but up until yesterday, he was looking surprisingly good. We weren't expecting Hachani to make a big difference. We're like, all right, we were like, they're going to play Hachani a little bit and then go back to Ignar, but Hachani's been playing okay.
And if we're going to give Ambition share of the credit for the improvement in Samsung, I think we have to give Hachani share of the improvement in multiple ways for KT. Really looking solid, apart from their loss yesterday.
Yeah, still waiting to see how Ignar is going to look, but
we'll be waiting a while. Maybe it'll be Peekaboo-esque. Maybe it'll be second half of the season for Ignar.
Hachani was very much the summer 2014 Hachani yesterday, but that Hachani also won a Season of Champions.
That's true.
So it's hard to really tell what's worse.
It's a push and shove when it comes to Hachani.
It is.
Maybe it's just a mathematical equation of how many Hachani moments he has. At 2.
Can you rate a team's performance in Hachani's?
I think you could.
I think maybe we can. It's been a long time since Long Panda has been a part of the league,
It's
so
true.
can we say I would give that I would say I would give this performance approximately. Well, how do we rate it? Are more
Here's what I'll say.
Hachani's good or less?
Here's what I'll say. I don't think there deserves to be a Hachani award for underperforming player just yet, because Hachani largely has been good, but let's see if Hachani continues his downward trajectory from yesterday's series.
If we consider one Hachani the equivalent of a face check, so we can say the equivalent of like a mistaken play, I don't even know if we can give Afrika Freaks that many Hachanis this game, because they really haven't made too many mistakes. They've just
I like to conceptualize it in OQ moments, because of course OQ's left the league now. We don't have any OQ moments. Why can't we have Hachani moments?
Well, I think Hachani moments are just more fun. They're more relevant right now.
Absolutely.
Hachani, so hot right now.
Hachani, more relevant than OQ.
Yeah.
Come back, OQ.
Please. Come back, GBM. People keep taking our players, man.
They took our players.
Why do they have to go and offer them money?
They should do it for the love, though.
I know. Don't they have enough passion to stay in Korea? So disappointing.
One day the Rocks Tigers will get a sponsor.
Yeah. Surviving on pure passion. And a lot of money from Worlds last year, I suppose.
And Afrika's surviving on the whims of Jin Air, as far as I can tell.
with their 6 streaming deals. They're actually, I mean, we've said it many times before, really popular streamers here, so probably doing okay.
Just looking for Jin Air to find that killer push. Remember, Jin Air was in this position at least a half dozen times last season and then lost the game. They've lost the game with multiple 5 dragon stacks. They've got everything riding on them, but can they please press the Righteous Glory button and dive? That's what they need to do at some point. Scary against a blue Ezreal, scary in general, but they are so far ahead. And look, it was the late rod. That is the latest rod of ages ever.
Yeah, that's a 28-minute Rod of Ages, guys.
It's got a few stacks. It's probably more like a 24-minute Rod of Ages.
I didn't see right when he got it, but either way, it's going to take a little while.
What if Jin Air, returned to their old infamy, let's say, at being able to not be able to close out games? Maybe it's not the worst decision.
Well, I mean, Jin Air last year was the old rob from the rich and give to the poor team, right? They would beat the good teams and then lose to the bad teams.
Well, they picked up one win over one of the lower competition earlier this week, so their Robin Hood image was slightly thrown off, but yes.
Yeah, well, they beat SK Telecom, too, so I think they've shed that image so far this season anyway. Jin Air's just going to walk up and take the red buff. Thank you very much. And it's Dragon time. Why not take that, too? We're very much in a Season 5 game this time, aren't we?
It is sad that a lot of games have returned to get the 5th Dragon stack. We started the season being like, well, Dragon's kind of irrelevant. Get that 1st stack, everything else, whatever. But a lot of games, specifically KT Rolster games, have been about outscale and 5th Dragon. And Jin Air, honestly, with KT, given how good their record is, following that, not quite having the top lane carry, but focusing on that 5th Dragon win condition, and Victor clearing waves is one thing that really guarantees objective control because your lanes are always pushed up.
Oh, yeah. Tons of fun.
Yes, lots of fun. Kill every 5 minutes, push up all the waves, don't want to dive anything, so wait for Dragon and Baron.
We've got double the kills of the last game, I suppose. That was a kill every 10 minutes, so we're doing a little bit better.
It's a sliding scale, depressing nonetheless.
So is there a point? Well, never mind. Oh, it's time for a fight. Trace comes in from the flank. They're going to bring Ixu down with the TP, and both teams decide to break off that attack. Jin Air not liking what they see, but they were able to get some cooldowns out of the way, so they may just pressure Baron here.
Big 5-minute cooldown that guaranteed Maokai in the back line is down, though.
Yeah.
Now how do they force that fight? Because Maokai, much harder to find that fight or find the engage in a long lane.
I suppose. I mean, they've still got all their summoners. Maokai's got his ult back, so they really didn't use anything. They just caused Ixu to have to use his teleport.
Sure, but it's flank or bust. Maokai's not going to run up and W Ezreal. Alice is not going to run up and combo. In a long lane, they have no engage, so the teleport was so important in them getting a pick.
I suppose.
Teleport is up, though.
The Baron dance will probably last until the next dragon.
It could do.
It'll be a dragon fight.
Get comfortable, though. Could be here a while.
I can see that. Jin Air saying hi. They're just keeping that mid lane cleared and then putting more pressure back on Baron, and it really forces the Afrika Freaks to react. I think it's time for not Baron. That's what I was going to say. I was going to say exactly that. It's time for not Baron.
Very nice sentence there, Doa.
Got it. Now it's time for Baron.
Ah. The not Baron.
Maybe not Baron. No, it's not Baron time. Now it's time for Trace to get into the fight. Time for Sofar to get caught. Great CC, great knockups from Che as he brings that Alistar to the back. And Trace all over Mickey and Songyun, taking some damage, but it's let the rest of Jin Air catch up to everybody else. And that's an easy team fight win. That is near a perfect ace. Only Lyra escapes. Nobody on Jin Air going down. And this may be it right here. The death timers are already at about 50 seconds.
The difference between these two teams is in the front line, Doa. The front line, the Maokai is immortal. The front line, the Lissandra, the Thresh, very, very squishy, behind in gold. Yep. And Pilot just free hits. They don't even have to worry about killing the damage dealers when everyone dies instantly on the side of a free.
Yeah. Wow, well, Afrika Freaks, what can you say? Kind of were behind all game long and then just sort of rolled over and died in a team fight. And that is all it takes for Jin Air to take a very convincing game number 1. And looks like we may be on our way to a fast 2-0, guys. GG.
Jin Air decisive. They smelled blood, they got the engage finally from Trace, and they won the game. That's the Jin Air that was so close to being performed last season, but never actually really got it all together on the Rift at the same time. some things to be excited about Jin Air. Comfortable victory from them. 10-0 is the kill score.
I would say so, yeah. Not a single kill on the Africa Freaks side of things. That is rough, and I believe they just got that one turret. Probably the closest we've seen to a perfect game yet this year.
Coach is going to
Korea anyway.
Coach is really going to have to rile up these Africa players. Easy to get tilted, easy to be depressed at this stage. That's the fifth
tough.
game and the fifth loss for the Africa Freaks. A lot to come back from against Jin Air.
That's right. We'll see if they can handle it, guys, when we come back. Game number 2 between the Africa Freaks and the Jin Air Green Wings. Jin Air looking like they're ready to cruise smoothly to a 2-0 and a better record here in Champions Spring, but maybe, just maybe, Mickey and the rest of the Freaks can overcome that loss and make something happen, but that look tells me that it's pretty unlikely.
Eerily comfortable win for Jin Air in game 1.
Well, either way, don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back with more OGN Champions right after this short break.
And let's hope Trace can pick something crazy. I want to see the return to top lane Ignite. That was fun.
Yeah, man, why not? I think it's time to go aggressive. They played a safe, casual, measured game. It worked very well. Let's see the bloodthirstiness. We'll see it when we come back.
Welcome to your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world.
And welcome back to Champion Spring. Trace with the MVP. Did a great job in lane on that Maokai against Ixu's Lissandra, and then was great at his flanks and team fights, and he is way on top of the MVP right now. Well, way on top. He's considerably on top for this point in the season.
And look at this camera angle.
Whoa.
Awesome vertical angle there.
Flank time.
But this wasn't the Trace we were hoping for. I think everyone wants to see the return of the top Graves, the Quinn.
Cool.
But it was still a return to form, and what this cements is that Trace can actually play at 2 speed. We saw all of last season tank tops only. Suddenly, a season where he's mixed in Maokai play with Quinn and Graves. If he's able to be this flexible, he's already in the argument for top 3 top laner in Korea.
Yeah, I mean, the evolution of Trace on the surface so far this season seems to be very successful. And with this guy, with as well as he's played from time to time in the past, adding on, you know, very diverse champion pool to it.
And also
I agree
really
completely. I think he could be one of the best in Korea.
And questioning things like age. Remember, this guy is 28, obviously much older than a lot of the players.
It doesn't matter. You outsmart him at that point.
And that's what he's been able to do, and that's just something that, again, people have said mechanics fall off, you know, retire at 25. Trace is challenging all those long-held beliefs.
Yeah. I tell people to go read Legend by David Gemmell then. Read about Dross and then tell me about old pro gamers who can't do it anymore because of their age. Yeah, right, man.
Trace only looking better in 2016.
Yeah. And Africa Freaks not looking very good at all, no matter what their ages are.
Nope.
And we're going right into picks and bans for game number 2 between Jinair and Africa Freaks. It's been a tough day for the Freaks, but we'll see if they can bring it together here. It's so weird to, I don't know, that team name, man. I feel weird calling them the Freaks.
Well, the new name seems to have been hand in hand with their downfall as a team. The one thing you could guarantee about an Africa Freaks game, or I guess a Rebels Anarchy game, was aggression. It was about making the crazy picks, looking for the big outplay. Instead, we just watched them literally get, I guess, strangled out of a game by Jinair. They were never in it from about the first 3 minutes into the game, and they lost a slow, methodical 33-minute game. That's just not what we expect from Africa. We need to see the outplay. We need to see the aggression. We need to see a crazy pick. Otherwise, Africa's just going to find themselves 0-6 on the season.
I think you're right. I mean, I think they need to put Mickey on a champion that he can carry with.
How about like Zed and Twisted Fate? They sound pretty good.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Jinair is doing the right thing and banning those away from Mickey, too.
It's depressing that this is so effective against Africa. Songyun looked like he was taking that next step, but has largely regressed. Ixu, I don't think he has the champion pool to be a secondary carry. There's just no support act for Mickey. Not even Lyra can really make up or be a support act. It's Mickey only, and Mickey is finding 3 bans, 2 bans every game.
Yeah, it's looking pretty rough. What do you ban if you're Africa? What do you take away? They haven't banned the Quinn or the Graves. They left them open this game. It was a big priority in game number 1, but after that Maokai pick, I think they're right. You really can't ban out Trace right now.
Well, let's talk about a normal game between 2 teams. You'd be like, okay, the Victor was super effective. Mickey can play Victor. Let's take it away in this first side of the draft. The issue then is that you take Victor to buy time for someone else to carry, and I don't know who that's going to be. It has to be Mickey, so they can't even pick Victor.
I mean, you could argue that maybe Songyun can get on something good. Like you take the Corki here, the Lucian perhaps, or the Callista.
Callista's been the champion shown the most on. Look, if you take Victor, maybe Lyra will come back, because Lyra's a guy, you know, we saw his Gragas play earlier last season. I think Lyra's the sort of player who can play the jungle Graves, who can play a carry from the jungle. You need someone to put their carry pants on. Rek'Sai certainly wouldn't be an indication of that, but I'd actually look to Lyra as a secondary carry, but Afrika not doing that, at least in their first round of the draft.
Yeah. And we'll see what Wing decides to go with. The Elise pick obviously very strong. And you can grab that Corki and then flex it, I suppose, too.
The junglers available.
I like it. Kindred. No, Graves, I like that too.
Oh boy, Graves is available.
Speaking of flex picks, probably going to Trace, but Wing could play in the jungle.
Well, this is already exciting. The moment that we see Graves locked in would be great.
Not exciting anymore.
The thing you can say is that you're pretty confident that Afrika will pick their top lane in the next rotation. They always save that counter pick for mid. So maybe it can still be the Graves in the next rotation.
Maybe it'll just be the Lucian. Elise, Lucian, two very safe picks. You don't give away a huge amount, I should say.
A huge much?
You don't give away a huge much. I'm like inventing my own dialect at this point.
Hugh Much sounds like a British guy, like Hugh Laurie or Hugh.
Hugh Much?
Hugh Much.
It's
Pip pip cheerio.
Yeah. Jolly good. Well, Elise, Lucian, you don't give away a lot.
Nope. Very solid picks. The Alistair priority has gone all the way to first pick now.
Yep.
Lulu, of course, not being contested this draft. Definitely not an Afrika pick.
But Tom Kench has slipped through the cracks so far.
It smells like a Corki mid, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Obviously a flex pick coming through. Are flexing their support too, so this is something different from Afrika. They are actually flexing some picks.
Yeah, now I'm getting interested. I'm kind of curious about this.
To be fair, the Corki's not really that flex when they already have a Callista. So it would be cementing a Corki mid. Maybe they're scared of the Graves.
Well, I think counterpicking top may be the best answer here because Trace right now does provide the largest threat on Jin Air.
Well, let's see. They're giving an opportunity for Ixu to potentially pick a champion into a favorable matchup.
Yeah.
Whether he can actually take advantage of that and show us something different. I want him to shut down this narrative. Show me something special. Be that carry that Afrika needs. I'm just skeptical.
Papa Smithy wants you to be special. Isn't he special
That's all I
enough
want.
already?
He's in Champions, so he's got that going for him.
It's true. Hard to do that.
Eva, of course, know that very well.
Yeah.
Sitting in the Challenge League.
I would love it if they took the Tom Kench right here.
Be a possibility.
Tom Kench Cassiopeia seems reasonable. Fiora seems also reasonable, but you know, if you take the Fiora, you know, like they're very clearly showing, they're like, well, will they take the Tom Kench if we take the Fiora? I don't know. Then again, I mean, nobody's going to walk into a Cassiopeia Ultimate like Tom Kench is going to, right?
Tom Kench makes the most amount of sense.
I like it.
In this draft. I'm really interested to see Kuzan opting into the Corki matchup as Cassiopeia in the early laning, pre-Rockets. I think Cassiopeia would do very well, but
Graves.
Rockets come through.
Graves, please.
That's Gragas.
Pick the Graves, I know.
You want it? You run it that badly?
I
Graves
know.
top?
This is the wrong champion that starts with GR.
Do you really
Let's go triple AD, man.
Do you really pick Graves top into Trace?
No, especially not into Tom Kench, I think.
Actually, in Tom Kench was the matchup that Trace did so well on. Duke was playing the top lane Tom
I suppose
Kench.
it's true.
Push, push, push all day. Tom Kench has no wave
guess.
clear. It is tricky to pick it against Trace because he's definitely going to be on the ball when it comes to rotations around top. Here's a champion, now that Marin has left champions, we have seen very little of.
Yeah,
The Rumble.
see the Rumble. Thinking about it, really taking a long time with this last pick.
Ixu's the one who was given the opportunity to last pick. Maybe it's more about shutting down a pocket Trace pick than necessarily about giving a counter pick to top. But we will see the Rumble from Ixu. And honestly, this feels like the closest Ixu will get to a carry champ as far as we can see. Rumble and Lissandra, the most carry potential he's shown in his champion.
The team fights in this game are going to be really interesting because I really wonder how they're going to use Corki's package and rumbles all together, because you can really cover a lot of a big area with Corky's package and the equalizer.
That's basically double equalizer. If you fight in a choke, you're taking what, 300 magic damage a second conservatively?
I don't know the numbers, but you're taking a lot. Come on, you asking me about numbers, dude?
It's a big one. That's all I can tell you. Corky has those too.
Yeah.
He's got a package, a big one. He's got everything.
That's like asking Bill Nye about UFC fighting.
How do you know that's not one of his hidden passions?
Well, I mean, he might be really into it. He might like it, but he can't do it himself.
He does it.
Probably wouldn't survive long in the octagon.
That's fair. That's fair.
Well, maybe he would, because nobody wants to hit Bill Nye. Everyone's like, wow, Bill Nye the Science Guy, you're awesome. I just want his autograph, dude. Maybe he would last in the octagon after all. Well, we'll see how long the Afrika Freaks last on Summoner's Rift. They were taken down pretty hard and pretty fast by Jin last game. A lot of work to do, but coming at it with a completely different comp. I like this, changing everything, trying something new. We'll see if it's enough.
After that game one, throw it out, try something new. I'm really excited to watch the mid lane matchup. Cassiopeia versus Corky could be an interesting one.
Yeah. Could be. Well, should be entertaining nonetheless. Let's get into game 2. Jin versus Afrika Freaks. It's go time.
Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands.
All right, welcome back for perhaps the last time tonight to Summoner's Rift. Jin Green Wings going to be taking on the Afrika Freaks and looking for that 2-0. Looking to move up to 2-1, no, 3-1 overall on the season so far.
As I mentioned right at the tail end there, my big focus is on the mid lane matchup, specifically how Cassiopeia will deal with Corky post-6. Because pre-6, you can think of Corky trying to get in range of the phosphorus bomb, eating some poison, and then taking those big damage trades with the Twin Fangs. But when you have the rockets to poke out every time Cassiopeia gets in, Cassiopeia, fiercely short-range champion against the massive range from the Corky rockets, could be tricky for Kuzan. So the laning phase, as it develops, will be something I'll be keeping track of.
Well, Trace going back a little bit. Looks like there's going to be some jungle follow and no lane swaps. Whatever you say, Corky.
It's not bounding about like we saw yesterday from Fly, I think it was, in the Corky.
Well, I'm really curious to see how Afrika's going to play this one out, because last game was about as one-sided as getting. Look at this, Pilot and Che invading the Gromp. Wow, really putting the aggression on. Can they actually make something happen with this? Just checking, I guess, but they went far.
And they weren't able to deny. They didn't actually leash far enough. Actually, it re-leashes. So awkward.
Wow.
It was super low health as well.
The intimidation factor from Pilot and Che, I guess, were enough to cause problems for Songyun and Snowflower. That's kind of funny.
Still going to require the second group of minions to crash before level 2 will be acquired. So it'll be super interesting to see, actually, where the level 2 advantage comes in.
Yeah. Huh. Snowflower and Songyun just wasting no time getting up in the face of the Jin bot lane.
Shared experience. They were actually worried about Songyun taking solo experience from the Grom because it would have pinged level 2 earlier. They didn't have that information, so they had to back away.
Here I was hoping for a 2v2 fight at 2 minutes into the game.
Not your day, though.
I expect too much, don't I?
You do.
I do. Oh well. Fairly normal lanes at this point then.
Actually really nice warding, level 1. Since so precious little invades for warding, but Jin pushed a ward into the Krugs on the top side of the map, so we're confident to know that the lane swap hadn't been enacted and go and contest the Gromp. It did delay the Gromp, but obviously the reset, they still picked it up, still got some lane control.
You can see neither one of the supports having the best results on these champions yet this season, but the sample size, as we've said before, is pretty low. One of them is going to pick up a win. Che grab, he's going to take some poke. Take a lot of poke, actually. Nice play from Snowflower, wow.
Headbutts to a minion, so that means he doesn't have sustain yet, hasn't picked up a point in the Triumphant Roar.
I guess so. Good start in these early minutes for the Afrika Freaks, I suppose.
No real advantages taken yet. Actually pretty conservative jungle pathing in general from both junglers. No semblance of a gank. Freaks have had enough of bot lane.
Have they?
I seem to. Want to go kill the Rift Coward.
Are they just setting something up for a dive, perhaps? I wonder.
There's defensive ward over at the Krugs, so if Rek'Sai paths around there, will be spotted out. Yes, it is spotted.
Yeah, but Winged is way up at top. Looks like Lyra's just going to recall. And it's quiet on Summoner's Rift.
Crisis averted. No fights allowed. Back to farming.
Oh, good. Happy day.
Happiest of days.
Yeah. Nice CS lead for Songyun early on. They've been able to really bully Pilot and Shay in this lane.
It's a reality of level 2 spikes. Always have to respect them. You end up losing CS and lane control. There will be a big minion wave pushing back, so that will be equalized. Speaking of equalizers.
Hello, Wing coming in right now. Ixu could be in trouble. Uses that flash early on. Ixu does some damage. Wing doesn't connect, though, with that cocoon, it looked like.
Winged held the cocoon. That was what he needed to do, but missed. It was actually a nice dodge,
Yeah.
but poor accuracy from Winged. Should have been able to hit that. The Winged of last week, the one that put Bengi in the grave, really, you would have bet.
Well,
he was hitting
that in. He was hitting cocoons against Bengi that he wasn't even intending.
That's
so,
true.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that.
Finding the wild Eve in the brush.
But just a really nice path from Ixu to anticipate when Winged was going to try to lock him up.
Both sides the pathing was good. Pathing from Wing to get there for that gank was smart. Rumble often overextends in lanes, which is famous to do.
Flash is used by both top laners too, so not a huge advantage. But interestingly enough, the TP advantage does go to Jin Air for a little while at least.
Let's have a pseudo-global, or at least a semi-global and getting to mid in the Abyssal Voyage, coming to him very soon.
That too.
A lot of farming going through for now. Corki actually already has the lane lead early. I expected this to start tipping at this point, the level 6 point, but for now it feels like Fuzan has been having to lose out on CS.
Yeah. Jin Air having a bit of a slow start.
Snowflower going for the zoning lantern just to indicate that someone was bot. Nice little mind play.
Yep.
Otherwise, passive farming. Passive farming.
Oh yes.
My kingdom for a grave, Stoa.
You really wanted to give your kingdom away a lot these days.
It's true.
Oh. Who's there? Just protecting the recalls, it looks like. Maybe. Oh, Songyun. Oh. I think they're going to try something. Well, yeah, they are. Oh, hello. Guess what? Thresh can see into brushes, guys.
Yep. No flash pole range there for Che. Had his flash up, but no such luck.
Yep.
Mickey going to start working towards Trinity Force. We've seen Trinity Force spikes for bot lane Corkies. Not really pan out, so we'll see if the mid lane Corki can take advantage of that and really start pushing in the mid lane. Should have it earlier, be higher level, so a lot of turret pressure coming soon.
At the same time, both of these junglers really being attentive to vision, going for the tracker's knife.
Speaking of vision, pink ward advantages with Jin Air. If you can ever get double pinks up around the mid lane, then you have just such a stranglehold on the pathways around that mid lane, but right now you can see bot side of the jungle, pink ward for Afrika, top side for Jin Air.
Pretty much. But overall, a very, 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 very passive game.
Yep. Couldn't really hope for too much more when he saw the picks. No side of the aggression from Trace. Winged. He was the only one that could really have broke the stalemate. It was a good gank path up top, but missed the cocoon and thus missed the chance for an early first blood.
Yeah, Corki's got the package. Let's see when he decides to use it. If and when.
Doesn't cost anything, but can open up so many aggressive plays. Only a week ago, the Faker was going crazy with the package in the first game of the season.
That Corki was spectacularly terrifying. And speaking of terrifying, Jin Air's about to get dived pretty hard there. There's a package. They dodge it, but Pilot taking a lot of damage anyway. Doesn't get knocked up. No, he does. There's the exhaust. Can he get away? No, not with the flay and first blood goes to a bloodthirsty Snowflower. That is a good start for the Afrika Freaks.
That's the Mickey we know and love. Very aggressive use of the package, but this is the same duo that SKT were running in that game one. Rek'Sai, Corki have so much synergy between the two, can really get in with the reliable engage, and it was just a nice rotation from Afrika.
Yeah, and they've already equalized all of their kills from game one. So they've got that going for them too.
They're infinity more kills ahead. Getting 0 in the first game.
One more and they could double their kills from game one.
Well,
and they've done this without giving up anything else across the map. You know, Trace is not able to use this to take a turret. Kuzan was not able to use this to get a lot more damage done on his turret. So really just very clean from Afrika. This is what they wanted to do in game one.
To be fair, we should walk back a statement there. They have obviously infinitely more kills than game one, and percentage-wise, because 0 times 2.
Oh yeah, that's right. I thought they had 1 kill last game.
Nope, none.
Not they had
a massive bagel on the scoreboard.
Guess so.
Nice to see aggressive package play. We've actually seen a lot of Corkies really not get much going with what can be a game-changing passive.
Yep. Now, I wonder what's going to happen with this top lane, because Trace has been slowly but surely gaining a CS lead, and he's actually going to try for something here.
Oh boy.
Okay, yeah, coming in from behind. It looks like they're going to try to catch Lyra. But
they are going on quite the walk.
Such luck. Yeah, what in the world's going on?
This is the part where Afrika's like, wait, what?
Yeah. All right, they're going to come from behind. Ixu has flash, though.
This is some creative pathing.
Yeah, no kidding. Ixu caught with the cocoon. Can they get him? One more from the Tom Catch passive.
He misclicks.
He did, I think, and Ixu's still taken out, though. Trace durable enough with that gray health.
Actually, what happens is that there is priority on the defensive. It's priority on eating your champion than eating the enemy, so that's why I didn't get it through.
Yeah, you got to be exact if your jungler is right next to you, or if any of your other teammates are right next to you.
Now, we've seen some interesting use of the Abyssal Voyage. That was quite the walk. They got deep vision and a kill.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
That was, and it's going to let Trace do a lot of damage to this top lane turret, too.
Teleport is up from Ixu. Probably have to use it defensively. For now, though, walking back to lane doesn't want to give away a second kill on the turret.
Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty easy for the Freaks to just dive that bottom lane right now.
At least it's sticking around. They're definitely thinking about it.
Yeah. No crud for you. Trace doing a ton to that top lane, but Afrika Freaks doing a lot to that bottom lane. They should be able to get the turret. Looks like Jinair and Afrika will trade.
So use the equalizer to pick up the minion wave at minimum, but kill and also basic monopolization of vision on the top side of the jungle compared to just the reverse push given to Afrika. We'll take that if you're Jinair.
Yeah, I would say so. And polite applause. Yes, it was quite a good turret taking. Oh, time for the Rift Herald to go down, provide his buff.
Tell how strong or how respected Swiftness boots are that even Rumble, champion, of course, known about picking the double magic penetration items, will be going for the Swiftness boots here.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm honestly a little bit surprised to see that.
Just so powerful. It's so cheap as well.
Yes, so.
800 gold.
I like it.
Trace doesn't. Actually has Abyssal Voyage up again. He's already gone for an impressive roam for that ability.
Yeah, we haven't seen anyone consistently be very aggressive with the Tom Kench ultimate yet. But we may see that a little bit more in the future. He's just using it to get back to lane now.
Honestly, it's just nice to see someone use it basically off cooldown. You actually use that ability. So frequently we've seen players completely give it up. You know, I'll be on the other side of the map, so I have to teleport into fights and never really find the time to channel it. Creative things like going for the deep warding mission into having an excellent path to gank top. Afrika were very obviously completely confused by the maneuver, and it was super effective.
Yeah, very cool to see. That said, with that dragon lead, Afrika Freak is looking okay. Trace, the one, the only. Jogging down the mid lane.
Tom Kench is a funny champion.
He's indeed. Looks like he's going to push that up a little bit for Kuzan.
Yeah, bringing his Rift Herald buff across the map, sharing it with everyone.
Oh, why not? Doesn't really help the minions survive, but I think they want to just swap him over and get some more vision maybe in this jungle.
He just has no reason to be top lane. Could teleport back there if he needs to be. Might have to swap turrets though overall.
Yeah, oh, Kuzan in big trouble. Snowflower coming in to help out Lyra. Shay trying to save his Mid laner winged there as well. Lyra still chasing. Equalizer goes down. Wing zoned out on the outside of the fight a bit. Shay on the run too. And Tom Kench saves his support. Looks like they may have to give up that blue buff after all. So no deaths, but a win certainly for the Afrika Freaks, and they can probably turn this into a turn too.
2 big misplays in that fight. Specifically, Kuzan actually whiffed completely on the petrifying gaze, didn't get any stun, and it felt like Ixu was too quick on using the equalizer.
Pilot's right here. Yeah, nice headbutt pulverizer, flash pulverize. Ixu thrown right back into lane. There's the exhaust. Is he going to get taken out? He will. Songyun with a kill there, but they lose Shay at the same time. Songyun going for another one. Can he get Pilot? He can. A big double kill for the Freaks. Meanwhile, Mickey and Kuzan dueling in the jungle, but Kuzan really can't pursue this.
Kuzan zoned away.
Now
Kill trade goes really good for the Afrika Freaks.
It does. Trace needs to be careful here too.
Still already pretty tanky, but multiple members of Afrika around.
Yeah.
It's a surprise, I think, from the side of Jinna. They thought they had the pressure around the enemy red side jungle, but their own jungle very quickly collapsed by Afrika, and Kuzan not getting a register on that ult meant that just didn't have much pressure that fight from Jinna.
Well, it's kind of surprising to see the games go so differently between game 1 and game 2. Afrika looked hopeless in game 1, and now they're really causing Jinair a lot of trouble. Nice 2,000 gold lead for them here in just 15 minutes.
You can see when Afrika, when specifically Mickey has some lane pressure ahead in CS, made that successful roam down bot. Mickey is setting the pace of mid lane, and Afrika look comfortable in every lane as a result.
Yeah. Well, that mid lane turret, not a lot of health remaining on it, and as Pilot takes the red buff, Ixu sets up. I thought he was going to ward Dragon, but I guess he didn't. You can bet they want to take that soon.
Even though they came to contest that first grunt buff, look at the CS lead that Songyun's been able to cultivate, 30 plus CS. Of course, it's met by the advantage that Tom Kench has in the top lane, but mid and bot definitely have won this game, in the early game at least for Afrika.
Right. Yeah.
Already a big pivot on last game where Songyun was way behind for the majority of the game.
Yeah, no kidding. Now the question is, you know, Jinair looked really solid closing that last game out. How are they at coming back?
We'll see how the team fight phase looks, specifically if they can play around, as you mentioned, the devastating package and equalizer combo.
Yeah.
If Jinna opts into fights and chokes, which remember, when you're contesting that enemy blue buff, they were basically forcing a fight in the choke. That's good terrain for Afrika to fight on. If they can recreate that multiple times, stay away from fighting in open spaces like, for example, the mid lane, terrain could help the Afrika as Trace.
Ixu could be in trouble. Wing getting chased, but Trace coming from behind. Ixu behind enemy lines here. Kuzan coming up to try to intercept him. Dragon taken by the Afrika Freaks. So at least they've got that if they end up having to give up Ixu, which it looks like they will. Headbutt pulverize. Ixu not going to make it out of this one. Let's see who they give the kill to. It's going to go to Kuzan, but Mickey pushing this bot lane now.
Trinity Force Corki.
I don't know if that was really worth it.
Mid lane, Trinity Force Corki already level 12. This turret is exploding.
No kidding. The turret already gets taken out. And that's 3 turrets now. 2 in the bot lane for the Freaks.
Trinity Force Corki, double AD, and of course just got that extra damage to turrets from the second Dragon buff. All of them coming together to some very quick structures from Afrika.
Yeah. Man. I would be very nervous right now if I was Jinair.
Trace is looking for the outscale, I guess. Gets to 6 items, then this Tom Kench can definitely do a lot of work tanking up in the late game, but for now, you can see both Mickey and Songyun doing massive damage to every other member of Jinair.
Well, Cassiopeia can do quite a bit too in the late game. I mean, Pilot's going to scale up. Do you feel like if Jinair just tries to stabilize, they can succeed in a really late game situation?
I'm worried about Cassiopeia in the late game. I actually always am, just because she needs to kind of fight in short range, and that range is going to be dictated by things like the equalizer, like potentially the package coming through. There's a lot of terrain denial that can come through from Afrika. So of course, if you get your zones, if you're able to free hit, the single target damage, especially from Cassiopeia, can be immense. But setting up winning team fights for Cassiopeia is often super hard to do. So far, Afrika have been smart about fighting around their win conditions, i.e. fighting in the corridors or the short expanses where equalizer can go across the whole team, more so than Jinair that have played around Trace well, but it's been the rest of the map that's really let Jinair down.
Well, the big question now for Africa Freaks is, can they close this game out cleanly? They've certainly struggled at any stage of the game, and honestly, this is the first game we've seen this season that they even have a chance to close out a game. So now we get to learn something new about this team.
And also closing out is maybe a bit too generous at this point. They're ahead,
so?
but certainly not in a landslide fashion. 1 kill, a couple of thousand gold. They've rotated smarter, but they haven't really won a big team fight or got that big push to really give them the landslide advantage this game.
Too far away, though, it seems like.
Definitely building smartly, but still early days, I think, mostly. I like what they're doing also here. They're rotating around the Tahm Kench. He might be big. He's very, very tanky.
Yeah, but he's not infinitely tanky. Here comes Che. Wow, flash pulverized. Snowflower taking turret hits. They don't clear enough of the wave, though. Kuzan coming from the side. This could end up being good for Jin Air. They're thinking about it. No, Kuzan a little bit too timid to go in on that one. Goodbye, Rift Herald.
But it's actually really smart from them.
Oh, winged.
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
It's smart to rotate around the Tahm Kench. If Tahm Kench is where he wants to be in team fights, absolutely can do a lot of work, but wave clear is not the name of his game. Multiple members hitting down his turret means the Tahm Kench has to just watch, and it isolated Mickey to take an unanswered mid lane turret.
Yep, going right back to lane now. So they do keep the turret alive for the moment.
Flashing health, 4 turrets down, soon to be a 5th.
Yep.
For Jin Air.
Jin Air just trying to hold on. Oh, Trace is right there. Oh, tried to grab Songyun, but no such luck.
Even though Ixu's been obviously having a hard time of it, 3 deaths already in 20 minutes, he's got the Leandries. He's still going to be relevant. It's the reason why Grumble can overextend in lane, get caught, but still come back with a big equalizer. So Ixu's not irrelevant. And if they keep rotating around Trace, ensuring that there's never that 1v1 matchup where clearly he's going to be in the ascendancy, it minimizes any potential issues cross-map for Afrika.
Yeah. I just wonder what's going to happen once Trace gets tanky. It's not going to be too long.
Or when teleport plays come up where
True.
they have to send multiple members to answer Trace, because it doesn't feel like Ixu's ever really going to be in a spot to 1v1 him in a side lane.
Probably not.
Just keep applying the pressure. Items are good here, similar to how Jin Air had the important item spikes last game. Songyun has the Blade of the Ruined King, the Hurricane. They're definitely team fight ready. They've taken the easy turrets. It's can they cultivate these harder objectives to take? Specifically, can they break the base?
Yeah.
It's like fighting around an objective. Specifically, Dragon should be the easy objective, but fighting around both Baron and Dragon, as Lyra takes a little bit of damage, is the easy thing to do because they do not have the split push advantage. The one thing Afrika doesn't have is they can't deal with the Tahm Kench in a side lane.
I suppose. And Trace, speaking of can't deal with Tahm Kench, not taking a ton of damage. Flash, they're going to force a flash from Mickey. There's the exhaust. Is he going to get close enough anyway? Oh, he can't quite reach him. Oh, that was a close call for Mickey. Had to burn both of his summoners.
Exhaust actually coming up big there.
Yeah.
I think Cleanse and Heal probably would have done the same thing, but...
Oh, it's fighting time. Snowflower gets pulled in with that Fate's Call. You really can't engage on that. Nice return onto Trace. Got to use that gray health to stay alive. Jin Air on the run. Trace in trouble. Goes down to the red from Songyun. Lyra tries to make something happen. Gets caught with the cocoon. Either way, though, this turret is not going to last.
Just like Faker on Lulu, Mickey's putting on map pressure. They're fighting smart. They're minimizing the effect of the big Tahm Kench. And Afrika playing a lot smarter this game. It took 6, but they're finally looking pretty good.
Yeah, going for that Baron now. Oh boy. They can do it fast, but is it risky?
It certainly is risky. They don't have the Trace teleport, though.
They do have Che's ultimate. They're going to turn on him. They're not going to finish off the Baron. That's big, actually. They were very close to taking that down. And this may cost them a mid-turret, actually. Now everybody's a little bit low. Can they save their turret?
And see a replay. This is the fight up top. Trace was lucky that he could even pop the gray health. Look at the CC chain right at the end. Just pops it early. Duke definitely would have tried to hold on to it there, but eventually rendered down, and Good pick on the most fed member. Could have almost got Pilot as well, but smart team fight from Afrika.
Now this did not work out for Afrika at all. They took a lot of damage. They gave up their mid turret. Now it looks like they're going to give up Dragon as well. So much for that 5th Dragon stack in a timely time.
Timely fashion.
Yeah, sure. Jin Air really taking advantage of that mistake from Afrika, and it's mistakes like that that really make this game still pretty close.
It was an endearing part of this team when they first came to this league. They were very good at some things, but obviously didn't have the finesse, didn't have the macro play that some other teams did. But now, 6 months into their lives, it feels like they really need to be ironing up some of those more obvious mistakes.
Yeah, I would say so. Jin Air manages to defend that turret for the moment.
Their wave clear, though, certainly not massive.
Not great. Shay didn't even need to use his ult. They scared the freaks off Baron.
Only Pilot really has a way to ranged wave clear. This, of course, the big disadvantage of this Cassiopeia pick is that it doesn't offer much when Mickey specifically is poking around these inner turrets.
Yeah. They really want this mid lane tier 2. Can Jin Air fight this?
Still haven't
Going
got
on
auto
to
attack.
Snowflower.
Haven't got any orders on it, so it stays at the same health.
You know, if Trace connects with one of his Qs, maybe they can turn it into something.
If he had flash up, maybe, but with no flash, it's going to be hard to get an easy pick.
Yeah. Gotta be careful of Kuzan's flash ult.
Freaka back away.
Yeah. Good defense by Jin Air, and you have to wonder, is this maybe the time where the tides start to turn?
This gold lead stays at this point or starts to close, then maybe we can start entertaining that. Freaka did play out a clean first 20 minutes, but as you mentioned, they were lost in the objective swap in the last round of skirmishes, and for now, they've not been able to expand their lead at all.
And one big thing is in mid and AD carry, just massive CS leads. 60 CS ahead for Songyun over Pilot.
I was skeptical about the Cassio and Corki, and certainly hasn't impressed me in practice either.
Yeah. It's not as far behind as he could be. No deaths at least, but right now, Pilot just not doing the damage that they need him to do.
Freaka again looking around Baron. They have excellent secure with the Kalista.
True. Jin Air knows what's up though.
Oh boy.
Wow, that's a very sneaky Baron for Afrika. They're going for it. Snowflower coming in too. Jin Air knows what's up. They're going to have to turn. Afrika could be in trouble. Teleport coming in from Tom Kench. No, canceled. Decides to just walk up.
Now he does have the ability to Abyssal Voyage in, so it's not quite the same as other champions in that regard.
That was good enough, I guess, for them to stop the Baron.
Do cancel the teleport. Can Ixu take advantage of that is the question.
Maybe. Could be. It's tougher with Abyssal Voyage, but it's definitely possible.
And the big issue is that in and off lane, Ixu can't wave clear in front of the Tom Kench. Will be chased down, may not be killed, but be on very low health even if he manages to escape. They just don't have that strategic advantage to be able to take advantage of, even though he's been able to wrestle back some of the CS lead that Tracer put together. Crazy how, from that contest at Grom, Songyun was able to cultivate such a big CS advantage over Lucian. Lucian's actually a really good pick, laning-wise, into the Callisto.
Yeah. Yeah, that little scouting mission didn't work out.
Third time's the charm.
Yeah, they're going for it. Now there is no teleport for Trace to get there. He has to get close enough to Abyssal Voyage in. There's the TP for Ixu. They're going for it. They're committed. Wing comes in.
Oh boy.
Where's the Cocoon? That Baron's doing a lot of damage. Snowflower on his own. Could be in trouble. Chain Kuzan on the side of the fight. Lyra tries to get onto Kuzan. They all go onto Kuzan, and that is big trouble for Jin Air as Songyun gets a kill on the mid laner. Trace on the run. Shay way too low to do anything, and Jin Air just has to back off. They prevented the Baron for the moment. They're too low to do it now. They prevented the Baron, but Kuzan got taken out. Got a little bit too close, but you have to. Whoa, they're going for it again.
It's really risky. They only have Rek'Sai to tank
That
this.
is so risky. Rek'Sai is really low. I don't know about this, man. I don't know about this. Songyun gets the Baron, but now they have to escape. I guess they can. Songyun, the hero here, chasing Jin Air away almost single-handedly. Pilot can't do anything.
Isn't it great to show confidence in your AD carry? I mentioned that his Kalista play was picking up. They showed confidence in his secure on Kalista. Get the objective, peel off. Don't get any extra kills. Kuzan dies with flash and ult available. You got to say, this Cassiopeia pick is hurting them in more ways than one because Mickey has had so much pressure this game that was completely absent in game one. We're seeing in the replay here. Kuzan caught, collapsed on by 4 people, can't ult, can't flash, dies first. That eventually leads to the Baron for Afrika.
And you gotta wonder why Kuzan decided he needed to get that close. I mean, yeah, you're trying to throw poison into the Baron pit, but you have to be aware of that.
That's what you always have to do on Cassiopeia. You always have to get that close because your range is 600. Basically, all your spells are within range of Abyssal Scepter's Magic Shred aura. It's either that or completely backing away. He tried to sow presence, instantly collapsed on. Good, clear shot call from Afrika when, of course, clear shot calling has been one of their big problems this season.
Yep. Now with that Baron buff, it's starting to look a little bit likely that Jin Air can win this one.
Might be going to a game 3, Doa.
Didn't expect it, especially after last game, but Jin Air making some interesting decisions this game.
It's not over yet, but 10,000 gold, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to call it over either, but then Wing gets caught.
It's a lot of hope. They don't have any wave clear. There's nothing Cassiopeia can do against Baron buff minions, but the siege not that great. It's only Mickey that has excellent siege. He's busy dealing with Trace in a sideline.
I suppose. If they can keep from losing inhibitor turrets through this Baron, that'll be pretty good.
The big one.
Wow, Pilot takes a big chunk there.
It's definitely good for Jin Air. The most fed members just clearing waves slowly next to the best sieger on the side of Jin Air. The side of Afrika, sorry.
Well, they've survived most of the Baron buff already.
Back away. Now you can see how important denying that third dragon stack was to Afrika. This would have been a 4th dragon, would have been a hard timer on the game, but only the 3rd.
So Jin Air still has a shot at this.
Going to be very, very difficult. Going to require, I think, a big positional misplay from Afrika to get back in the game.
Like a really epic flash ult from Kuzan or something, but... Oh, Trace finding himself caught. Didn't see the Freaks coming at all, trying to waddle away. There's a cocoon onto Snowflower. Kuzan adds a bit of damage on, but I think they're just happy to get Trace out alive.
Yeah, lucky to get him out alive. No flash on Trace.
Yep.
Able to waddle away.
That's right. Baron buff is gone. They've managed to weather the storm a little bit anyway.
Just need to set up a siege where Corki is grouped because he's the only one realistically who can both zone with Phosphorus Bomb and Rockets and get those auto attacks in. Kalista, it's very, very risky to be trying to get auto attacks to structures, so that's why, regardless of the lack of wave clear, it's been pretty much an impasse when it comes to sieging these inhibitor turrets.
Yeah.
Mickey's doing some crazy damage, but Trace shaking most of it off.
Well, Trace is the only one that's really tanky enough to stand up to this at this point. The pressure continues.
Yeah, it feels like a Jin Air game though. Afrika doesn't know how to finish the game from here. No Baron available, Dragon down as well. Breaking the base, looking more than they can bite off right now.
Yeah, pulling back. They've got all the lanes pushed though. Really good vision all over the place. So I think it still goes back to what you were saying earlier, where if Jin Air is going to win this, they really have to be able to capitalize on it. Some sort of big positional mistake by Afrika.
Worth noting that the 2016 minion changes do come into effect here, specifically bottom lane. There's a 2-turret advantage, so the minions will be auto-pushing in. The big difference between this season and last season, that in last season, when you were this far ahead, you could still set up a freeze such that the enemy minions were so pushed up that Jin Air would never get access to the minions in bot, so they would just lose even more gold and be even that further behind when they eventually were forced into a fight around 5th Dragon, around the Baron. Because the minion waves push up, more guaranteed or close to guaranteed gold going over to Jin Air. Look, they're still far, far behind, but it just means that 12, 13,000 gold leads become 10, 9,000 gold leads.
Pretty much. Jin Air really on the ropes right now.
Those minions pushing in mean that if Afrika can't get a decisive advantage, a 5th Dragon, a Baron, there will be a stage in 10, 15 minutes time where the gold lead is closer than it is right now.
Could be. Certainly could be. Still at about 11K right now.
And again, you're relying on Afrika not pulling the trigger more so. It's more going to be a mistake on the side of Afrika than anything Jin Air can really force themselves.
I think like we've talked about, the big story of this game is just the total domination of Mickey's Corki over Kuzan's Cassiopeia.
I mean, Songyun, great duo act as well to have that big CS advantage. Consistently been 50 plus CS ahead of Pilot.
Yep. Mickey nearly 100 ahead of Kuzan.
Flame Horizon's close.
It is, and you don't see that in the mid lane very often,
No,
do you?
it's in the mid lane especially, but you don't see low wave clear champions in mid lane much either.
True. Not anymore. Well, Baron up in 50 seconds. I think that's when we're going to see some action.
We can get any orders.
Oh, Che gets grabbed. Are they going to force out the ultimate? Not quite. Che really wanting to save that one because he knows Baron is coming soon.
Baron 35 seconds away. The result of this is that, of course, Alistair will come back quickly with the home guards, but they won't be in position to get the sort of warding they want defensively around the Baron.
Yep. Yeah, they have to be really careful entering the jungle. We've had those shots of the vision on each team before, but I think it's pretty obvious who's got the better vision now.
Definitely. Genev's never been in a position to pick up neutral minions, let alone put down meaningful wards.
Yep. And Corki has the package.
Level 18, not quite 6 items, only 3, but obviously 3 very expensive items. 40% CDR achieved.
Well, I think he's perfectly fine with the amount of damage he's doing at the moment.
He's pretty buffed up right now.
All right, could be Baron time.
Pink ward on the Baron, pink ward's defensively. Jinna have to poke to even get an idea of where Afrika's at. They are spotted going for this move though.
Oh, this is interesting.
They want to break the base again.
Going to top lane. And Jin Air doesn't really want to fight this. Afrika rushing down to this turret.
They have to fight instantly. They cannot watch as Corki rips through the turret.
Yeah, he's doing so much damage. Look at that. Turret gone, equalizer used. And now Ixu's going to try to come in. No, he's going to get knocked out, actually. Che in the back lines. Pilot's got a good angle on this, as does Kuzan. A lot of damage dealt to Afrika here. If they can chase this safely, maybe they can turn it into something.
Fights where you're coming into a Cassiopeia should set up a big petrifying gaze. Again, we didn't see one.
Well, we saw petrifying gaze, but didn't quite create the results that Jin Air wanted.
Hasn't changed a team fight like that massive AoE stun can potentially do.
Yep.
They have to back away Afrika, and it does buy Jin Air time to at least get some defensive vision down and ensure that Baron's not as quickly picked up.
Afrika's all recalling right now. Jin Air, I wonder if they're brave enough to try rushing a Baron.
Cassiopeia,
don't think so.
Even when she's behind, does massive Baron damage, especially if she has a blue buff, but
it's too late now.
At minimum, they get some vision in the area that honestly they should have no right having, given how far they've been behind for the past 15 minutes. Maybe it'll have to be a 5th Dragon game, Doa.
Maybe.
4th Dragon respawn, so...
4th Dragon being taken immediately. Jin Air, nothing they can do, I guess. Wow, Jin Air kind of is rolling over and dying a bit at this point.
Well, this is not the fight they want to take. The fight around Baron is the one they want to take. The fight around 5th Dragon feels like 43, 44 minutes. The latest that a Titanic fight will come through from a Jin Air perspective. With this time to farm up, gold lead hasn't really extended. It's about 1,000 more than it was 5 minutes ago, so still very big, but not growing as much as it would have in previous seasons. Oh, Baron started.
And here we go. Yeah, they're going for it. Jin Air, they have to scramble to catch this, but it's going down so fast already. Che on his own, they turn off from it. So once again, they've been stopped from doing that Baron.
They do draw out Che's ultimate, and Ixu's split pushing.
Wow. Ixu in trouble. Well, not in trouble. That turret in trouble. And now the Afrika Freaks once again trying this Baron out. Jin Air uses a culling, doesn't do a whole lot. Teleport coming in for both teams. They're going to try to catch Trace right away. Hook doesn't land. Kuzan has a chance here. He's got his ult, but no flash. And the Freaks are just going to go right back to the top lane again.
They really are respecting the petrifying gaze. They're not willing to pull the trigger despite being so far ahead. Sangyu just soloing it down.
I guess so. Oh, gets spotted though.
Blue trinkets. Very, very hard to steal away these Barons when there's a good idea that it's going on.
Yeah. Oh, Kuzan gets grabbed. This could be bad. Snowflower coming in. Kuzan completely destroyed. And with that catch, it is not going to be a one game for Jin Air. That is it. Afrika Freaks, all they need to do is just push down the mid lane, and there's not a lot that Jin Air can do to stop this.
This barrier Cassiopeia from Kuzan certainly has not worked. It's caused Mickey to be so far ahead. He's been caught out multiple times. No ultimate, nothing else coming through from the Cassiopeia.
Yep, 120 CS ahead at the end, and Jin Air's going to try to mount a miracle defense here. Snowflower getting thrown in, doesn't connect anyone. Trace grabs him, might be able to get the kill there, but no, not even able to kill him.
The damage onto Pilot was insane from the Corki.
Yep, damage onto the Nexus is going to be game-ending. Having a little fun with it. There goes the second Nexus turret, and that is it. We are going to game 3 between Jin Air and the Afrika Freaks. GG.
Afrika Freaks finally come up with a more impressive performance. And Mickey, look, he had a good game, but credit to specifically the bottom lane. Turned around what was a rocky game 1 with a much smarter game 2. Were head and shoulders ahead of Pilot and Shay for the majority of the laning phase, for the whole game, in fact. Well played, Afrika Freaks.
Yeah, I mean, especially that late game too. You know, we wondered how they were going to be able to, how they were going to do, if they were going to be able to kind of keep things methodical, keep things together, and they really did. They didn't overcommit to those Barons. They just waited for the inevitable, which was Kuzan getting caught on that low-range Cassiopeia.
Look, they weren't as assertive as they could have been. A different team might have been slightly more assertive, but they were smart. They played the late game smart, and they won the game, so not really much criticism can be leveled at the Afrika Freaks.
I suppose. Jin Air, what will we see from them in game number 3?
Hopefully not Cassiopeia.
I don't think we're going to see the Cassiopeia.
That's all I'm asking for, though. No more Cassio, please.
Yeah, still have a chance to win this one, of course. But Mickey finally with a smile on his face. Gotta feel good, even if you end up losing the series. The first win for Afrika Freaks, and when we come back, game 3, we'll see who takes it. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Welcome to your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world.
And we're back on Champion Spring. Songyun 7-0-0
Not
on
quite.
that Callista.
Not quite Secret Agent 007, but still,
No.
very nice stat lines.
Even
from Songyun.
better because he was an MVP in Champion Spring. And that's the first win for the Africa Freaks this season. It's got to feel good.
First win, first MVP, deserved pickup for Songyun, played very well. The laning phase went for excellently, and he rotated around the map well. Remember, this was a surprise rotation from Songyun, and he cleaned up some of his first kills here.
Yeah. Really excellent job, too, at picking his targets, staying safe during team fights. It was a very good game on that Callista.
And a really good game by the Africa Freaks. I love the fact that the only person that got ahead on the side of Jin Air was this Tom Kench, and then they just rotated multiple members, ensured he was just trying to wave clear in front of multiple people who were poking out his turrets, and then from there they just methodically took out this game.
Yeah.
Methodical from Jin Air, then methodical from Africa. Not what we would have expected.
It was. It was. I mean, both times we saw one of the teams taking a lead early on and following through and never really giving their opponent a chance to come back. That was the end of the game right there.
Uzan getting caught for the third and probably the last time this game. Really couldn't get it going on the Cassiopeia. He was given any option against the mid lane Corki and did not find the right answer.
Yeah, that Cassiopeia pick was interesting. We'll have to see what other interesting picks are in store for us in game number 3. The players are in the lobby, so we are just about ready, I think, to move into picks and bans and see who takes the series. It would be really big for the Africa Freaks to win a series so early in the season. I mean, maybe things aren't over quite yet for these guys.
Exactly. Don't want to pronounce anyone gone until the season is much closer to ending.
Yep. Very true.
This time Africa will be on the blue side, so actually returning to the blue side, so that must be the request in this case.
We'll see.
So far the games have gone purely on the red side.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, that Cassiopeia pick bombed so horribly that you really have to wonder how the game would have been if they would have had something a bit more, a bit better for the situation. So the picks and bans should be interesting.
Interviews with Trace, he was talking about Jin Air's nickname, the Robin Hood of League of Legends, specifically in Korea. They were all about robbing from the rich, which of course they did against SK Telecom T1. It would certainly be giving to the poor if they were to lose a series today to the Africa Freaks.
Be giving away a win to one of the arguably worst teams in Champions so far this season.
That's the only way you can talk about it. 3 sets, 3 losses. This would be a really big win for Africa and a steadier after a horror start to the season.
Yep. All right, so Victor, Lissandra banned out by Africa, Zed and TF once again targeting Mickey.
Prime for a first pick Corki, I guess, if Corki's not an adaptation ban.
Could be.
It's a flex pick. It's a champion that Mickey can clearly play after a very impressive performance. Of course, probably won't see the Cassiopeia as an answer to it, but
ideally not. There's a Rise ban. I think that's mandatory. So, do we see that Corki picked up first? It worked so well for them.
So usually you talk about the Lulus, for example, as a champion that's gotten through, that's been very high priority, but again, not really fitting into Afrika's playbook. If Sungin can have another big game on an AD carry, maybe you start moving towards the Lulu comps. But if I was a betting man, it'd be Corki or maybe a jungler in the first rotation for Afrika.
We're taking a lot of time thinking about it. A jungler would be another thing to consider.
Really a lot to think about in terms of strong picks available. Fiora, obviously, but not really in the Ixu playstyle. Alistair's also been a hotly contested support pick, and they decided not to show anything in the first round.
And if you're Jinair, do you maybe want to take away Callista as well? Is that
I think you want to take away Corki.
Yeah, Corki, for sure. You might be able to grab Callista a little bit later, or you could just take it now. Yeah, they will. I was kind of wondering.
No ambiguity whatsoever here. The two champions that did the most work for Afrika, stolen away in the same round of the draft.
Yeah, you know, one thing that we haven't mentioned yet is this game too, is that Graves and Quinn still up too, so we could actually see that triple AD comp coming out of Jinair. I know. It's possible. Now, picking LeBlanc here would be, you know, kind of a safer, this is a champion I'm really good on kind of pick.
Picking Graves here would also deny one of those AD carry picks over to the side of Jinair. The risk with LeBlanc is that, of course, she doesn't provide the most wave clear, so if these multiple AD carry comps get rolling, of course, taking down turrets becomes their objective rather than necessarily forcing fights, but maybe you just take the jungle Graves to act as a blocker pick.
Well, you make them wonder too, you know, is that Graves going into the jungle or is it going to top lane perhaps? Can Ixu play top Graves like Trace can?
If Trace can reinvent himself on top lane Graves, then Ixu maybe can too.
Wow, Graves and Ezreal locked in. Interesting. So both picks, we don't really know where they're going to end up. You'd assume the Graves would be in the jungle for Lyra, but you know, then again, you've got a top laner on the other side that plays it there.
Outside chance of a 680 carry game, Doa.
I know. Possible.
We've seen 5. We thought that was the maximum amount of 80 carries, but...
Well, you can have 580 carries on one team and actually have it be good, man.
Who's the support?
Kennen, obviously. Yeah.
That's a bit of a stretch calling Kennen an 80 carry. I know that he can fill the role.
He can be used as an AD carry. It's in theory an AD carry.
Sure.
I mean, he was picked a lot at Worlds last season.
For the sake of narrative, I approve.
I mean, he's the only one that you could really make an argument for.
You know who doesn't deal? You know who deals well with marksman? It is the Malphite.
Malphite does. But is it going to be?
We're expecting this to be jungle Graves, mid lane Ezreal, and support Alistair. So AD and top lane would theoretically be the picks from Afrika, but of course they could start flexing things around.
True. Nikki could take that famous Ahri and they could put the Ezreal on the Song Unit 80 carry.
Callista making it through picks and bans. Sorry, no, Callista was already taken. My mistake on that. So.
Misfortune again, though. We can always bring her up.
No, not on 6.1, though. She's done.
Yeah, she definitely is.
Her ult's still good, but the lack of lane control means she's so one-dimensional by AoE that I don't think she's going to be contested at all on 6.1.
Yeah. Now, the Tom Kench would be interesting. I wonder if this is going to mean... It might mean a Quinn pick for Trace. Think they're going to go for it?
That's interesting. So that is an opportunity, something that can push in the Tahm Kench. We already saw that even when Tahm Kench gets snowballed, nothing they can do about wave clear, and locked in the Morgana. Guess what else is a Trace special?
Well, Trace has been a long time top Morgana player, and looks like he's bringing out that pocket pick once again, and I'm curious to see how well this is going to work out against this Tahm Kench.
Well, she's going to push in all day and try and auto-attack down the turret. It's not quite Graves, but certainly going to be the same play style from Trace.
It also provides a diversity in the type of damage coming out of Jinair too, so you avoid the only needing to build armor issue.
It's definitely going to be all about taking down those turrets. Of course, Morgana doesn't tunnel them into double AD, given that she does have a very strong team fight phase as well. So something different from Jinair, but bringing back an old favorite, a spring special in top lane Morgana.
True. A pick that Trace was definitely known for back in the day.
A pick that rippled around other scenes as well. He's been an innovator multiple times. The Graves top is starting to get around, and why not bring back an old favorite?
Yeah. Now we just have to wait for the Rengar to come back.
Yes, that one, I don't know if that one will come back. Solo queue special,
I don't
feels
think
like.
So.
But
Volibear, man, that's where it's at.
And Lyra on the jungle Graves, so more carry flavor from the jungle as well. There's actually a lot to like about this draft, and a lot of moving parts, so whichever one comes off the best will push the series over. It's been a really close one.
There have been very different picks all 3 games. It's been fun to watch, but this is it. This is the end of the day of champions, and it's the end of the match between Jinair And the Afrika Freaks, we'll see who takes it and takes the win. Important match for both of these teams. Jin wanting to avoid the Robin Hood stereotype, and Afrika Freaks wanting their first match win of the season. Let's see if they can do it. Let's get in the game.
Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you.
And here we are, once again, on Summoner's Rift. For Jin versus the Afrika Freaks.
Freak are in full voice, the fans. Finally have a win behind them. Didn't pick up a single win in their previous series, so just a game win, but potentially even a match win. They're looking good in the previous game too.
It's something, you know? Gotta start somewhere.
Something's more than nothing, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Mickey is the one this game that has to deal with the mid lane Corki that's been a terror of multiple people. We've seen Gangplank fall to the mid lane Corki. Previous game we saw Cassiopeia not be able to get it done. Now Ari certainly has more options, does have ranged wave clear and a ranged auto attack as well. There's definitely assassination potential from Ignite Ari onto this Corki, and Kuzan's actually gone for the exhaust.
Interesting.
Mickey had 2 games in a row of exhaust. You look down the side of Afrika. I guess there's not that much to cleanse. So of all defensive summoners, he's hoping the exhaust is enough to stop the all-in kill pressure from Mickey.
Yeah, that's the idea. It's a real test. Kuzan, you know, largely the big problem with Jin last game. Not necessarily in his playing so much, but just that the pick just didn't work out.
I think it was optimistic to take Cassiopeia into Corki. It was a matchup that in my head didn't make sense, but I always give the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, show me something different. But as the game evolved, the team fight phase, the laning phase, nothing went over to the Cassiopeia.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. And last game we saw Snowflower and Songyun put a lot of pressure onto Che and Pilot. And this time it looks like Jin wants to do the same thing in reverse.
The 2v2 has actually gone the polar opposite between both games. Big advantage to Pilot Che game 1, Songyun Snowflower with a complete stranglehold on the 2v2 last game. So I guess we're going to have to pay more attention than we usually do in 2v2 standard lanes.
Well, Callista Thresh is a big bully lane, you know? It's hard to deal with. So you'd have to expect that they'll take the edge early on.
Trading from Kuzan early is easy. Just pop over the phosphorus bomb, pre-level 6, pre-all-in potential. Should be some lane control for Corki.
True. And just like we talked about, Trace just pushing in this top lane. He's got wards too, so he should be pretty safe doing this.
Played the majority of the game under Ixu's turret, trying to push it down. Again, it's not quite the Graves. Exchange AD for AP, but the playstyle is certainly very similar. And you can already see 2 points in Tormented Soil. Definitely only concerned in pushing.
Oh yeah. Doing a lot of poke damage to Ixu as well. Zoning with the Tormented Soil even.
Lyra on the Jungle Graves. If there is this overextension, it's going to be so hard as Charm does hit onto Kuzan, but
gotta be kind of careful there.
Going to be hard to lock down this Morgana. Black Shield obviously will stop the majority of the CC threat, and of course no magic damage really coming through from Lyra on a gang, so hard to pop that Black Shield even if it's level 1.
Yeah. Looking at some stats between the mid laners, despite Ari being one of Mickey's champions that he's known for, he only has a 50% win rate with it here in Champions.
I mean, Afrika doesn't really have a high win rate.
In general. That's true. That's true.
But hard to shine too much, but you just think back to some of his really big Ari plays. It's one of his better champions for sure.
Yeah. They've needed this guy to be the carry. He really was last game, and the rest of the team stepped up a little bit too, especially Songyun, but this is going to be another one of those games where they're going to need him to kind of lead the way, I feel.
Jungle Graves has been taking China by storm, but certainly haven't been seeing too much of it in Champions. The top Graves actually is the thing we've been more surprised about. Teleport's coming back to lane, but awkwardly stood on a ward is Lyra.
Yeah, it's not going to be a big surprise for Trace. Just going to back away, use this opportunity to go and do his first buy.
They were still there. Probably going to see the ward die. He's going to stay that long in lane.
Yeah, I think so too. Teleport used to get Trace back to lane, and this mid lane very even between these guys for now.
Again, Ari's content with just farming. Lyra
He's
stayed here
still
so long.
He just knows he's there. Oh, Wing coming down. And they're going to try to make a play. They forced a flash out of Songyun. Not bad. They'll take that. So it's a win.
It is a win, and remember, we've seen 50 CS advantages open up from things as innocuous as hitting level 2 first in this bottom lane, so that's already a summoner advantage over to Janair.
Very true.
This lane is not expected to get any better. Remember, Songyun's going to start stacking. You can already see, look at these purchases. I mean, there's combat stats and there's tier into Sapphire Crystal.
Yeah, not a lot of damage for Songyun.
Not even a longsword, just a Sapphire Crystal.
Yep. He's got the Doran's Blade, man.
Oh yes, absolutely, piling on the damage.
Yeah. Hey man, that's Doran's own blade. One of a kind. I mean, ignore the one that Pilot has. It's one of a kind.
The one-of-a-kind Doran blade that sometimes multiple members on the team have.
Doran's got a lot of blades, apparently. A lot of rings. But there's no tome. You'd think the ability tome would be like Doran's tome or something.
There's
But I
amp
guess we've got the ring.
Amp tome exists, I guess.
Right. It's
Not
not
a
Doran's.
Doran's tome. Oh well. No purchases in mid means that just farm wars so far, and honestly I think when it comes to Ezreal, avoiding the 2v2 when you're going for this stacking tier build has been what the best teams have shown. Specifically the Rocks Tigers were really smart at rotating prey after a lane swap into a 1v1 lane just to power up that tier. If you're opting into a 2v2, especially with how swingy 2v2 lanes have been this series, I think it's a big risk.
Yeah.
For the Figure Freaks.
This is classic Trace. Picking that Morgana, pushing in the top laner. He's already got that turret down like half health.
Pink Ward also.
Oh yeah.
Securing a spot.
Oh. Cancel the recall.
Okay.
Oh, he's pulling it away from the turret. Nice. Bring it right to Kuzan.
Strange that didn't stop the back.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering about that too, but maybe he just wanted Kuzan to get a chance to grab a little bit of CS.
Peculiar.
I mean, Kuzan had just backed himself, so.
Would have come in freshly shopped against a no item, low mana Ahri, so I don't know about letting him go back, but maybe I missed something there.
Couldn't tell you.
Gonna be
Winged is
Frost
a
Queen's
merciful
claim.
guy.
Rush coming through from Mickey, so more pick potential.
Yep. It's exciting to see Mickey on something that he can really carry on.
Absolutely. He's been so targeted out by bans. It's gone from 2 mid lane bans to 3 this series.
Yep.
No respect for fresh bans for Snowplow.
You know, the hair on Ari's tails must actually be really thin because when she runs, they all like collapse into like one tail, you know?
In this particular
How does they all
skin,
fit together?
Are they authentic hairs in this skin? She is a pop star.
Well, it's the same for any Ari skin.
But maybe in this skin she's actually a normal person and just has the tails on the back of her pop star uniform. Hard to say.
Could be. Having a great time either way, it looks like.
Whale of a time.
Oh yeah. Kicked off star of the time. Oh wow. Who's on? Getting poked.
Trace
And
surprisingly hasn't been able to open up a CS bench. Pretty impressive that pre-6 Tom Kench has been able to keep up in CS 1-for-1.
oh, it's ganking time. Winged. Come on, don't be afraid. It's only Ari. Mickey doing a lot of damage to Kuzan. He went for it. There's the exhaust. Mickey trying to flash away. Kuzan the flash. Oh, the rocket misses. And no first blood for Kuzan. That would have certainly been a kill.
Yeah, the
That
big
rocket
one was actually
connected.
that last rocket. Would have
I
got
know.
the kill.
Whoa, true shot barrage. Everybody's missing skill shots everywhere. at this
Long
point.
range skill shots all over the map.
Yeah. Close call.
Lyra comes to help the push. Nobody's in mid. They could get a lot of turret damage on, but back away, don't have vision.
Good opportunity for Trace to kill that pink ward.
Yep, that's right. Has one of his own. Will pop it down later. Again, very surprising to see Ixu stay competitive at CS when under his turret so often this laning phase.
Yeah, just really good CSing. The only problem is the damage he's taken to his turret. Other than that, he's doing just fine.
Pre-6 is actually pretty hard for the CS to stay so competitive. Of course, post-6 you get the percentage HP damage on your auto attack, meaning it's much easier. It's effective like buying some AD when it comes to last hitting, but to be so competitive so early is a credit to Ixu.
Yeah. Helps a lot.
Who needs wars when you've got Spooky Ghost?
I was going to say, Spooky Ghost spots Winged. Oh well.
Oh well.
Really is a good word alternative. Sangye taking some damage. Nice grab on the Snowflower. No big follow-up though. Summoner's still available for everybody in that lane.
Mickey actually catches Winged halfway through his
I guess so.
burrow. Gets a nice little poke.
Now, Lyra thinking about coming over the wall, waiting. I think he was waiting to see if Winged was going to go back to the brush, but it didn't happen.
Surprising to see Lyra stay around mid against Corki, who has the package already. Feels like Lyra should be power farming, but he's actually behind in farm compared to his opponent Winged.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like he's shown up in the lane a lot, doesn't it?
Surprising amount for Jungle Graves.
Yeah.
When you think of the lanes he has to gank, very low percentage on Morgana, very low percentage on Corki, and now post 6, Kalista and Thresh, good luck locking them down. Feels like he should be power farming instead of playing so much lip service to the lanes.
Yeah, just going for more damage. Trying to build up the money for some items.
Has his first item completed in the Warrior Chan.
Yeah.
Gonna try again though.
So, yeah, he's gonna give it a shot. They don't see him coming into lane, but Pilot's on his own. I don't think he's gonna push up that far anyway.
Very unlikely. Requires some sort of flash headbutt play, and then you've got both Fate's Core and the Lantern to account for.
Yeah, Pilot's just gonna play it safe. Probably smart to do.
Thing about Jungle Graves, again, damage from the jungle. You might think, okay, it provides no CC. If you have lanes to gank for, great. You gank for those strong CC lanes. It actually takes a lot of damage this time.
Yeah, look at that. Oh man. Still had that gray health, but really waited to the last second to use it.
The other thing Jungle Graves does really well is if you can force someone out of lane, obviously you can push a turret really well.
Stop the recall. Wing
Nice.
could try something here. No, not going to. He's gonna say. Oh, do you think he could have flashed and just taken that kill? He was so low. Ixu was so low.
Splash still up for Ixu. I think it was a low percentage by Afrika. Keep pushing in though. They want to punish Jin for overextending.
They want to try. They're going to lose their turret. Rek'Sai just getting out of there. I guess they're not going to lose their turret after all.
It looks hilarious whenever he ults away from a fight.
Yeah. Wow. And Afrika Freak's really lucky to keep their top lane turret alive for the moment.
Just coming back to the Graves. Again, if you have a laner with strong CC, by all means gank with the damage, but honestly the best use of it is when you come in and push the turret. You come in, you have excellent wave clear with your Q, you do excellent turret damage because of course the multiple bolts do hit turrets, so I feel like using it in counter gank situations can be pretty low percentage, and none of these lanes are easy to gank, so farming to me is by far the biggest objective for Lyra.
You know, the big question now is what's step 2 for Jin Air? When they get that top turret, what happens next?
Just keep that map advantage. Of course, you're going to have a lot of information around the top side. Maybe start contesting the enemy blue buff and then teleport plays around the map. Seems to be the easiest move from there. But getting that top turret is so far evading.
Yeah, I mean, it really should have happened according to Jin Air's plan, that last little push. And not getting it down is kind of breathed a lot of new life into the Afrika Freaks early game.
That's a good collapse by Mickey and Lyra. Bought them an extra probably 3 minutes or so for this turret to live, but potentially longer.
Could be.
Well, at this point, Ixu has Spirit Visage, so can tank up things like the Tormented Soil, the minions. Just counter push.
Kuzan a little bit ahead in CS. It's Corki. And are they going to do the dragon? Looks like they are. Everyone kind of collapsing for that. Good timing with Mickey going to get his blue buff. That really opens it up for Jin Air.
That's the thing. They know that Mickey's getting the blue buff. They have full. They know the enemy has full vision, but no way to contest. Yep. Good objective play by Jin Air.
Yep, smart move. Jin Air with a tiny little lead at this point. But it really looks like if you look at the top lane that Trace is having trouble pushing up the lane now.
Again, can disregard this magic damage that's coming through from Trace. Trace, of course, going to be making a lot of gold with the GP10, but Jin Air now also able to steal away the red buff.
Yeah. Well, Wing needs to be kind of careful. Luckily, he's got a tunnel to use to get out. And Trace pushed back under his own turret by a Tom Kench. Wow.
Morgana used to be looked at as the best wave clear champion in mid, but just because Tormentor takes multiple ticks, you can potentially manipulate the minion wave to path around the Tormented Soil.
Yeah.
Having a really hard time counter pushing.
Yeah, he is.
And minion damage, of course, so important, levels 1 through 5 when it comes to trading. Tahm Kench doesn't care about those minions anymore.
Nah, not too much. All right, Janair taking out the Warden try. And this is gonna make Freaks a little bit nervous. Could get dove.
Have the teleport advantage, Janair, as well. Important to know. Ixu does not have teleport.
Pilot's really alone right now. Oh, wow. Nice reflexes to flash out of that. Flash for flash.
Flash traded, so that's an advantage to Afrika.
Yep. Definitely is.
There's not much to know about top lane. Looks like that important collapse from Mickey and Lyra has meant that this turret's not going down anytime soon without multiple members rotating top lane to take it down.
Yeah, that really slows things down for Janair, doesn't it?
Slows things down for the game in general.
Yep. Look at that, 60 hit points.
At some point, Corki should just Trinity Force auto attack it from behind and just get out of there.
Maybe. Maybe.
You might even see that. Honestly, you could.
I think you can get it now.
Getting close. Will he go for the auto?
Oh, he's just got not enough vision, I think.
We're just getting trolled at this point.
I think so.
Maybe he's just keeping it up to look for the turret dive we were mentioning, but I think it's going to go down finally.
Yeah, I think they're just going to let him have it.
In another world, this would have gone down at 11 minutes. That's an extra 5 minutes for Tahm Kench to pile on some tank stats for the inevitable first fight.
Not bad at all.
Finally goes down to muted applause from the crowd.
Yep. I've heard like bad golf shots that got more applause than that. Well, now the target is mid lane, and this really does open things up a lot for Janair to start pushing these lanes.
Trinity Force Corki. Good timing to rotate if you're Morgana. That's why you see Trace at least cheating towards the mid lane, but may have to return
arrived.
Top. Yay.
Right.
You see Mickey make some aggressive package plays last game.
Yeah. But all in all, 17 minutes, no kills. Papa Smithy.
We were promised different things
This
in
is
2016 season.
This is tough for me, man. Okay, here we go. All right, Spooky Go, slow down Mickey. Wing decides to let him go. I guess I don't have enough vision to pursue that. Oh. That's a sad Doa noise.
It's time to look inward about your need for bloodthirstiness, Doa.
Find the kills within. That doesn't sound good. That just makes me sound psycho or something.
Why can't we just have a happy, friendly game where the only thing that happens is some sort of minion genocide?
Well, that doesn't sound good for the minions either.
They're not having a happy time.
Well, we know they're just gold pinatas. We've figured this out already.
It's true. There it is. Look at that. The gold happily comes in as a minion dies.
Happily bursts forth from its shattered body.
If you think about the minions too hard, then it does seem like relative cruelty is happening on the Rift every time we watch.
I mean, all they're trying to do is get down the lane.
One-minded and punished.
Yep, it's just not going to work.
Race has the Abyssal Scepter, so the Corki damage in teamfights will actually be really big. But teamfights are definitely not something we have seen this game. One turret, one dragon, 0 kills.
Yep. So, Graves has the shotgun, but did I see that right? That it only has like one big wide barrel?
Yep. That has been a question, much like his appearing and disappearing cigar that has dogged Graves.
That's right.
Best thing it was the Chinese client had the cigar in for months and months after it was removed.
Oh no. Scandal.
Scandal. Rift scandal.
Rift scandal. Get TMZ on the phone.
He didn't follow the rules. Brought his cigar to work, so it shouldn't be allowed.
Guess so.
Riot's made it very clear, no cigars on the Rift.
Yeah. Sad. But I don't recommend smoking.
No? Not
No.
big on smoking?
No. I've never done it.
Me neither. Goody two-shoes, both of us.
Well, I mean, honestly, if you're a caster, it's going to wreck your voice. So
That's fair.
just not a good idea.
Race has the Abyssal Scepter completed, so I mentioned it already, but has effective stats. Teamfights now would look good for Janair.
Here comes Winged. He might try something. Arcane Shift used. Oh, I got so excited and nothing happened. And look at this. Even the Rift Herald can't take it anymore.
The Rift, the
Offs
first kill
himself.
The first kill of the game is the Rift Herald dealing with the Rift Herald.
He's like, well, if nobody's going to come by, I'm just going to go home then. All right, bye.
I think the Rift Herald will be pretty happy. Usually has much more to deal with than he has this game.
Yeah, well, they're going to try to do something to Wing. The charm misses, so no such luck there.
What's the line on First Blood for this game? 26 minutes?
I don't know.
Probably would have been pre-20 minutes. This is anarchy we're talking about.
Has there ever been a killless professional game of League of Legends?
No. How would the turrets go down? To just watch people take turrets?
You just scare them away. Speaking of scaring them away, Freaks want to scare Jinair away from this dragon, but I don't know if it's going to work out. Teleport coming in from behind. Ixu coming in. Jinair has softened up that dragon a little bit. Now the zoning begins. Two-shot barrage does a little bit of damage to Che, but that's about it.
Gonna have to walk through this narrow choke.
Dragon getting lower. Looks like they're going to have to give it over. And no responding fight. Dark Binding doesn't connect.
Jinair really...
Oh, he grabbed Ixu. Are they going to follow up? They are. Che goes in. There's the box. Might be dangerous. A lot of damage out of that top catch. Whoa, First Blood goes to Pilot. No chance to even use that E, I guess. And I think they're going to be satisfied with that. Or not. They're going to throw Che in. Che's like, what am I doing here? Oh, and Lyra gets him with the ultimate, and now the turnaround for the Afrika Freaks. Uh-oh. Songyun exhausted, but got some decent damage done before he had to back out. Mickey coming in, winged another casualty. Double kill for Mickey. Why in the world did Che go in on that?
I have no idea. He was the one that had full control. Lyra got the snipe, and then Mickey on point with the charms. This is why his Ari is feared. Also during that fight, Morgana was literally in the air for about 10 seconds. Weird visual bug on my screen, at least.
Oh, neat.
Maybe we'll see it in the replay. It was hilarious.
Man, that was one of those situations where it's like, watch, Che just, okay, so they kill Ixu.
So watch the CC.
Right.
Let's wait for the CC. So have to pump the grey health. Yeah, knocked up. Yeah, he was CC'd. Could not pump the grey health.
That's right.
That part's fine.
And then Che's like, I'm going in.
I'm going in, guys, into the choke to 4 people.
What am I doing here? Miss Flay, better flash up. Oh,
good question. Now watch the flash charm, and then watch this. Morgana's in the air for no reason, is she, guys? That was
nice
interesting.
Catch.
But Mickey, 1 charm onto Morgana, 2nd charm onto Ixu. Sorry, onto the Winged, 2 kills.
Yep. And Mickey starting to be scary on that Ari. Looks like they might get the bottom turret here, though.
He's turned a Nidus Large Rod into Ludens and another Nidus Large Rod. Suddenly, Mickey, you know, when you're fighting those narrow chokes, okay, there's not a rumble in this game, but it's so hard to juke a line skill shot like the charm in those narrow chokes.
True. Oh, they caught Mickey. Kuzan coming in, and there's a kill for Jinair. So a quick response from Jinair, bottom turret, and taking down Mickey.
Speaking of skill shots, Mickey so often plays towards unwarded brushes. There's been a pink ward in that brush for the majority of this game, pays for it. Ixu's going to try and get some turret damage as Trace just chills out.
He's like, I didn't like that turret anyway.
He's finding friends.
Ooh.
Oh, boy.
Wow, really? 25 seconds until Mickey's up. Why not?
You can see the assist me ping. They know what's happening, but will they be too late?
I don't know if this is a good idea. Baron's not going down fast. Che flays away. Ixu now brings him in. Baron low. They're going to bring him in for the Fate's Call. Baron taken by Jinair. They get it. And can they win the fight? Looks like they'll get Ixu. That should be fine. Whoa, Lyra gets caught by a Dark Binding. Jinair trying to kill him. Kuzan goes for it. Has to turn around. Could secure the kill. Wing chasing. Lyra's so low. They really have to watch this damage. Pilot manages to take out Snowflower in the back lines. Spooky Ghost doesn't do damage, so
very
doesn't kill Lyra.
Wow, so that really escalated quickly. That was a decisive call. Again, teams relying on their Callista to have the secure we saw from the Afrika Freaks last game. They got a Baron, and this was about as decisive a Baron as we could ever expect, especially in a series that's been so passive until then.
Wow. So, yeah, suddenly the game gets interesting. And the team's trading blows, but in the end, Jinair coming out on top, both in turrets and in kills. And now with that Baron buff, we'll see what they can do objective-wise.
Ari has strong wave clear, but not against Baron buff. Let's see how many turrets Jinair can take with this Baron. Corky with the Trinity Force. AD will, of course, make short work of them.
Yep.
3-minute Baron. Not something I expected to see this game.
No, it was almost an act of desperation by Jinair, but it worked out. There goes mid-turret. They can keep pushing if they want to. Ixu coming down from the top. He's got teleport. He can get there any time. He's going to go ahead and use his Abyssal Voyage to join the fight a little bit quicker. Dragon up in 2 minutes.
Requires something miraculous from Mickey to stop this siege. The wave clear, again, not the strongest against Baron buff. They're engaged, especially with flash down on Alistair. It's very tricky.
They need Mickey to really make a big play here. He goes, discovers Trace. And two-shot barrage helps clear some of the minions, not all of them. That cannon minion's still doing work for the moment. So a good amount of damage done to that tier 2. And the push is a little bit stalled out for Jin Air. I think they're gonna have to go bot maybe. They're sending Wing there now. That's just to clear some of the wave.
The Rek'Sai ultimate, but of course, will bring up these minions and allow them a lane to rotate into.
Yep. Oh, be careful.
And Trace in a pin ward, fishing for a binding. Binding onto Mickey's
nice grab onto Ixu. Snowflower comes in, tries to go for Bullfires, doesn't get it, has to pop that ult. Such low health already. I think they're going to need to give up this turret. The damage has been done.
The power of that Dark Binding from out of range, of course, it's chunking because it's an AP Morgana.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult to get in a position to clear waves here for Afrika. Not going to stop.
Waiting for that wave.
Waiting for the next Dark Binding.
Oh, that's it. They got it. Now go bot lane where Winged has already been prepping the wave. So at the end of the day, Jin Air really making this Baron buff work for them. Wing taking a lot of turret damage though.
Really intelligent play from Trace.
Yep.
Wasn't a believer in the Morgana, specifically after the Ixu seemed to be disregarding any pushing. But walking out of vision, it's like a Nidalee Spear, but also much more threatening is the Dark Binding than anything Nidalee can throw from out of vision.
I suppose you're going to take a lot more damage if a Dark Binding hits you generally.
3-second stun also for your friends to follow up on.
Dragon time, all right. The Freaks are going to try to stop this one. Dragon going down really quick. They've got Kalista and all those spears, all the red stacks. Might fade off. Lyra's going to try to take it. He gets it. They get the Dragon. That's their second of the game. And that one didn't work out quite as well for Jin Air. Now they're in trouble. Ooh, Charm narrowly misses Trace. Oh boy.
Couldn't change targets. Smartly occupying all of that choke was the Morgana with the Black Shield riding. And now just not a lot for Afrika to pick up. They do pick up the Dragon like you mentioned, but only a second Dragon. The Baron did yield the 2 mid lane turrets for the Jin Air Green Wings.
Yeah, and a nice 5,000 gold lead now for Jin Air. It's up to them to turn this into a win. They've got top lane pushing for the moment. Songyun's going to push that one around, or push that one back anyway.
2 item timings hitting for Afrika, specifically got the Iceborne Golem, Muramana completed for Songyun.
Yep.
Afrika going to get more and more team fight ready.
Wing throwing in the ward there.
Popping the tunnel. Zan picks up blue buff. So much closer this game. We've seen one lane be a big issue, a big thorn in the side each game. Particularly bot lane has really swung around, but this game, even CS values across the board.
Yeah. A lot of warding going down for Jin Air. Bottom half of the map is definitely the focus right now, and they should be able to get it. Ixu on his own gets pulled in, and we've seen Ixu die a lot lately, haven't we? There's the health. And now, whoa, Mickey comes in and just destroys Pilot. This fight turns around in a hurry. There's the exhaust. Ixu saves his mid laner. Uh-oh, Songyun caught. That's a kill for Cruzon, but Mickey trying to come in again. Oh, gets taken down by Wing. Jin Air turning the fight back around. Lyra on his own can't do the damage necessary, and that's going to be a double kill now for Cruzon.
Lyra has to just watch on. These Dark Bindings are a death sentence to triple squishy frontliners. Only Tahm Kench is really in a position to eat a Dark Binding. So every time they get pink ward control, these Dark Bindings yielding kill an objective after objective.
It was scary though. Ixu, saving his jungler, but it was scary though. We saw Pilot die so fast to Mickey. He is doing a ton of damage now that he's got the death cap done. That is a high-powered Ahri.
It's just crazy to see that the siege from Morgana has been the big factor. When teams are picking such squishy lineups No tank lineups have been commonplace in Champions or sole tank lineups. Of course, Afrika do have this Tahm Kench, but if he's not the one catching, the damage is real. Ixu was smart to flash away and also preemptively pop his Grey Health. This is what you
Whoa,
noticed.
that's a lot of damage.
Tyler instantly dies, but after this, it's all about the Morgana, I think, in this fight. It's a nice turnaround from Kuzan to pick up the kill, but every time a binding hits, Samyu takes a massive chunk, still stunned, dead instantly. Lyra can just never get into the fight.
Kuzan was ready with that Phosphorus Bomb. Snowflower, even with the ult, can't survive long enough.
So used to seeing support Morganas that you disregard some of the work that AP Morgana can do.
Yeah. Very true. So getting close to taking that bottom turret.
Work it down. Both players have teleport, but Trace is grouped with his team.
Yeah. And Tahm Kench isn't exactly going to push fast, so Jin Air is not too worried about losing this bottom lane tier 1.
The only reason auto attacks hit is because of the passive that scales with health, and of course that doesn't affect turrets, so
yep.
No big issue there. The effect of not grouping with your team in this case, though, is that Jin Air will have considerably more Baron control because they can be so much more aggressive, especially with Black Shield for anyone who wants to face check and put down aggressive wards.
Yeah.
Back away, though.
New for the moment. So Baron is up, Dragon is up in 2 minutes. Neither team really threatening a 5th Dragon anytime soon. Probably not going to see that this game, but Baron should be a major focus for both of these.
I mean, this game turned on a decisive Baron after literally nothing happening for the first 22 minutes. Smashing down the Baron led to the first fight, led to the first kills. Baron has been the only objective to seesaw what has been otherwise a very even game.
Much.
Too much else to call out. The item builds double QSS, so on the Jin Air side, actually less QSSs than you'd expect.
I mean, they've got the Banshee's Veil and they've got the Zonias as well, so the charm is mitigated to a certain extent.
The charm is being respected a lot more than the Dark Binding is, because the Freaka do not have the same defensive options. Only Ezreal has that, so Tahm Kench is going to have to be on point with the Devour, otherwise the picks from Jin Air look like more likely to connect than what a Freaka can put together.
Freaka Freaks just trying to push down the mid lane right now.
And Jin Air pushing to the top lane as well. If you can't ban out Mickey, apparently just itemizing purely against him is a good call.
And Ping's going down on Baron. Jin Air may be thinking about this. Snowflower caught with a Dark Binding. And are they going to do it? They're going to start it at least.
Kench is grouped.
That's right.
Kench TP.
He's got his teleport. He can come in. He's TPing right now. And Trace taking some damage. Two-shot barrage does basically nothing. And Jin Air pulls off a Baron without really taking much damage.
Remember, they do get a summoner win. In this case, they do draw out the teleport. Maybe Trace is not comfortable in trying to clear waves next to the Tahm Kench, so doesn't have to worry about that for the next 5 minutes. But a Freaka pick up an unanswered mid turret.
Yeah, Mickey takes the opportunity to dash over to mid lane and take down that turret. And Jin Air looking a little bit lost here at this point.
I mean, the objective bluffs have been called or not called. Remember, the first objective bluff is just trying that Baron at 23 minutes. They burn it down, they get a lot from that. This time, the bluff is called, the teleport comes in, and this time a Freaka wins from calling the bluff and just sending Mickey back to mid lane. So, in every way, barring a 3,000 gold lead, which again is not major, this game's all tied up.
Yeah, I mean, 3,000 gold at this point is basically nothing.
Agreed.
Nope. Trying to clear out that wave to keep things pushing. Kuzan going for that dragon. The rest of Jin Air should show up. And that's going to be their second dragon. So, again, you know, the dragons aren't quite as important this game now, just because we're not going to see either team get to 5, probably.
See, the warding around dragon is fairly minimal. Snowfire has to whoa.
They caught him. That's a nice amount of layered CC, but he's so tanky, and when he's inside of Tahm Kench, he's even harder to kill.
Impossible.
Yep.
How do a Freaka win a fight? That's the question I have with all the defensive itemization and the Black Shield.
Well, to win fights, basically Mickey just needs to make plays.
That's the question is, with all the itemization and the Morgana, are there plays to be made If they can somehow set up pink ward and force face checks, I guess maybe, but then honestly Trace should just be either the one face checking or giving a black shield to whoever's putting down the vision. Getting a pick is super hard when we're talking about Zonias, Black Shield, Banshee, double QSS, maybe on Thresh, but everyone else pretty well protected.
Yeah, it won't be easy. Tense moment in this game. This one's going to be pretty close at the end there, it looks like.
The series in general has proven to be very close. It looks like it's going to be on a big outplay or a big mistake to end the game. We're at the 35-minute point.
Yeah. Well, we had, you know, two very one-sided games, and now Afrika Freak's going for it. There is a ward there. They were spotted by the scrying orb. Another orb goes down. Baron is going to be taken. Can they stop? Oh, Janair! Wing steals the Baron away, and can they win the fight? Winged low health, can't get to the Lantern in time, but I think that's a pretty good trade.
Solid steal from Wing. Remember, this is the guy who was really in the ascendancy over Bengi. He was one level ahead, but still, that shouldn't mean too much. Excellent flash steal, and now Janair can just buy some more time. They can just back away. One person going down means they aren't able to push aggressively.
All right, let's
on
watch
the
this
tail
again.
end, they might get something. This isn't just opting into a 50-50. Flash smite, easy as you like from Wing.
Can't get out, get CC'd too much. Nice response to at least get the kill, but losing that Baron really hurts. Oh wow, Che actually flashed to get the Lantern at the end. I don't know if that was worth it.
Well, the death time is about 50-55 seconds. Baron's going to last 3 minutes, so there's still going to be time for them to push up waves and try and make something with the Baron buff.
Yep. And Afrika Freaks looks like they were trying to set a bit of a trap here. I think it's going to work out. Nope, Snowflower having to back off. And so will Janair be able to successfully siege the base?
So hard to push through, even with Baron buff minions, talking about Graves, Ezreal, and Ari, who all have decent wave clear. So between the three of them, 3 decent wave clears means strong wave clear from the side.
I mean, yeah, they might as well clear the other turrets because there's just no way you're getting in the base right now. Nice binding on the Lyra.
Still no other insurance against the Dark Binding, only the single QSS and Tom Catches Devour for Afrika.
Yeah, very interesting itemization.
They're going for damage, they want to win fights.
I guess so. It's a big minion wave.
These double canyons doing so much work. One of them cleared out.
Yeah, they'll get them both now, but actually not a ton of damage up. Here's the next wave.
Really tense. A single Dark Binding can end this game.
Oh, Ixu gets grabbed. There's the Dark Binding. Maybe not that Dark Binding can end the game. That's a pretty tanky target. And Janair does have to back away for the moment.
Janair haven't set up a push across the other side of the map. The only other easy turret to get is the outer top lane turret, but minions slowly pushing towards it, but it hasn't been a priority. They really want to break the base, but it's so difficult to do so.
Yes, it is. Even with Baron, those minions get cleared out very, very quickly. They're slowly chipping away at that turret, though.
A minute or so of Baron timer. Maybe less than that, about 40 seconds.
Well, the waves are just coming too far apart now. It's like they're going to need like 2 or 3 more waves if they can only do that much damage to the turret.
Minion wave in top looks like it might actually push into this turret. Not sure if it's going to be low enough. Send the Ezreal ult.
No, not anymore.
We don't see the turret HP, fortunately. But they're sending over Wing. That's smart. So yeah. They are effectively giving up on taking this turret. They're going to take the much easier outer top lane turret.
Yeah, might as well get something now that Baron is over.
In a top lane turret, my apologies. He has the Rek'Sai tunnels around the rest of the other 4, so he is confident
to get him.
No.
Siege continues. That turret is nearly gone.
Who's on with a 400 health Black Shield, still not confident to get what is literally 1 Trinity Force auto attack to take this turret. Baron buff's gone though.
Yep, I think that's it. Dragon's up in a minute. They want to set up for that.
Do they though? It's 40 minutes in for a 3rd Dragon.
I mean, what else are you going to do right now? You can clear the jungle, you can make sure your lanes are pushed, but aside from that, what do you do?
That's the question. Spend some gold, I guess. Almost 6 item builds across the board. We're definitely getting to the late game.
Oh yeah. And Kuzan can bring the package with him.
Will the differences in itemization mean for a one-team fight for Afrika. It's definitely greedy, full damage builds versus, again, the more controlled QSS, Banshee Veil, etc. from the side of Jin Air. Remember, they've got only 2 true tanks in this game. Ixu, obviously super tanky on the top lane, Tom Kench. And Rek'Sai, Wings picked up a lot of gold himself. So 2 true frontliners and everyone else just kind of competing for damage.
Yep. Dragon is up right now. And Jin Air trying to push towards that. Might as well fight.
It's not a dragon to overextend for. We're looking at the vision for now. Jin Air has the permanent vision. Ixu's caught.
Yeah, caught, but very tanky. They use the box too. They really want to commit to this. Wing coming from the side to try to zone people out. Ixu very low, gets caught again, pops that health. Not going to last him though. He gets taken down. There's a kill for Pilot. And are they going to keep going with this? Looks like they're going to turn around for Dragon.
Story of week 2 has been Tom Kench's either overestimating their tankiness or just not pressing the gray health fast enough. In that situation, it was just waddling into multiple members, thinking they're tankier than they are, and falling down even though he was able to pop the gray health. Tom Kench, sometimes immortal, but certainly not in this game with double AD and damage even coming from the top lane.
Yeah, I would say so.
If it's only the 3rd dragon, it's not the biggest win. Jin Air, 5-man stacked again. Sorry, 4-man, of course, the Rek'Sai up top lane. This turret, previously worked upon, can they finally get down and break the base?
Maybe. I suppose it's possible, but they don't really need to rush, I guess, do they?
Graves, Ezreal, Ahri if she's grouped, all with strong wave, but this turret's still very, very low.
Whoa, Songyun takes a big hit.
They should get it here, though,
Yeah,
finally.
I think so. Yeah, when your AD carry gets chunked like that, you have to back off, and that's exactly what they do. Wing joined them just in case there was a fight, but he can go back to taking away Afrika Freak's jungle.
Jin Air gonna back away. Baron's coming up in 40 seconds. First 2 Barons of the game gone to Jin Air. The first one especially really allowed them to open up a lead. The second one, great steal from Wing to cement the advantage they'd had for the majority of this game. Game could still turn on a 3rd dragon. Much smaller gold lead this game. Only 6,000 at 42 minutes.
Yep. Still a very close game. The results of this, either way, are good for the Afrika Freaks and not so good for Jin Air in the grand scheme of things.
Definitely not expected to win this game. Robin Hood status hasn't been confirmed yet, but
almost.
Certainly closer than Jin Air fans would have wanted, given their impressive wins in recent memory.
Yeah, and I think it also points to the fact that the match against SKT was, you know, a bit of a fluke.
You would say that, Doa.
I would. I'm not saying SKT didn't try. I think they did, but I think you could say overperformed.
Long season will learn from the more data points that we'll get. Afrika pushing aggressively through mid. They already have this inner turret. They're pushing onto the inhibitor turret.
This is really
Morgana especially
bizarre
is really
that,
out of position.
Yeah, what is Jin Air doing? They're just letting him walk up and take this turret. Are you serious?
Yep.
Okay, enjoy your turret. Enjoy your free support too. No, just kidding, Fate's Call. Well, they get the turret. Now they have Wing coming from behind. They may have gotten themselves trapped, but it doesn't look like Jin Air wants to engage after Che takes that much damage.
Trace was really out of position.
That was bizarre,
Could have looked for a flank on the Morgana, obviously a bit optimistic, but has Zonia's, has of course the Black Shield. Instead just backed, and they watched their inhibitor turret go down. Think about how hard Jin Air had to fight to take their first inhibitor turret, and then they just gifted one over to Afrika.
Yeah.
Credit to Afrika though, decisive shot call. Pushed through the mid, noticed the enemies were out of position, trying to get Baron vision, and got a free objective.
Very strange. Songyun found out Baron is up. Jin Air not going for it though. Opting to stay on the bottom side of the map. They've got plenty of wards around Baron, so they don't really need to worry about it. Now turning around towards it. And are they going to try to force something there?
Rek'Sai is trying to split push down bot. Of course, Ixu has teleport available. Yep. Can go match if he feels threatened. I think it has to be a Baron fight though. That seems to be the only decisive advantage these teams are willing to fight over.
Probably.
Jin Air have spent so much of this game trying to piece together something around the red side jungle. Can't quite catch out Lyra. Mickey's really overextended and pushing. Will take time for him to get back.
They tried. Wow, Shay really needs to be careful here that he doesn't take too much more damage.
He's gonna go pick up blue buff.
Yep. Snowflower has that Zeke's Herald now too, so Songyun is gonna be doing quite a bit of damage.
Builds no critical strike with his own build, so 50% crit. Again, it's blue Ezreal. He's gonna be as focused around it, but with enough attack speed, critical strike is welcome.
Yep, definitely. I mean, a 1 out of 2 chance to crit with that powerful of a hit is still pretty good. And I mean, what else do you build at this point, right?
Winged is trying to force Afrika to start this Baron. Afrika seemed pretty happy to.
Yeah, he's got a tunnel there.
Baron has been the source of Jin Air's hope this game.
All right, they're gonna chase them away.
Lyra is really low.
Oh, Dark Binding dodge, not bad.
He's gonna heal up from the Grom.
Yeah, Wing just came up. Didn't need to use his ultimate, and he's gonna try to do a bit of damage to this mid lane. But nope. Ari's gonna push those minions back very easily.
It's been really telltale. That's been Wing that's been sent to split push and Trace that's been grouped just because they want to get deep vision wherever possible. Yeah. And just the Black Shield is more important than the tankiness of Wing.
Yep. Oh, here we go. There goes the inhibitor getting lower. Afrika Freaks need to do something about this. They're gonna go in now. Here comes Snowflower. Che pulled out by that Fate's Call. Are they gonna keep chasing? Snowflower trying to get the back lines, can't quite make it. Dark Binding doesn't connect. Mickey doesn't land his charm either. Skill shots not hitting the people they need to hit on either side.
Both QSS is still available.
Yep. That's right. Oh, Songyun takes a big chunk. Kuzan very low too, though. Oh man, Graves tries to use that ult. Well, he doesn't try, he uses it. Doesn't do as much damage, but it pushes Jin Air back, and now the Afrika Freaks are just gonna make a beeline right for Baron.
Holding towards the Dragon to get information. They see it isn't started. They get positioning on Pilot. Will they actually go? We see pings onto Baron from Afrika.
I think they may go for this. This would be 4th Dragon for Jin Air. They must feel confident defending against this Baron.
They've got a minion wave to answer, and this Baron is quickly going down.
Yeah, they're not getting the Dragon either, too. This could be bad for Jin Air.
Oh boy, Wing's here again.
Can he steal it again? He's gonna try to come in. They're gonna try to stop him. They will stop him. Baron goes to the Freak. Snowflower over the wall, gets very low. They can probably kill him. They do. Shade doesn't hit anyone with that death sentence, and now it's a 5v4, but the Freaks have Baron.
This late in the game, what is more important, Baron buff or your 5th member? I actually am on the side of having 5 group, but interestingly, because Snowflower is so far behind, still level 14, both of these supports, it's only a 35-second death timer. That doesn't sound like an only, but given how late it is, that's actually fairly short a death timer for Afrika to work around.
That's true. That is true.
8 seconds to try and brute force down this open exposed inhibitor.
Not gonna have any minions to do it with. They're gonna have Baron powered minions coming the other way.
Well, only 10 seconds now, so
yeah,
Afrika, get out with the Baron.
Yeah, Jin Air's gonna try to grab the Dragon, and again, you know, this would be the 4th, so it is an important Baron. Or a Dragon. It's been a long game.
It certainly has been a long series, a long game. 54-15 or so will be the 5th Dragon timer, but what can Afrika make happen with this Baron? They've already got an inhibitor exposed in the mid lane. They look deathly afraid of some sort of flank, some sort of backdoor on the bottom side. They've got good defensive vision, though, around all the entrances of their bot lane inhibitor, so I think it's time to make that brute force play and try and take down the inhibitor. We still haven't had a single inhibitor killed at 50 minutes.
It's crazy. This game has been a lot of teams being afraid to really commit to things, I think.
Indecision has definitely been a staple of Jin Air through the majority of 2015. It looked like it had kind of gone away, but it seems to have returned with aplomb this series. Don't see a replay of the Baron take. It was actually...
Uh-oh. Jay, very lucky, got hit with that charm, pulled out by the Fate's Call, but that still might cost him an inhibitor.
Lyra pops the Ghost Blade. He's chunking down turrets, inhibitors alike. First inhibitor of the game, 49 minutes in.
Man, and there was nothing that Jin Air could do to stop that. Didn't seem that way anyway.
There's a crazy amount of standing gold still available, enough to pretty much tie up this game. As 2 outer turrets to take for Afrika.
Well, we're past the point where gold really matters this game. I think
Absolutely.
everybody's got all the items they want, and at this point it's all about positioning and not getting caught, you know?
There is the potential for that catch. Mickey in particular, full damage, no sign of any defensive stats on this Ari.
It's a very Mickey way to build a champion, but it's been working.
Gonna push in, so hard to get the pick, given what we said about the comp from Jin Air. It was a macro outplay, just running down mid. They got their first inhibitor turret. They're trying to brute force this time.
And with Baron, it's pretty good. Che tries to go to it. Mickey goes for the charm. Does some damage to Che anyway.
Lyra gets an auto attack, instantly eats half his life. Kuzan's doing massive damage.
Yeah, that's a lot. Wow. Iksu being such a good front line.
Wind's drawn away. Not able to get any damage on this inhibitor, and this game continues.
Yep. Too much.
Nothing else to say. Very, very difficult to take inhibitors without.
Oh, no follow-up, but that was a scary moment for Songyun.
Has both Mercurial Scimitar and a Tahm Kench though. Only Mickey that really needs to rely on Tahm Kench to help him out.
Yep. Well, I guess we're going to 5th Dragon for Jin Air, huh?
That will be the force fight, Doa. It seems to be the only thing that will actually force a fight in the open. Everyone else has spent, what, the last 25 minutes camped out around their inhibitors, whether it's been Afrika the majority of the time, and Jin Air just recently.
Pretty much. And Jin Air now just trying to push their lanes back.
Red buff secured. Anything interesting along the bills, just looking down. No Thorn Mail for Iksu, but it is a lot of mixed damage coming through from the Corki, so not feeling like he needs that. Running out of things to say. We're waiting for the Titanic fight because this is 2 comps that have good wave clear, good mobility.
Yeah.
Neither of these comps have to force and engage. The game is so even that forced fights need to happen for an engage to be successful. We're talking about Morgana as a top laner, and Thresh, and Kalista. Very hard to lock down anyone from Jin Air. Afrika have been on the back foot the whole game, and guess what? When Jin Air go for a pick, Tahm Kench is there. We have double QSS now finished. Alistair, of course, hard to lock down. Only Mickey alone is a true target that can be locked down, and Tahm Kench should be in Mickey's back pocket the whole team fight phase.
Yeah, well, I mean, Mickey's done a good job, too, of not putting himself in a position to get caught. And here they come again. 2-2 turret. Destroyed easily by the Afrika Freaks.
All right, that's all the easy objectives done. None left.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, that hook nearly connected with Songyun and took some damage anyway.
This is effectively a Ziggs comp versus a Ziggs comp, it feels like.
I know.
Everyone's got wave clear.
And they're both so afraid of anything happening, and they should be. You know, one pick on one of the carries could easily mean the game.
How do you feel about mass wave clear and mass disengage for everyone?
I feel like it's going to be a very long game.
Well, so far you have been completely correct.
Yep.
14 kill game at 53 minutes. We're pushing the
Don't
1 hour
remind
mark.
me.
When was the last 1 hour game in Champions?
It's been a while. I mean, the longest game we've ever had on Champions was the one I think that Monty and I casted last year, where Space tied the CS record in a game too.
From memory, it's 620 or something like that.
I thought it was something like 729 or something.
I don't think it's gone to 700. I think it's 6 something, at least in top level competitive play. No one's threatening it just yet. No 500 broken. We've actually seen 500 broken recently.
It's been a pretty low CS game overall. Low kill, low CS. A lot of positioning. It's been a positioning game. Baron is up in 5 seconds.
We've seen a very good assertive Baron take. The first Baron by Jin Air. We've seen a very good reaction to a Baron bait by Afrika in taking the mid lane inhibitor turret. Everything else, largely forgettable.
Oh, okay. This is where it gets exciting. Dragon is up right now. It would be Dragon number 5 for Jin Air. If they take it, Yomu's used. Shay takes some damage. Whoa, the package has to be executed to get Kuzan out of there. And now, things are a bit scary. Wow, they're going for the Dragon. They're going to kill it so fast, too. No 5th Dragon.
On to Baron from Jin Air.
Yeah, but they're not going to get there in time to do it without a fight.
Can try and force a pick on their terms, standing in this pink water brush.
Yeah, they can try. Oh, Shay showing himself as his Kuzan. I almost said Frozen there.
They see rockets, that means they can be confident the Baron hasn't been started.
Yep.
Frika does have wards on the Baron too, so just pushing down the mid lane. They want to take this inhibitor again.
It's so awkward to get back into the base this way. That inhibitor is in a lot of trouble. Kuzan needs to be careful. Inhibitor's safe for the moment anyway. Ooh, wow, that is a big hit suffered by Songyun.
And then Corki does so much damage, but not even an inhibitor take.
Nope.
Oh boy.
Oh, think about it. Yomu's popped by Lyra. Not going in, they grab Snowflower. That's an Alistar.
There is at half health. He has been chunked out to some degree. Everyone else is very, very healthy. All summoners are up for this eventual fight.
Kuzan thinking about doing some damage. Narrowly dodges the Q from Tom Kench. Winged. You can just feel it out of both of these teams. Something big is about to happen. The apocalyptic fight is going to be soon.
What does an engage look like with Tom Kench?
Don't know.
Morgana, 10 flashes available. Repositions everywhere. This game has been about evading fights, evading conflict, rather than the bloodthirsty games that we know and love.
It sure has.
These 6 isn't in the meta, though.
Yep, that's true.
Got that going for us.
Hasn't really changed anything, though, has it?
No. I like how Ezreal's just sitting on 2,500 gold. Probably has nothing to spend it on. 500 CS mark is broken by both mid laners.
Yep. Going for the record, guys.
Does anyone do something crazy? We're going to see boots sold at any point? It's an interesting proposition.
I don't know. 2 gets caught for a moment.
So what would you like to talk about, Toa? There's not much game to talk about.
Well, I'm really curious what the CS record is for a professional play.
Let's call it 650.
650?
I think it's less than that. I think it's 620. Maybe that's low. It sounds like a lot. But
We'll see. Since we've got some time, I'm looking it up.
we need to see if anything changes. The vision around Baron is very good from Afrika. Much more shallow vision from Jin Air, but honestly they've been losing the last 20 minutes or so.
The top CS record in a competitive game is Coco with 726.
All right, so 726.
Space tied the old one that Robert X. Lee had at 719. I thought it was over 700. So 726 is a record for Coco.
The only bloodthirstiness we'll see this game is on the minions. The minions are the big loser this game.
Yeah, I don't think...
Count down how many minions have died for our edification.
Lots.
A lot.
Thousands.
Thousands of minions dead.
Literally. Oh, Baron being taken by Jin Air. This
so
is it.
fast.
This is it. Baron is going down fast.
It's go time.
Freaks coming in, and the disengage happens. Shay getting low. Snowflower blown up almost until Ixu saves him. Mickey over the wall. Doesn't connect with anything.
Devour's down. Mickey has to be so particular.
Baron's still low health. I don't know how much it regen. I can't see it now. Shay pulled in by the Fate's Call. Dark Binding doesn't connect. They're going to have to back away.
They stop. Some of the backs are going to try and force down mid. Let's see if they can get this inhibitor tower.
They can definitely get the inhibitor, yeah. That inhibitor is probably dead. Okay, maybe not. Now they're going to turn back towards Baron. Freaks trying to just run Jin Air in circles. There's the Baron started by the Afrika Freaks. And is there any way they can get there in time? Winged there to at least try for the steal. Shows himself to Snowplower. They stopped him from coming in last time. Jin Air is there. Here we go. Can Wing steal it? He's going to try. They're going to go in. And Baron getting even lower. Baron taken by the Freaks. Jin Air on the run already. Snowflower low. Kuzan nearly gets caught. He's going to get away. Has a cleanse. Winged. Not having any Tom Kench passives on him just yet. Trace with that black shield. Songyun half health, but doing damage. Needs to watch out for that Dark Binding. but Jin Air on the run. Oh, Mickey tries to come in. They almost catch Shay, but another Fate's Call saves him. Tom Kench coming into the base, winged way on the outside of all of this. That inhibitor is very dead, and they are actually just going to back away their own inhibitor under a bit of threat. Oh, Songyun! Oh man, Ixu always there to save his mid laner. And now Trace and Wing catching.
Smart by Trace. They want to stop the backs. They want them to lose his inhibitor. The minion waves in top and bot are pushing hard for
they're
Jin Air.
trying. Oh, the inhibitor goes down, so they trade inhibitors via minions from Jin Air, despite the Baron buff taken by Africa Freaks this game. And now, 35 seconds until the next dragon. It
1
would be,
hour in.
That's right, it would be the 5th dragon for Jin Air as we cross the 1 hour mark.
Mickey's really out of position for this dragon. Can't shop. He's still going top. They cannot give up a 5th dragon.
This game is still open, 20 seconds. Africa Freaks have time to get in position again. You can see Jin Air frantically warding, getting ready for it.
This is going to force an Africa face check. Can Jin Air get the pick that will surely end this game?
We'll see. Africa face check sounds like a great band name, but not a great result for one of the teams in this match. Dragon is up. This is it. Could be 5th dragon. Jin Air goes for it immediately. It's do or die time. Dragon lower and lower. Africa Freaks getting in. Shay pulled out by the Fate's Call. Dragon taken by Jin Air. That's their 5th. Oh, but Kuzan goes down immediately. Africa Freaks with the advantage. Lyra taken out. It's an apocalyptic team fight, but the fight goes in favor of Jin Air. They win it. They win the fight. And as soon as Ixu goes down, I would wager that will be the game, and that Tom Kench does not want to go down, but he will eventually. There's the ace, and despite the heroic effort from the Africa Freaks in the end, it will be a Jin Air victory, but man, it does not get closer than that.
We finally get our first team fight at post 60 minutes. The big factor, Pilot free hitting with that 5th dragon buff. Killed everyone, that's gonna be the game.
That is it, GG. Close series, an hour and a minute and a half long, and Jin Air takes it. Wow.
Everyone looks shell-shocked in the booth. It came down to a 5th dragon fight. Insane that it's 61 minutes. That was all that separated these two teams.
Well, the craziest thing was that in that dragon fight, Kuzan was the first to die. Got completely blown up by the Africa Freaks, and then somehow, some way, Jin Air managed to win it.
I mean, Pilot has the Hurricane, hitting multiple members with the Rensacks, with the true damage burn. He was the true damage dealer at the end. 6-1 and 5 overall, only dying a single time in an hour and a minute long game.
Coach is consoling Africa Freaks. I mean, they may not have won the series, but man, they've done okay. They look good today.
They did look better. They looked improved. Trace with the sly wave to the crowd. Man, double wave clear, double disengage comps. Only thing that could separate them was a handful of Barons and that final cataclysmic 5th dragon fight.
Mickey tried so hard, man. He got so far, but in the end, it didn't really matter.
I mean, they built so defensively against him. Banshee Veil, so many QSSs, Morgana as well. Credit to Anarchy for staying in the game as long as they did, and I guess question marks for Jin Air. It took them so long to siege down that inhibitor. Honestly, the minions did it so much better than Jin Air ever could themselves.
I mean, that was just a game where neither team wanted to do anything, because by doing something, you put yourself at risk of getting caught by all that CC.
The success rate was so low on both sides between Tom Kench, Morgana, all the items, the late stages of the game, the extension of the death timers. When you make the death timers so punishing, it makes people that much more reticent to go for picks, and it really extends the game.
Wow. Actually, Trace did a lot of damage that game. Tons of damage. Not as much as Kuzan, who did something like 67,000. Oh boy, it's crazy. Trace getting the MVP. 100% kill contribution, but that's not too hard when there's not a lot. And once again, that puts it well on top of the MVP awards.
Honestly, a lot of the damage in that factor will, of course, be down the bottom, but these Dark Bindings were the big difference. They were like Ultra Morgana Spears. We don't normally see, Ultra Diddly Spears. We don't normally see the AP Morganas, but did a lot of work, and the Trace Special worked really well.
Yeah. I gotta say, it's today was Trace's day, and it was an awkward one, but it worked. Sun had some nice plays on that Corki as well.
This feels like the turning point of the game, but no, it went 30 minutes longer than this fight. Getting that inhibitor was just folly for Jinair. They struggled with it for so long, and the minions eventually took it down.
It was great. The crowd was so into that one. The crowd was counting down to when the dragon was spawning at the end there.
They normally only count down to the start of the broadcast, but dragons so important in this game.
Yep. And here it is.
So we're going to see
that last fight.
And prepare that big last fight. Just watch Pilot during this fight. Starts off at the back line, but then he comes back in, free hitting the whole fight. Only Snowfire around. And that's what happens when you have multiple AD carries. They die very quickly to true damage burn.
That works. Huh.
You know who didn't die quickly?
Then it takes a long time for Tahm Kench to die.
Oh boy.
Yep.
6 items, 61-minute Tahm Kench. Tanky.
A little bit. But it was an ace in the end anyway. And now it's time for our MVP interview with Trace. And once again, Robin, who has waited so patiently, will be doing the translating for us as soon as Trace is ready. There we go. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Doa and Papa Smithy, for the day on the cast. And after a very long game today, Jinair's Trace takes 2 MVPs in a row today again. Congratulations, Trace. It's incredible, really. You have 500 MVP points so far. How does it feel to be on top of the list? As the eldest member of the group, I feel a lot of responsibility, but yeah, I will try to keep it up, and perhaps I'll buy lunch or dinner for my teammates one time. Now, in Game 1, Afrika Freaks banned Graves and Quinn, which are obviously target bans towards you. What are your thoughts on this? Whenever I get target banned, I feel really great about myself. Yeah, and that gives me a morale boost, and I'll be trying harder. Now, the Robin Hood stigma of Jinair. It seems that it struck again today. What kind of change there were since you guys won against Afrika Freaks today? So apart from just trying our best, there really wasn't that much different, but we have been preparing a lot for this match, particularly because of that stigma. Now, Trace, you've been raking in the MVPs. Do your teammates feel jealous of you sometimes? Well, perhaps they could if they play well but don't get the MVP, but yeah.
Oh, Trace.
Get good, basically. Now, in the third game, you play Top Morgana, and you are called the father of Top Morgana since you were the first one to bring it. Why do you choose this? Now, Morgana has a good laning phase, and she's a very safe pick since she provides a lot of protection for the team. And yeah, I have a lot of confidence in my Morgana, so I decided to take her. Now, in the early team fight, skirmish near the blue buff, now Thresh just sort of went into the enemy team. Jay did that. Why did that happen? Yeah, I couldn't actually see it in game, and I saw it after the game. Yeah, I will make sure to let him know how I feel about his play. Yeah, Afrika came back rapidly in that game, so it was very difficult for you guys. And Wing seems to be grabbing a lot of steals. Now, it would be better if we didn't have to steal the Baron, but yeah, it does help us a lot that he's good at stealing. Yeah, I don't. It's kind of leaves a sour taste in your mouth when you take Barons like that.
Does it? Fair question.
Now, in the third game, do you have anything to say to your teammates and your coaches? Yeah, we tilted a little bit after the second game, but yeah, we made a comeback and untilted in the third game and be able to take the big W. So. He says the placket doesn't really seem like it's written with a lot of patience. Just like It's rude now.
등등선을 뜨겁게 달구는 선수들의 또 열기가
This
있기에
appears to be the end of the interview, so back to you guys.
All right. Well, thank you for the translating as always, Robin. And Trace with the double MVP, and Jenner with the victory in the end. It was close. It was very close. Didn't know if they could pull it off, but they were able to. Nothing close about our first match, though. SK Telecom with a pretty one-sided series against Samsung.
Feels like eons ago that this series occurred.
It does, yeah. I'm like trying to remember who played in that game, like what champ. I don't know. I just know these games happened at some point in the past.
These games, though.
This one, it's a bit more fresher in my memory. That was a close one, back and forth, but in the end, Jenner barely in a game that lasted a little over an hour, our longest game by far this season.
Not truly shedding the Robin Hood, but going there and look at that, 3-1. They're right up there with Samsung, but a lot of games to be played for the ensuing Rox Tigers, KT Rolster, and SK Telecom.
I've got a feeling that SK Telecom, Rox Tigers, those are teams that may be moving up the rankings a little bit too.
We'll see the Rox Tigers in action tomorrow. This should be a really big game once we get to the schedules, but Jenner and Samsung overperforming for the start of the season.
A little bit it seems like. Tomorrow, Spenu Sonic Boom versus EM Fire. Interesting. And Longzhu Gaming versus Rox Tigers. That one is going to be pretty good. Longzhu has looked strong so far this year. Rox Tigers look incredibly good. So I expect Rox Tigers to win that one, but it could end up getting close.
Here's my side bet, Doa. I think Flame might play. That's what I'm hoping to see.
That would be cool. That would be cool. But Expression overall, I think, has done pretty well so far.
He has. I think he made some missteps in the last series, and you got a Blood Flame eventually.
I mean, yeah, you got to give the guy some experience. I mean, it's funny to think about giving Flame experience at OGN. I mean, obviously he's had a lot of experience here, but it's been a little while, and they need to mix around the roster. We're going to end the show real quick, it seems like. So thanks for watching, guys. Come back tomorrow for more League of Legends Champions Korea. From Seoul, South Korea, Doa and Papa Smithy saying goodnight. We'll see you tomorrow for more great League of Legends. I thought it was going to end there. It didn't end there.
I thought so too.
Didn't. Oh, now it is. Bye.